Welcome in, everyone, to Darien Sportsplex here in Darien, Illinois. We are just about underway here, just finishing up warm-ups between the Leafs and the St. Louis Knights here at the Bantam Major level here for this 7 a.m. game. I am Mike Napolitano alongside my broadcasting partner, Ethan Wiles. We are just about ready to start a full schedule of games here. Ethan, what are you looking forward to here in this first matchup?
Well, all day I'm looking forward to seeing 8 games of great playoff hockey. We get 12 in 2 days, and you and I get to call all of these games alongside each other, and then get to keep our hockey going next week at the AHL All-Star Game. So we get a lot of good hockey over the next 3-4 days here, and you and I get to spend a lot of time with each other. So
just double checking our audio at the moment, making sure. I don't actually know if it was our broadcasters from last week. I think it was the headphones itself. So now I've got you. We're ready for some excellent hockey here this morning from Darien. Both teams stepping up to the benches to kind of get a little bit of a. Sorry, I got myself talking in my ear here as I'm checking our audio on the stream. So if you're just joining us, maybe you're joining us from St. Louis or from home. Maybe it was a little too early to get on up for this one. I don't blame you, but these two teams are ready to go here.
No better way to watch some hockey than the comfort of your couch with the coffee in hand.
No doubt. When we look at the standings between these two, just before we get started here, the Knights took first place in this Bantam Major Division. 16 wins, 4 losses, 3 ties, and an overtime loss in their 24 games played. And as for the Leafs, they finished 5th with 13 wins, 8 losses, 1 tie, and 2 overtime losses. But we are underway here, and the St. Louis Knights take first possession, but try to work it over the blue line, and that will result in a face-off. I don't believe that puck popped out of play. I believe we're going to get a whistle for an offsides.
Well, the Leafs are certainly bringing that energy this morning, pumping up the crowd, pumping up the bench. Sticks are banging against the boards this morning.
Down low on the near side. We're up on the shelf here at Darien Sportsplex. So we've got a couple of poles that'll obstruct our views in the corners, and the near side will be a little bit tough for us to see the action, especially with the table in front of us. I'll see if I can sneak out to the side of it and make sure that we can see what is going on down below. But down below we will have an offensive zone draw for the Leafs, lining up for that draw as their center, number 97, Saptella, and he touches that puck still past the blue line, so that'll be another offsides. Couple of whistles early on here. And that will be Nolan Muser this time for the draw, number 91, against Molesky. Moving into the Knight zone, but too many white sweaters in the crease, or excuse me, in the slot there. Turn that puck over, move it up the wall. Shot from a tough angle, goes off a skate and finds its way in front, and then sent to the boards. And here come the Knights on their way out. Levinson streaking up the wing, pulls up along the half wall and throws it cross ice. They send it down low in the triangle from the corner. Knights moving the puck well now from the point. Dumped all the way around, and that'll find, it won't go far enough to find the point, so turned over Leafs puck, but they're having trouble along the wall to flip it out, and that will stay in. Puck has moved up the wall there on the backhand. Good puck protection from the Knights. Off the glass and to the point, still not out. Here come the Knights once again. A shot blocker aside by the goaltender for the Leafs. I'm going to try to catch a license plate. They have 2 on the roster there. We didn't get a chance to see who took the net initially this morning, and now we'll get a chance. That looks like it is number 13, Kyle Sochecki. Sochecki coming up with a couple of big stops. This puck will come all the way down into the Knights' end, where we will have Grayson Milne in net for St. Louis.
Not to mention these Leafs jerseys are not very announcer friendly. They're black jerseys with dark blue numbers and the other end of the ice. It's a little hard to tell. So
yeah, you've got the St. Louis Knights, who are technically the home team in this one, sitting in the home bench with the home whites on. We've got that Ottawa Senators-like striping across the middle of the jersey, and then you've got the Leafs, who are in their road black uniforms with the blue accents coming up from the waist and the arms. So I just saw a lot of Leafs teams at West Dundee last weekend. If you were tuned into some of those streams, there's a big hit behind the net there from the Leafs as they regain possession of the puck in their zone. 12:41 on the clock. A shoulder in response from the Knights, and they'll knock the Leafs off the puck there. That is Jim Crabb that throws that puck down low into Knight's end. A little forecheck from behind. And the
shot
Leafs
on that by Joseph Sadi from the Leafs. They're trying to get something going for them in response to the Knights.
We're going to get a
real
penalty.
Attempt there. Yeah, we are.
Didn't see what that was. We're going to... it's going to be a roughing call on the Leafs here. It must have happened behind the play or maybe even along this near side wall from my vantage point. But the Leafs will be shorthanded here as looks like headed to the box is Matthew Saptella. No, excuse me, that's an 87. That is Joseph Sali. So Sali will sit for 2 minutes. Shots on goal on the board in favor of the Knights already at 3-1, and they'll have a grade A power play opportunity. Puck is dropped. Finds its way to the point. Goldwasser. D to D. A shot that screams through the blue paint into the far corner. Point to point. The shot gets blocked. That's up and out of play. Good work, yeah, you said, by the Leafs defense there, getting in those shot lanes, whether it's a stick or a body, not allowing anything to get to the front of the net.
Looks like Caden Johnson went down on a knee to get in front of that puck.
Knights now. Shot, another stick in the lane. That was from Caden Johnson. To the point. St. Louis walking at the line. Had to get some help from a teammate. That's shot back down in.
By Henry Music. Got some long arms out there, using his stick to get in front of that one and break up any action.
We're going to get, looks like another penalty called here. A little bit of extracurriculars in front of the crease. So looks like the Knights will be guilty of this one. It'll be Grayson Lorenzen headed to the box for a cross-check in front of the net that they called, but really nice point play from the St. Louis Knights. You saw Liam Close that was taking a couple shots from out wide, and he's not the biggest of defensemen, but he's got his D partner back there feeding him, going D to D, just not enough to get something done on that power play, and the Leafs will go to 4-on-4 here, and then eventually a power play of their own.
You can tell the Knights are doing what they want to do here early, and that's put the puck on the net. Get guys around the net, see if you can't get a deflection in there. They did a good job of that right there, but like you mentioned, the Leafs defensive group doing a great job getting in front of the puck.
Most of those shots coming from the outside. That one comes from center ice and is swallowed up by the netminder Kyle Suchecki, so we'll get a whistle and a stoppage of play. 11:08 to go in this first period. 55 seconds of 4-on-4 time, and then it'll be a little bit of a remainder for the Leafs on their power play. So long as we don't get any more calls. From the point, once again, that was Liam Close. D to D, Goldwasser. Long flip shot is gloved and saved nicely from Suchecki.
Goldwasser not afraid to rip one from the blue line, try to get any deflection he can in front.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You know, just kind of throw, like we were saying, anything at the net early. Just test them. They've got 8 shots on goal, and especially when you're playing 4-on-4 hockey and about to be shorthanded, you might as well take advantages where you can. Ulrich now in the defensive zone, up the wall. Molesky couldn't hold on to that one, so that's deep into the Leafs' end. Pushed off the puck are the Knights, but it's back to the point, and they'll keep that puck in. Ulrich, that was Ulrich's defensive partner, number 27 there, Owen Acree. And here come the Leafs the other way, and the power play time has started. That is Salih out of the box, finding a man in the slot. Around behind, pinched off along the wall, but the Leafs regain possession. Into the slot, a grade A opportunity for the Leafs, and a shoulder check following that. That was number 87, Salih, who just came out of the box there, and he's got that fire in him. Took a shot and delivered a big check in the slot, but nothing doing for the Leafs.
Had a nice setup pass there, too, on the initial opportunity for the Leafs.
Salih
another one here.
On the backhand. Gilligan had a good shoulder check in the neutral zone that leveled a man right at the red line, but that'll kill the power play time. Both teams back to 5 aside. No damage done either way. And we are down to 9:15 in this first period. The Leafs push that puck up the wall and out to center. Ulrich there. Throwing it on net from center. That's the second time he's done that, testing the goaltender from out wide. But look out, here's a turnover along the half wall. Waffle boarded aside by Sachecki. And puck finds the Leafs. Shoulder check from behind. And off the puck, but no call. And that will find its way towards the net in a quick whistle. Even though that puck popped back out, we'll get a face-off in the Leafs offensive zone. Actually, that's going to be for the penalty. They did make that call behind the play. Clayton Herwick will head to the box. Slams the door, too. Not happy about that one. But Herwick, a little bit of that extra shoulder behind the play, and it wasn't the puck carrier. So he'll sit for 2 minutes, and the Leafs will go right back to the power play. Puck is dropped. Leafs regain possession in the offensive zone. Back to the point. Along the half wall. Setting up the bumper on the power play down low. Cycled up the wall to the point. Back to the half wall. Pivoting with that puck there is Septella. To the point again. A long shot through some traffic, and it made its way to the net, but good save there by the Knights goaltender. Collision along the boards as the Knights try to throw that puck up the opposite wall, and it'll eventually find its way all the way back out of the zone. Leafs will stay out there with their 5 on this power play. 1:17 to go on the man advantage. O'Reilly over the blue line, short-handed. Here come the Knights. O'Reilly again finding his teammate John Stanzi. In front there, Seamus Larrigan. But the Leafs regain control with just under a minute of man advantage time. Moving up center with it and going wide. Muser, shot from a tough angle. Thrown in front of the blue paint, and that had the goaltender swimming, but not able to put the shot on net. Down low, up front, high stick, but it's touched by the Knights. We play on. And into the corner. Collision there, and the Leafs regain possession to the point. A long shot, a high stick, and that almost found its way into the back of the net, but that was a high sticking call, immediately called out by the referee, but Lorenzen on the puck, and we play on. St. Louis into the zone, still shorthanded for the following 15 seconds, but looks as though they're going to kill that from 200 feet from their own crease. Thrown back down low, center ice hit. On close. And out of the box now are the Knights. 6:36 to go here. Both teams have traded a few man advantages, but we still are scoreless from Darien Sportsplex. Leafs shouldered off the puck in the corner. Holding it in. No, they won't. As the St. Louis end get as far as center and then is dumped back down into their own zone. Good defensive communication as the Knights were going for the puck, but also going for a little bit of a set pick right there. Now, you can't interfere, but you could just kind of skate in your direction and stand tall there. That's what this defensive unit did for St. Louis. Backhander into the zone, and that one hit the netting, so we will get a whistle and a stoppage. 5:52 to go in this first period.
All right, before we get our first goal, Mike, I'm going to ask you, we got 12 games. We got 8 games today. How many goals are we seeing today?
How many goals are we seeing today? Well, considering this is the first game of the day, it's the Bantam level, and we've got some hitting going on, a lot of physicality. It's been a tight game thus far. I'm going to say this is a low-scoring one. So maybe we get 4 goals out of this one, maybe a 3-1 finish with an empty netter. I'd say it'd be like a 2-1 game. Or something like that. So
you're averaging about 3 goals, 3-4 goals a game.
Yeah.
Game. All right, so we're going to get about mid-20s.
Yeah, with 8 games, look out, there's a high-rising shot over the crossbar. Yeah, I'm going to go with, so my birthday is the 25th, so I'll go with 25 goals today.
I'm the 23rd, so we'll go with 23, and we'll make it nice and close. It'll be 24, and we'll be
exactly
right in the middle.
Yeah, that's that. We'll set that over/under right there. Is 8 times 3, 24. You'll go a little under. I'll go a little over. We'll see because we have a bunch of midget games right after this. It'll be a U15 followed by another U15, then it's a U18, and then a U16 before we get back to the Bantam level. And the final 2 games of the day, midget U18 for both of those. Leafs have it in the neutral zone. Had to find it in some skates there. Knights throw it back in, but I believe that's going to be a whistle for offsides. I didn't see that pop up and hit the netting, so I think they said that may have ricocheted back out of the zone.
So far, the story of this game has been the goaltending. No score, obviously, here still early, but 10-3, the Knights have outshot the Leafs here early in this game. So
that one for sure we're able to see found its way into the Leafs bench near that backup goaltender. That is Jackson Vreeland manning the door for the Leafs, and that'll cause that stoppage of play, but we're back underway here. Lorenzen out of his own zone, but as far as center, and the Leafs will turn it back the other way. This Leafs team playing very well for a 5th seed against St. Louis Knights team that took the division. Now, it's tough because, you've got a team from West Dundee playing against a lot of Illinois teams, and then you have a team that has to travel a lot from St. Louis. So that can either be a favorable travel schedule or a not so favorable travel schedule, right? So, the regular season might not reflect what they can actually do. And I'm not saying that the Knights are worse than their record says, but we've also seen in these playoffs that there's an Aaron Stick there. It's a defenseman for the Leafs. I'll try to grab a number there for you. He's going to be able to pick that up. Looks as though it was 23, Brian Mickelson. But, I mean, you talk about playoffs, and it ends up being a whole different animal, and it can be anybody's game as that puck is kept in and shot over, hits the glass. 3:45 to go here.
And especially in a game that starts this early in the morning, too. That first goal, whoever does score it, is really that much more important to get the day going, to get the game going. You obviously want to bring the energy this early in the morning. So if you can get the first goal of the game, you're bringing a lot more momentum.
No doubt, as there's a whistle for an icing. We'll bring this back into the Leafs zone. But, Ethan, I'll tell you, last weekend at West Dundee, we saw every single game on Saturday decided by 1 goal or fewer. We actually had a tie in there. We had 4 of those, I believe, 9 games go to overtime. One of them still resulted in a tie. Nobody could score in overtime, and that was how that one would wrap up. But all the other games decided by 1 goal, and then even on Championship Sunday on that squirt level, we saw almost every single game decided by 1 goal. I believe one game a little bit more of a blowout. There may have been one game decided by 2 goals, but everything else, for the most part, was a 1-goal deficit. And, you know, there's a collision in behind, and we're going to get another penalty called. It's probably going to go on the Leafs here. 2:57 to go, and they just kind of steamrolled a man in behind their own net. And we'll see who that number is.
One thing is for sure, we're not missing out on the physicality here this morning.
No, these two, you talked about waking up to play early on.
These two are doing that, these two teams.
That is true. That'll be Mason Bach headed to the box for 2 minutes. We have just under 3 on the clock for the actual first period. But going off of those 1-goal game remarks, most of those games were not two teams that were next to each other in the standings. We had a couple 1-2 seed matchups, especially on Championship Sunday. It was the top 2 teams. No upsets really happened, but there were some 1-7 matchups, 1-8 matchups, 3-5, 3-6 matchups, depending on how many teams are in each division, and everything was kept close. So, you turn on, doesn't matter where you finished in the standings, you made it to the dance, and you just turn that extra little bit on for the playoffs. And maybe some of the top teams get a little complacent, but here's the Knights in the offensive zone, pushing the pace with their power play. 120.
Continuing to hammer shots, too.
D to D. They move this nicely on the top of the umbrella. They almost have 3 up high. And there's a shot from the center of the top of the zone.
Oh, an Acree with the shot there.
To the half wall. To the defense. Shot hits a leg right there. Another good block in the lane by Caden Johnson. This puck comes all the way back down, and St. Louis will have to regroup with 48 on the power play clock. A tip at the blue line, so no icing there on the power play. They hold it in at the half wall to the point. Shot is blocked again. Leafs doing a nice job of getting in front of every single lane, but that one will find its way all the way back down. This will be an icing. 1:23 to go in this first period. 27 seconds remain on the Knights man advantage. Just another unit out here for the Knights. A little bit of chit-chat before the whistle, getting set up. Just lining up for that draw is Clayton Herwick. He's got Goldwasser on defense alongside Liam Close. Puck is dropped. And the Leafs able to win it forward and get out of the zone. Here comes a shorthanded breakaway. Salih, backhander, and that just goes wide. Salih shot out of a cannon. We saw a similar instance when he found his way out of the box, and in about 10 seconds the Leafs will be out of the box once again, but he was on his wheels moving through the neutral zone, getting that shorthanded opportunity, and power play time is up. Puck is still in the offensive zone, though. Leafs will elect to not even use the man in the box as their 5th man. They go for a change right there. Could have been a little dangerous because that gave the Knights a little extra power play time with a 5-on-4 possession in the offensive zone. But that puck finds its way out. We're down to 30 seconds to go here in this first period. To a side as they battle for it in the corner. It's tough to see with the post and the railing over here, but looks as though the Knights come out with it. Not able to clear their zone. That'll be thrown back down low, down to 15 seconds remaining. Lorenzen now out of the zone. Lorenzen doesn't have options, so he'll just dump that puck deep. Down to 5 seconds to go. Lorenzen back in the corner. To the point, and time will expire before that shot can get let off from Close, and we will go into the first intermission scoreless here in our first game.
Not a good start for our 20-some goals here.
Yeah, no kidding. So we'll head to the intermission here and be back with some second period action from Darien Sportsplex. For Ethan Wiles, I am Mike Napolitano. Stream Sports Midwest. ready to go here for period number 2 between the Leafs and the Knights. You hear the avalanche along the bench from the Leafs as they bang their sticks against the boards, and we are underway in that second frame. Another 15 minutes on the clock. Puck is dumped down into the offensive zone for the Leafs. They just killed a man advantage for the Knights at the end of that first period and had a shorthanded opportunity, actually gained a little momentum themselves. Steal the puck down low, and that's thrown in front, and that could have been dangerous. And we're going to get another call here on the Knights as a cross-check from behind sends a Leafs forward tumbling into the net. So that's the only thing we've seen in the net this morning, Ethan. But it'll be the Knights. I believe that's number 8, Gabe Ulrich, headed to the box. Yes, indeed. So 2 minutes here for the Leafs man advantage.
We mentioned in that first period a lot of physicality, and that's picking up here in the second. Still waiting for that first goal.
Matthew Septella wins the draw for the Leafs to the point. Good keep in there on a bullet pass down low into the corner. Back to the point. Is Muser at the point, and shot from a wide angle is gloved and held by the goaltender Milne. Milne's been tested only 5 times as they show up on the scoreboard right there, but I'd say that he's seen some higher quality shots maybe than I'd say the 13 that are on the board for the St. Louis Knights as that puck hits the skates of the official. Septella trying to get that low, kept in at the point nicely by the Leafs. Defensemen switch sides, and Leafs try to cycle the puck along the boards down low. To the top. That puck was knocked down by some bodies in front, and a rebound opportunity could have been dangerous, but that stays out. Another shot is blocked by the shin pads of Lorenzen. Off the wall here, the Leafs. That puck rises over the net and hits the glass. Collision along the far boards and behind the net. The physicality right there from the Knights as they're able to clear that puck. Muser with a man pressuring him. That is number 29, Steven Shapiro, giving the Leafs a little bit of trouble and playing 200 feet from his own net on the penalty kill. Leafs able to gain possession in the zone after almost a mishap in the neutral zone, passing-wise. Sally into the zone. Thrown back to the point. Leafs throw it down low, and a grounder scooped up by Milne. 12:49 to go. 12 seconds on that power play.
You talked about Milne only seeing 5 shots. They just put 4 up on the board there, and he did not look comfortable on a lot of those ones. A lot of loose pucks in front there. The one that you had mentioned blocked in front, I don't even think he knew where it was there for a second, but it was hit aside and behind the net.
Indeed. So we'll have these final 12 seconds of Leafs power play time as that puck escapes the zone, and Lee will corral it as the power play is expiring. You hear the stick from Sochecki on the far side as 5 to a side. We've traded a number of power plays here and still nothing doing on either side. No score. Leafs in the neutral zone. D to D gets gummed up and trying to get back into the offensive zone where the Knights, but a little bit of complacency from Molesky as he doesn't realize his skates were across the blue line as his teammate picked it up, and that'll be an offside. It was Tommy Clanton that picked up that puck in the neutral zone and just hopped it over the boards, but his teammate was just kind of creasing that blue line. St. Louis into the offensive zone. They dump it down, and that was short of center, actually, so we're going to get an icing there. We'll come back all the way down to the stick side of Milne. Milne, an opposite-handed goaltender. He's got the glove on that right side, blocker on the left. Actually, excuse me, this will now come to the glove side. Doesn't change his handedness, but it's always something to look out for in goaltenders. Typically, you've got, of course, if you play baseball, you're a righty, you throw with your right hand, you've got your mitt on your left hand. Most goalies, left-handed mitt, stick in the right hand, but Milne is opposite, so if you're the Leafs, maybe something to look out for as you go through this game if you haven't noticed it already. I'm sure you have in that first period, especially on that power play, but doesn't necessarily mean one side is weaker than the other. You still have to figure that out through sending pucks at the net. They've sent 9 there now. They're still outshot by this St. Louis squad as they get into the zone. Gliding along the boards there. And here comes another whistle for another power play. Penalty behind the play, and it'll be Molesky now arguing with the official. And it's a high stick, so the Leafs will head back to another power play.
And their bench knew it immediately, too. They were calling for that as soon as that happened.
Yeah, you heard the bench itself up in arms going, hey, what the heck? So we'll have another man advantage here. Maybe something can get done here. Matthew Saptella loses the draw, though, and the Knights able to work the puck out to center, and the Leafs will regroup in their zone. D to D, Muser. Evading a check at his own blue line and working up with it now. Across the far blue line. Goes wide with it, looking for a lane to the net. Getting set up instead. Saptella at the point, the center, playing defense for the moment. A little mishap stick handling wise, but able to get it down deep. We'll try to cycle the puck there. Around behind the net to the far corner, to the far point. Down low. Leafs using the perimeter now. Saptella gets it back on the half wall. Down low, back to him. Working down low again with it. Stick tied up a little bit, but able to get that puck into the far corner. To the point. Walked with it there and sent back down low. Trying to make that cross-ice pass, and that won't go, so the St. Louis Knights will be able to get that out of their zone, and West Dundee, the Leafs side of things, will have to corral behind their own net. Moving up with it now. Good touch pass at center ice, and Salih going wide. Puck protecting on the backhand, leaving it in the corner for a teammate. Tough angle shot is blocked by the defense. Thrown in front, too many white sweaters, and that'll hit the glass. It'll actually hit the Leafs member that was changing, but no penalty there for too many men as they corral it at center and dump it back down. 9:30 to go. Power play is expiring as of now. Leafs still in the zone with it, but Molesky out of the box. Tough angle shot. That one hit a stick and went high and into the glass wide. St. Louis maybe back to even strength, but a couple of tired legs out there. They don't know. I don't think they knew where the puck was in that corner there as it had popped out, and they were still poking at each other's skates. Leafs keep it in the offensive zone. Another pinching defenseman, and that gets thrown back to the point. Leafs calmly from the point, and then it's finally slapped all the way down, and that'll be an icing on the St. Louis Knights. You know, you get a little bit of a break, Ethan, with icing at this level because you can ice the puck and still change here. So the St. Louis Knights, they really desperately needed a set of new legs out there, and they'll get that with 8:44 here.
Yeah, the Leafs have definitely been taking charge in this second period so far. Obviously, the power plays are helping them, but you got guys chasing after pucks like they have been here, you're going to be dead.
Thrown in front, and a grade A point-blank opportunity from the Leafs. Caden Johnson just looking up to the sky after that one wouldn't go, but a nice save there from Milne. And we stay level here in this one. Stay scoreless, I should say.
Well, he's been very good on both ends defensively, and now obviously putting another shot on net there as well. But he's been very good with his stick.
The Leafs trying to keep this puck at center. Instead, it'll be the Knights in the offensive zone. That one goes high and wide off the glass. Gacci sends that one down. Leafs moving up along with it just past center when they made that pass, so no icing. Milne comes out to play it, but it's picked up by the Leafs down low. Shouldered in the corner. That one hits the skates of the official, and St. Louis will just be able to trickle that back out, and here comes the Knights on the offensive. Molesky, a shot hits the side of the net on the near side. Muscled for it there. He gets some help from a teammate. That is Augustus Mangelsdorf. Thrown to the point. Long shot finds its way to the pads, but a good save there from Sochecki. To the point there, kept in nicely on the blue line. Almost looked like that snuck out, but it stayed on that blue paint. Good skates there, but that one will finally be carried out by the Leafs, and one man to beat other than the goaltender. Good puck protection in the corner. Trying to find a lane in front. That is Joseph Salih. We've seen a lot from him this morning, whether it's been in the box, streaking out of the box, physicality, or shots. Leafs behind their own net. Using the half wall and cross ice pass to get that out to center, but it'll get dumped back in by the Knights and had to be sticked aside by Sochecki. Thrown all the way back down, and that will be an icing on the Leafs. 6:32 to go here in this second period. No score still. More than halfway through this game, and we have not seen anybody break the ice. Face-off will come to the stick side of Sochecki. Lining up for the draw is John Stanzi for the St. Louis end of things. Trying to catch a number on the Leaf side. It looks like it is Matthew Saptella. Actually, it might have been a 57, Dominic Leone. Leafs clear their zone after a nice block in the lane by, that was Saptella. It wasn't the one that took the draw, though. And that was short of center, so another icing. Leafs are guilty with 6:17. Face off now to the glove side of Kyle Sochecki. We've got Clayton Herwick lining up for the draw against Henry Music. St. Louis getting hounded in the corner. They send it to the point. D-to-D pass. Long shot hits the pads of Sochecki, and the Leafs chip that puck all the way out. It's not going to go far enough for icing, so O'Reilly there to play it. You know, you've got a St. Louis and an O'Reilly who wears number 90. You got to think that there's maybe either some inspiration or possibly some relation there. But I don't believe Ryan O'Reilly has, I don't know if he has kids at this age level. With the fact that he's still pretty recent hockey player in the NHL. Very talented one as well. He's not on any Olympic rosters, I don't believe.
I don't believe so, no.
I gotta double check now that the Olympics have started as of last night, but the hockey itself doesn't really begin for a couple of days here.
Women's well underway.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot they started early. That's going to be exciting to watch as well. You see the PWHL coming to Chicago twice this season. We saw once in December at the Allstate Arena, and it'll be there again in March. And couple of Olympians in the house. That was Kendall Coyne Schofield the first time, and then it'll be Hillary Knight the second time. Both USA teammates. And that puck is thrown in front and just lost in the skates on the pass by Brendan Krysiak. Leafs in the offensive zone. Along that half wall, it pops out to center ice, and a nice shot there from the Leafs, but soaked up by Milne, and a little bit of shoving after the whistle down low, but the referee is there to snuff that out. 4:24 to go.
Well, you get a sense that this first goal is really going to be a potential game-deciding goal. With no scoring here, about really 2 periods into this game, that first one's going to be that much more important.
The longer you go scoreless, the more monumentous that becomes, right? Because that will be even more of a weight lifted off of a team's shoulders, but more of a dagger into one team's sails as we get deeper into this contest, because you've fought so long to keep things scoreless, as that puck is in a dangerous area for the Leafs, but nobody could corral it and throw him down into the near corner. Hachi, a tough shot from a tough angle. It finds its way to the net, but patted away there from Sachecki, and we'll get another whistle for an offsides here. New skaters for both the Leafs and the Knights. Full sail line changes on both sides, but yeah, you're trying to keep those legs fresh and strike first, because that next goal just gets ever so much more important as we go on here. Knights still out shooting the Leafs 19-10. Puck is dropped. Leafs win it forward and almost had an extra stick on it with the goaltender moving, but that puck will find its way back down into Leafs territory, and they'll start from their own end, turn it over in the offensive zone, but here come the Leafs the other way on a breakaway. Nicholson in all alone on the forehand, and wow, spread out to make that save, and down was Milne, and I think he just got the glove on it. Nicholson with a breakaway from his own blue line. Couple of stick handles, goes to the forehand, nothing doing, and another glove save there from Milne.
Definitely getting some well-deserved stick taps there on the bench from his teammates. There's a great look from the Leafs. Gets shot down.
The Knights had just blown a tire at the far blue line, and just a little bit of a mishap, and next thing you know, Leafs could have the first goal of the game, but Grayson Milne said not today. 3 minutes to go here in this second frame. Still scoreless as that puck is over the glass and out. We do have netting on this near side, but that one found a hole as it almost went into the locker rooms. 2:59 here in this first period. We started this game pretty much on time, 7 o'clock. It's 7:50 here, so moving nicely. The next game will be on this same stream. We're just going to change that scoreboard you see at the top. That'll be the Chesterfield Falcons and the Cyclones at the Midget U15 game. And in fact, I actually got a call from Aaron Sheldon today. There's a shot from the Leafs right off the face-off, and that one is gloved by Milne again. So we have actually a may have a break in our schedule on this next game. I believe the Cyclones have had to forfeit due to the fact that most of their team has come down with a stomach bug. We saw a stomach bug rip through the Blackhawks locker room just about a month ago. Yeah.
It affected some of the Ice Hogs players down in Rockford a little bit there.
Yeah, we did want to speak to, through one of my other jobs, we wanted to speak to Drew Comesso about his first NHL win, which was also a shutout that got overshadowed by the Bears beating the Packers.
It did.
Rightfully so. But, we wanted to give the guy some love, and as soon as he got sent down to Rockford, that became more of an option for us to speak to him. But Great broadcaster and friend Dana Gray told us that it's going to have to wait because he just got what the other two goaltenders got, which was the reason he got pulled up to the Blackhawks in the first place. So, tough break for the Cyclones. And here's the Knights into the zone. Shot from the top of the slot with a couple of bodies in front. That hit a skate. Down to 2 minutes here in this second period. Up the wall and all the way back out. It's going to go far enough for icing against the Leafs.
It's tough to hear, especially in playoff time. It's never like to get sick, but when you get sick during playoff time and you have to miss some games, it's an unfortunate way to have your season wind out.
Faceoff will come to the stick side of Sachecki.
Unfortunately, too, that's going to put a damper in our 20-some goals. We're going to have to decrease that by 3 now, I feel.
Yes, actually, yeah. Well, yeah, we were doing it by what we thought was the 8-game mark. So I guess, yeah, maybe it'll be down to 21 is our baseline.
And so far, no score here.
You never know, though.
Goaltending.
We might get a barn burner somewhere in there. So maybe our higher picks are a little bit on par. Lorenzen from from a difficult spot for Sachecki, and he makes the save. Lorenzen taken down along the boards. No call as both sides kind of tangled each other up. Leafs desperately trying to work this puck out from behind their net. Taken down there. No call, will play on. Leafs moving up with it. Subtella along the wing. Clanton had a stick in there that knocked the puck free, but thrown back to the point. Leafs will get set up from the point. And turned away by St. Louis with just about 60 seconds to go here in this second period. Moving up with it. A shot. Caught a piece of it with Sachecki, and that hit the back glass. He heard it and got deep into his crease there. Leafs off the end boards. Backhanded, flipped out of the zone. And they'll pick it up at center. St. Louis able to evade their own zone. They get as far as the blue line. 30 seconds to go here. Tough angle shot, and the post has been knocked off of its pegs there. Almost got fixed by the goaltender. It's a little bit off still. And we still don't have a whistle. The net is still off. Just ever so slightly. Not sure if the official sees it. Goldwasser. A long shot goes wide. Goldwasser again, and that one is gloved by the netminder Sachecki, and he'll be able to glove that. But then I'm not sure if he told the official about the goal right there, but I think the trailing official noticed it, so he's going to go check it. And actually, it's Sachecki that fixes it himself. So we are good to go. Thank goodness there was no goal there. Otherwise, we would have had to question if that was a legal tally. And that was just at the buzzer. So we will head to the third period with still no score between the Leafs and the St. Louis Knights. Right here in our first game, this is the Bantam Major Playoff matchup. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Ethan Wiles will be right back here from Darien Sports Complex for the Central States Playoffs on Stream Sports Midwest. ready to drop the puck here for third period action from Darien Sportsplex. Mike Napolitano and Ethan Wiles on the call. Still no score here between the Leafs and the Knights. St. Louis coming into this game out shooting the Leafs 20-3 as the 1 seed, and that one comes on net and took a weird bounce off the pads of Milne and into the glove for a save and a whistle. 15 seconds ticked off the clock. We got 15 minutes to play here. Somebody will have to find the back of the net or we will head to overtime. Draw will come to the stick side. That is the left side of Milne. He's a switch goaltender there. Chen moving up with it. Tough shot from an angle gets deflected and forced Sachecki to have to regather himself in the crease. Leafs send that puck deeper into their zone to get it out of danger, and then up the wall, not out. Flipped off the end boards. That is Mason Bach. We saw him head to the box earlier, and he'll get that puck out defensively. Goldwasser had a teammate blow a tire at the blue line. They'll get a change as they dump in. 14 minutes to go. Picked up in the corner by Mangelsdorf. A little shoulder check to the side of Clayton Herwick. To the point, Ulrich. Stopped by the shin pads of Joseph Salih. And picked back up by Salih. Good stick work there through the legs, but not able to pass it to himself in the neutral zone. Knights send it all the way back down into the Leafs' end. And I guess that was onside. It's tough to see from this angle here, but Knights keep it in. Leafs try to get it out of the zone now. That was Ulrich with that keep. Still along the half wall. If the Leafs are trying to use that half wall there, you've got 3 Knights positioned along the boards. I don't think it's going to get through all 3. Stays in. Ulrich from the point. No lane. Tried to walk with it. Stick in the skates, and the Leafs will be guilty of a tripping penalty. Even the crowd knew it on that one. So headed to the box will be the Leafs' number 91, Nolan Muser. Crucial time.
Yep, I was going to say, see if the Knights can capitalize here on this power play and get the first goal of the game on the board.
13:01 to go. 2 minutes on this man advantage here. In the offensive zone will be the face-off to the glove side of Sachecki, and we've seen some really good possession along the perimeter for this St. Louis side of things. They desperately worked that puck in off the draw. Lost stick from a defenseman of the Leafs, so it's really more like a 5-on-3.5, and wouldn't you know, the man without a stick has to eat that puck. That looks like it was number 59, Caden Johnson. He has been in every shooting lane here this morning. And that one, even without a stick, he had to eat off the shin pads. Looked like it stung him a little bit. He gets to the bench. His teammates eating shots as well.
Got the stick in front of it on that one.
That time they had a stick. Beforehand, Johnson didn't have a stick on that one. That's always tough, especially being short a man. That one flipped out of the zone, and they'll get a quick one-man change, but still down a man. Goldwasser tried to enter the zone. Just kept in there at the blue line and kept in once again, but that will find its way out to center. St. Louis regrouping in the neutral zone across the blue line. Onside. Big body from Mangelsdorf shouldered the defenseman off and able to get that puck to the point for his defensive pairing. Giving chase to that one is Grayson Lorenzen in the corner. Lorenzen, cross-ice pass. A shot that is blockered away. Actually, it might have been chested away by Sachecki. Down low with it, Mangelsdorf. Lorenzen to Mangelsdorf down low after that shot deflected wide. Leafs still getting in every single shooting lane. I mean, you talk about a team full of Nicholas Hjalmarssons right here. Absolutely stopping every single puck until that one is flipped out of the zone. And once again, like I said, we have netting over here, but that one finds its way out and to that far stairwell over here. So 11:08 to go, 7 seconds remaining on this man advantage.
You could tell Liam Klaus just wanted to send that one around the board, and it, you'd mentioned earlier, found the one hole in the netting, and it went up and out.
You know what? They've found that twice. If only one of these teams
That's
could
true.
find the back of the net. With that kind of accuracy, it's surprising that this is still a 0-0 game here.
As the seconds tick down, it seems like it may just be that one. All it takes is one, right?
No doubt. That was Eric Levinson that tried to wait for his teammates to get back out of the zone, to get back in for the offensive attack on the man advantage as it was expiring. But we're back to 5 aside, and that was an offside. So faceoff will be in front of the Leafs bench, won by the St. Louis Knights, but picked up by the Leafs as they send that puck down. Goaltender Milne comes out to play it. O'Reilly had a tumble in behind, and the Leafs are going to be able to keep that in momentarily. Stick in the midsection, though, and the Leafs will head back to being shorthanded as we have a delayed call here. I thought they touched that puck at center, but it wasn't possession. So a hooking call here on the Leafs once again, heading to the box is West Dundee. Palms up on that one. Didn't think he had gotten the full stick in there, but Johnson will head to the box. We just saw him have a great shift defensively, and the Leafs will be shorthanded without him there on this one.
A couple great shifts defensively throughout this game today. You're right. He's definitely going to be missed during these next 2 minutes, which as the seconds tick down becomes more and more crucial here late in the game.
Exactly 10:30 on that game clock. 2 minutes for the power play once again for St. Louis as they work it to the point. Down to the half wall, cross ice pass, grade A opportunity, and that one waved off until a final putback in from behind. Looks like that was John Stanzi on the rebound. Referee was adamant to wave that off at first, as that looked like it snuck through the wickets of the goaltender. I think good defense from the Leafs, but then Stanzi makes no doubt on that back door.
Yeah, it wasn't the first shot, but it looked like some second effort, or I don't know if it was loose in front. He may have fallen on the puck and kind of knocked it back in there, but you're right, on that first effort, the ref came in and waved it off, and then immediately pointed it as the goal about less than a second or two later.
So we finally have a score in this one. That was on the power play, and here comes, another tripping call. So, I mean, the box has been busy here today, but the Knights themselves find themselves in the lead. And the Leafs headed back to the penalty kill. Subtella in the box for tripping, and the Knights looking to now add to their lead here. A second goal could be crucial. Stanzi at the draw, wins it back for his team. Chen from the point. Down low. Sent around the end boards, and we got another quick whistle. It looks like the net has been knocked off its pegs, so before we can continue with the power play in the offensive zone, we got to fix that. I mean, you talk about monumental goals. I mean, not only to do it with the momentum on the power play and kind of defeat the Leafs, it was Johnson of all people in the box. That not only hurts for Johnson, but also the Leafs. And this St. Louis team will definitely take what they can build off of from that. Lost in the corner, and the Leafs are going to be able to clear their end. Finds its way all the way back down, though, so this will be an icing. 133 on this man advantage for St. Louis. They converted on the last one. They're out shooting the Leafs 22-14. 9:39 here to go in the game. Stanley wins that back. Achi to Chen. Chen hits the shin pads of Johnson. He eats that one again. Chen again looking for a lane. Doesn't have it, but that one finds its way in. What a beautiful shot from Chen as Johnson looked like he was standing in the lane to eat another puck once again. And that one found not only the near corner, but it bounces into the far corner. And both top cheese.
As you say, I couldn't tell from where I'm at if it hit top left or not. I thought he went top right, which would have been even more impressive. But to ring that one around like that.
That's the type of one that looks like it goes off the post and goes into the far corner of the net. But that one was near corner and then found its way far corner. So that netting either is just very taut in the Leafs net over there, or that was just that hard of a shot, a rocket of a shot that found its way and rattled in the top of the cage. So we'll get a timeout here from the Leafs. And we will take a timeout here ourselves right here from Stream Sports Midwest for the Central States playoffs. Ethan Wiles, Mike Napolitano from Darien Sportsplex. We're back after that timeout from the Leafs. They go down 2-0, 2 quick power play goals for St. Louis, and that's the difference in this game. Is in the man advantage here. It was not in the first or second period, but you take enough of them and you're going to find yourself either chasing, or if you're the recipient of said power plays like the Leafs will be here, we will see the St. Louis side, I believe, headed to the box. There's going to be an injury here as well. Coaches coming out to check on their skaters. And we'll get a couple of players skating back to the bench. So we're going to take yet another pause here to make sure everybody is all right. And we'll be right back here on Stream Sports Midwest. Joining you here once again from Darien Sportsplex, as we were just paused for an injury. That was number 19, Cooper Ward, for the Leafs side of things, that was able to get off the ice himself. Rattled a little bit, but tough hockey player right there. He's all right. He's going to skate on off the ice and out through the penalty boxes, so it doesn't look like he will be returning to this game, but him being able to get to his own feet and leave the ice is a good sign. Leafs in the offensive zone and a little bit of shoving after the whistle, but the referees take care of that. Still 2-0 here in favor of the Knights. Third period action, 8:58 to go here. As it's 5 aside, and the Leafs will try to build some momentum here offensively and get back into this game. Both sides have played a really good game. It's just the Leafs have been guilty of a few more penalties that have given a little bit more of a lopsided score towards the St. Louis side. And a late offsides whistle right there. Shot came from Salih after the whistle, so a little bit of face washing going on both sides, and this faceoff will come back out in front of the St. Louis zone. Excuse me. Well, yeah, their zone, but also right in front of their bench. Puck is dropped. St. Louis takes control. Up the near wall, into the offensive zone. Chen down low, throws that through the blue paint. He's already got one here today.
Got an assist on the first goal of the game, too. Set that one up nicely.
Down low in the corner.
Got another beautiful setup there, too, on that attempt.
No doubt. Ulrich hounded at center ice by Krzyzak. Leafs up the half wall and out as far as center. It's turned back around. Chen giving chase once again. We saw Chen at the point during that power play. I've noticed him on defense for the majority of the day, but typically when you're on that power play, you get 4 forwards and a defenseman, so he might have just been that 4th forward, but he can play that point position very well. But on this last shift, we saw him up on the rush quite a bit. I'm not sure if St. Louis is just jumbling their lines, not they have a little bit of a padded lead. Just trying to see what works, especially one of your goal scorers today. St. Louis D-to-D behind their own net. Picked off there by the Leafs, trying to throw that in front. Too many white sweaters in the way. And St. Louis will break back out. Off the boards, pass to himself. Tough angle shot, just couldn't pull the trigger on it. That was number 14, Eric Levinson. O'Reilly finds the Blues defense, and Johnson able to carry across the blue line and dump that deep. O'Reilly, another tumble into the corner. He's had some trouble behind the net right there. Not sure if there's a divot or what. And he's back up on his feet. Leafs trying to pin this puck down low. They work it out to the point. Off the half wall and back down low. Mickelson. And turned around by the Knights. They'll skate up with it. Shot. Poked at in the crease. That goes wide. 6:11 on the shot clock. And this one comes back out via the Leafs. Number 91, Nolan Muser. The Leafs will get that puck deep, but turned over. St. Louis trying to go up the gut to get out of their zone. They will. Pass to the winger. Leafs take back control, ringing around their own end boards. And St. Louis picks up in the near corner. Whiff on the pass from Levinson. Muser not able to locate that one, and Leafs will have to defend once again. A lot of changing hands here in this third period with just 5 minutes to go. Leafs seem to want to get this puck and get set up, but too many white sweaters around, and it seems as though St. Louis' side of things, they're getting a couple of rushes here and there, but not able to really sustain pressure unless they're in a low pressure area. Not able to find too much in the offensive zone. Once again, the two teams play pass with each other, close into the zone. Shot fought off by Sachecki. And the Leafs trying to carry up out of their own zone with it. Will turn it over. This is Lorenzen down low, flipped in front, tough angle from behind, and that'll be gloved and whistled by Sachecki. 4:26 to go here. And the St. Louis side of things looking to hold on to this 2-goal lead. 25-15 shots in favor of the St. Louis side. Leafs up the half wall hard and out. We'll send it all the way back down, and that won't go for icing, so they'll have to play it there. Leafs in the offensive zone. Ulrich flips that puck all the way out. Shapiro's going to race there, but looks like it'll be icing as Mason Bach was back there to touch up. And under 4 minutes to go here, still a 2-0 scoreline. Leafs desperately trying to find one here. If you could get that first goal and cut this lead in half, you're kind of back into things. But it's going to be tough after giving up 2 power play goals. This will be Grady Gilligan at the draw. Leafs don't win it, but it comes back to them and out of the zone and all the way down for icing once again, so we'll redo all of that. This Knights team, 62 goals for during the regular season. Only 34 goals against. They finished the regular season on 1 loss. As far as this Leafs squad, 75 goals for. So they're more of an offensive team, but they also give up a lot more. 67 goals against. So only an 8-goal differential. And they had won their final game of the season coming into these playoffs. So 1-game win streak, 1-game losing streak, but it'll be the opposite here if this score line holds. Just under 3:30 to go. Leafs, go ahead.
Despite being scoreless here at the end of the second period, I thought that the Leafs had the momentum coming out of that second period into this one, but the Knights have rallied really well here and obviously scored twice to take the lead here. But yeah, I thought the Knights have played really well in this third period, and then the Leafs kind of evened up the shots there going into the third period, but the power plays obviously have helped, and they've taken advantage of the man advantages.
Exactly what you said, Ethan. It seemed like the St. Louis side started out hot and more shots on goal, but the shots on goal that the Leafs did get kind of carried that momentum into that second period to give them a little bit more of those high danger chances or those opportunities. They fared well, just couldn't put the puck in the back of the net as that goes off the back glass. And then it was just getting caught with too many penalties in a row there. Not enough time in between, I guess, for your penalty killer unit to get some fresh legs, and you find yourself trailing 2-0 very quickly as that shot is rifled over the top of the crossbar as well. On this far side, we saw a little bit of antics after the whistle in front of Milne in net. Extra tap from the Leafs on the glove, so they're trying to get under this St. Louis skin. Muser trying to center that puck into the slot. It's behind his man. And the St. Louis Knights will flip that puck back out. Leafs regroup in their defensive zone. Tried to stretch past through the neutral zone and barreled over there. We're going to get a whistle for a penalty. Bates is going to head to the box as he caught Saptella just in the lower side of things after the puck had already left the vicinity. The Leafs going to get a much-needed power play right here. Let's see with 2:04 if they could do something with it.
And need to do something and do something quick. Mentioned trying to get under the skin of the Knights here, trying to get that advantage. They got it. See if they can put one on the board here with just over 2 minutes left.
Face off to the glove side of the switch-handed goaltender Milne. That one's thrown from the point, hits a couple of shin pads in front and never makes it to the net. Gilligan to the red line, up to the blue line, but turned over, and the St. Louis Knights will clear. Leafs carrying up with it. Sali over the blue line, but not able to hold these zones, so Leafs thwarted on that attack. They'll have to find the puck in their own zone and carry back out with it. Gilligan moving across the blue line with it. A shot hits the blocker, goes wide, and trying to dive on that was Milne, but that puck was tipped wide before he could pounce on it after he made the initial save. So rebounds to be had for the Leafs there. That one hits the back of a Leafs sweater and stayed in momentarily, but it dropped to a Knights defender and thrown back out. Sali to give chase to that dumped puck and thrown all the way back out of the zone. Goaltender pulled for the Leafs with 38 seconds to go here. So a 6-on-4 as Moser, another penalty as the stick got into the midsection of Nolan Muser. And it looks like we are going to see a 6-on-3 here. That's going to be interesting. Headed to the box there.
If you're Grayson Milne, you're just hanging on for this next 35 seconds. You want to preserve the shutout. Bates and
Liam Close is in the box.
Yes.
For the St. Louis side of things. He's been a vital defenseman for this Knights squad throughout this morning. And it looks as though the Knights are going to call a timeout here. Leafs already used theirs. They got 6 skaters out there compared to the 3 for the Knights. That'll be number 77, Grayson Lorenzen. Number 98, Will Goldwasser. And number 27, Owen Acree, excuse me. The 6 skaters for the Leafs. Johnson is out there. Caden Johnson blocking a lot of shots today. He'll get some offensive zone time. Nolan Muser, who just had that stick in his midsection. Owen Strauss. We've also got Henry Music. Sali, who we've seen a lot of this morning, and Matthew Saptella. So those are your 6 skaters for the Leafs as the Leafs steal a stick in the corner, and one of the 3 defensemen for St. Louis without a stick. So it's a 6-on-2.5 basically. Puck pops over the blade of Lorenzen, but kept in by the Leafs. Along the half wall, Goldwasser moving into center and able to dump it deep. 9 seconds on the first penalty, but an icing call. So 10 seconds remaining in the game. 7 seconds on the first man advantage. Of course, another 1:36 on the second, but the Leafs need 2 to the far point. A shot. Another shot and a rebound in close there. 2 seconds remaining on the game clock. And diving on that puck was Milne. 2 seconds remaining in this game. 2-0 in favor of the Knights. And the Knights going to be changing their defensive line right here. Actually, no, center and looks like one defensive. No, a winger. They were just lined up a little bit differently. Thrown in front, and they find the back of the net. And they are going to count that one.
Wow.
So we are going to have a whistle here. The clock did go off, but I think that was just a human delay of timekeeping. Well, this is interesting, though. Technically, if you count that goal, there needs to be a face-off afterwards, but it looks like both teams are just lining up for the draw. So we have 2-1 on our score sheet just because that was the referee's whistle.
And
we don't have
2-1 on the board. So
there it is, yeah, 2-1. But we're not going to have a face-off to restart things, as are the traditional hockey rules. But hey, if you're Milne, you got to chalk that one up as a shutout.
59 minutes.
Basically, yeah.
44 minutes and 59 seconds of shutout hockey. That's incredible. That's something I've never seen.
Yeah. But a 2-1 final here, no final face-off. I don't think it would have really determined a different score here, but the St. Louis Knights come away with the victory in this first game over the Leafs. I don't believe we are going to have a second game here today because, unfortunately, the Cyclones have come down with a stomach bug, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. But Ethan and I have a total of 7 games here this morning. Our next game will be a 10:20 start. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games here. Next one will be the Peoria Rivermen versus the Blues at 10:20 right here on this same stream. That'll be in the Midget U15 division. And we will be back with that one. So for my broadcasting partner here, Ethan Wiles, myself, Mike Napolitano, we will see you for Stream Sports Midwest Central States Championships in just a few hours. Welcome in, everyone, to the second game of the day. We did have one cancellation today due to the fact that the Cyclones were out with a stomach bug. So instead, we will have our second game here, which was set to be our third game right now at 10:20 a.m. It is the Peoria Junior Mustangs versus the Blues in the U15 Midget Division. We'll get these warm-ups underway for you here. There's about 15 seconds to go, and then when we take a look at these standings in the U15 Midget Major table, Peoria finished in 6th, 30 games played, 16 wins, 10 losses, 2 ties, and 2 overtime losses. The Blues were a 7th seed, 11-19 in 11 and 19 in their 30 games played. Those other 2 that I was looking at in the table, those were overtime wins, so those were counted into those 11 wins. So myself, Mike Napolitano, and on color is Ethan Wiles. We will be broadcasting here from Darien Sportsplex as both teams having a quick powwow in each net. And we will soon get this game underway. Ethan, we saw a closely contested game in that first matchup between the St. Louis Knights and the who were we watching in that first game? Why am I drawing a blank?
Knights and the Leafs.
Knights and Leafs, yes, of course, yeah. Knights and Leafs. Leafs, of course, they were holding the Knights all game, had some opportunities of their own, but they ended up falling 2-1. Those 2 goals, power play goals, that was in the Bantam Major Division. So we're going to get a U15 matchup here. As I mentioned before, the U15 matchup that was supposed to happen on this ice surface previously turned into a practice for the Chesterfield Falcons as the Cyclones had to forfeit due to a stomach bug. So if you're just joining us, that's why a little bit during our broadcast there was not a lot going on the ice, but that will change throughout the whole rest of this day. We will have a 10:20 game here. That will end around 11:50. Pick right back up at 12 o'clock for a Midget U18 game. That'll go to about 2 o'clock. So then at 2:10, we will have a Midget U16 game. That'll go to about 4 o'clock. And at 4:10, St. Louis Knights once again in that Bantam Major Division against the Jets.
Full day of hockey.
Yeah, and then you'll be alone for 2 games to finish off the day. So 7 total games. We are underway here in period number 1 between Peoria and Chicago. 15 minutes on the clock. Puck is into the Blues end. Peoria, a long shot from the point and almost dragged into the slot on the backhand, but a good save by the Blues goaltender. The Blues have 2 listed on their roster. Loose, didn't know where it was and had to regroup. That's number 62, Connor Brooks in net for the Blues side of things. Over on the Peoria end of things, we have Nicholas Combs manning the crease. He'll stick that one aside as the puck comes down to him for the first time this matchup.
A much faster start than we saw in game 1 out of those 2 teams.
Yes, we had a little bit of a feeling out period between those first 2 teams. Physicality was there, but both teams were playing a little conservatively as here's an opportunity 2-on-1, but rolling puck along the wall, backdoor pass, and that one's just off the mark. Thrown in front and thrown off the side of the cage there by the Blues, and Peoria is able to escape their zone. Vicari sending that up to the wing. Tough angle shot, and that'll be gloved down and held by the goaltender Connor Brooks. And we had a couple of Mustangs down there saying that puck was in the net. Referee gave no indication, though, so don't think that we have a goal here. They're conferring now, though, depending on when that whistle blew. 13:39 here in this first period, but as Ethan was mentioning, those first 2 teams, they came out, the physicality was there, but they weren't getting a whole lot of, and we do have a goal. That is going to be credited to, well, number 26 is headed to the bench first for the handshake line. That is Owen Almond.
No, maybe not.
Oh, actually, no.
The ref pointed.
So the referee pointed at the net, but the faceoff will be.
Maybe he was pointing at the faceoff circle. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
that was.
Yeah, you're right. That
fooled.
That
it fooled the.
It fooled the Mustangs
fooled the
as well.
players too. Yeah.
Yeah, as they went to the bench to go high five their teammates. So no score here still in this one, but as we were saying in that first game, the chances went both ways. Physicality went both ways, but there's a backdoor pass. Nobody could find the net until that third period. There wasn't a whole lot of high danger chances. Teams not taking risks. We've seen a couple more risks here in this game. A couple of high danger chances, at least down on the Blues end of things.
It's also a start time of 3 hours later. It's not 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
The team's probably a little more awake at this time. I know you and I are probably much more awake than we were for the first game of the day. So
yeah, a little bit of a break for us as well. So ready to go here. Not that we weren't for that first game, but we're rejuvenated and we'll continue our
just
afternoon.
like the players, you got to get the legs going a little bit. You
Absolutely.
Get the voice warmed up here. We got a long day ahead of us. More games tomorrow back here. Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah, it's not just a Super Bowl, it's Championship Sunday here as the Peoria Mustangs, Junior Mustangs, work this puck down low to his side as they battle for it on the end boards. Winds up in the corner. Thrown out in front to the point. And flipped up and out of the zone by the Blues. It's going to go all the way down, and it won't go far enough for icing, so the Peoria Mustangs will play that there.
Well, Peoria's been the quickest team out of the gates, at least so far, obviously with some good looks here early on, but they have come out showing speed, and they have not shown any pause in trying to get a chance, and they connect on one there.
Beautiful redirect in front, and that one is for sure in. The Mustangs do, in fact, strike first as we have a 1-0 scoreline. I'm trying to get that. That's number 68, Thomas Kimball, with the tally, and the Mustangs take the first lead of the day. You knew it was coming.
Like I said, no hesitation on putting the puck on the net. We talked about the two teams feeling each other out in that first game, but boy, Peoria has come out of the gates, and they've shown how quick they can be, and just putting shots on net pays off, and it paid off right there with, like you said, a beautiful redirect.
Yeah, that shot from the point was looking for a tip. It had eyes and found its way in front for Kimball and made no mistake doing that.
Going right back to work, too.
Here come the Blues on a 2-on-2, though, the other way. Thrown in front, and goaltender Nicholas Combs didn't even react to that one, but that was kind of floating across the crease. Going into the slot and a good body in front to stop that, and it's going to slide all the way down the other end of the ice for an icing against Peoria. 11:05 to go in this first period. We see a bench full of junior Mustangs, and Ethan, I had some friends that played for the NA3HL Peoria Mustangs just a couple of years ago, and got down there to that Owens Center in Peoria and got to see a couple of games. It's a lively crowd down there, good atmosphere, and I know they start teaching the junior Mustangs a lot of what they're going to probably learn if they go up and play for the actual Peoria Mustangs. It's a lot of head checking, knowing what you're going to do with the puck before you even receive it, so got a lot of good play off the puck as there's a huge collision knocking Mustangs number 72, Liam Hussey, off the puck, and he had palms up wanting to see a call there, and he won't get one.
It's got to be key at that young age, too, to know the developmental part of the game before the skating comes. Obviously, the skating is key and the ability is key, but knowing what to do before you even have the puck is obviously 50%, maybe even more to the game than that.
No doubt. And we're at that U15 level. You see a lot of different sizes of players here, and this Blues team is a very, very big team. If you just look at their bench, I don't know if it's just the way those dark jerseys are, but they look a little bit more menacing than Peoria. Peoria's got that speed, but a lot of big bodies on the Blues side of things. We'll see if they can use that to their advantage and get back in this one.
I'm looking at Michael Kabala, number 18 there.
Yeah.
Using
Towering.
his arms to get the stick in there. Now here come the Blues.
West moving up with it, but had to pull up at center and send it back to his defense. They'll go D to D. Glove down at center. Try to move on with it, but thrown back to the Peoria defense. Up to the blue line, the goal scorer, Kimball, just dumps that one in and goes for a change. Full sail line change, mostly for Peoria, except for the 2 men into the zone, giving the high pressure. And the Blues will try to get this out of their zone. They couldn't use that half wall, so they'll slip it to the other side. And there's that towering number 18, Michael Gabala there. Kim now on it. Looking for a man, Jacob Kim, throwing that puck. Receiving it back at his own blue line. Gets it to the far blue line, but there's a Blues stick there to stop that attack initially, and the Blues are out of the zone. Look out, they have speed and a wing. A shot rises over the glass. That was from West, as he just throws that one up into the glass.
Combs got a glove on that one or not?
Yeah, might have been tipped there. Blues throw that back out. Another towering body on the Blues. That's number 82, Trevor Karlstrom. Uses his size along the half wall, pokes it out to a teammate. They try to make the pass to the center, but that wouldn't go into the slot nicely. Kept in momentarily by the Blues, but Babcock will carry over the blue line and over the red. Had no help, so he'll have to just dump and change, and the Mustangs live to fight another day. Up to center. Hudson tried to find a teammate cross ice, but it was only Mustang jerseys there, and they'll dump that puck back down in the offensive zone. In the near corner. And here come the Blues on the way out. That is JT Hudson. As far as center. Raja over to Hudson. Backhander, and that is swallowed up by the glove of Nicholas Combs, and he'll get a whistle. 7:37 to go here in this first period. 1-0 in favor of the Mustangs. We saw that goal put in by Thomas Kimball on the tip from the low slot there, right in front of the crease. It'll be Stark. Thrown all the way back down. And another glove from Combs, so we will redo that face-off to his glove side. We had a switch goaltender in that first game. Both goaltenders in this one normal with their glove on their right hand, glove on their left hand, stick in their right hand, so righties. West. Down low, up to the high slot. That one just goes wide. Into the corner. Pushed back down by the Blues. Reed there. That stays in the corner, and finally the Mustangs are able to carry out as far as center. They'll get across the far blue line. Couple of stick handles from Farrell. Pinched off along the end boards. Gets it back, finds a teammate, who finds him once again, but too many Blues tie up his stick, and the Blues will send that puck all the way back around. It's kept in at the point nicely by the Mustangs. Blues in possession in their own zone, looking for an outlet pass, but the boards were clogged up. They'll finally carry out with it now. Stark had holed up as Sandoval was trying to make one extra move to get to the line. Mustangs D to D, Kleist up to a forward, but West and Grain were there to attack right at center ice. So Grain back across the blue line. Could have been an offsides there, but they stay on just nicely. West tried to sidestep there, and that wouldn't go, so Kleist up to a breaking Babcock, has a little bit of room, pulls up, waits for some help, and throws it to the center, and a good stick there by the Chicago Blues number 11, Aiden Sanchez, to defend his own slot. 5:40 on the game clock. 1-0, as I mentioned before. Blues trailing a goal here, but looking to put on some pressure with the recent offensive zone time and also a little bit more possession.
They've rallied well off that goal, too. Obviously, letting one go was not ideal early in this game, but holding them only to 3 shots here so far. The defense work has gotten better.
Yeah, you got to hand it to both sides. They've kind of settled down. It's been the opposite of what we saw in that first game where, both teams were definitely trying hard. And like we mentioned, that physicality was there. But here, yes, it's there once again. But there were some high danger chances exchanged at the start of this game. Maybe some mistakes being made. And both teams just kind of settling into their game plan with about 5 minutes to go here. Hussey lining up for the draw against JT Hudson. Both centers tied up. Hudson's able to kick it back to his defense. Karlstrom pokes that puck deep. Patron down to chase it. And the Mustangs able to carry back out. The carry cuts to the slot. A shot, and that one just sails wide. Collision in the crease with the goaltender, and we have a goaltender down. A little bit of contact there, and that's tough when you got the pads on. So we'll see if goaltender Connor Brooks is okay. It seems as though he's just a little bit shaken up. 4:37 to go here in this first period. Referee's talking it over. Not sure if they called anything there. I didn't see a hand go up, but there was contact with the goalkeeper, so they're going to come over to the penalty box and talk this one out. Well, both teams headed over to their bench. Goalkeeper getting checked out by the Blues trainer. So we're going to take a step aside here. Myself, Mike Napolitano, Ethan Wiles, right here on Stream Sports Midwest for the Central States Playoffs live from the Darien Sports Complex. We're back here from Darien Sportsplex. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Ethan Wiles on the call. Looks like goaltender Connor Brooks is okay. Stood up, maybe just got his bell rung for a couple seconds right there. Blues will ice it, and it'll come all the way back down by him. 4:31 remaining here in this first period. 1-0 the score in favor of the Junior Mustangs. I got that tip in. No penalties assessed after the collision. It seemed like it was incidental contact in the crease, but everybody's okay. We'll play on. Ethan and I were noticing backup goaltender. That's Cameron Podolak. That's on the bench, but not suited up. Just in a jacket and his goalie mask. To be able to be on the bench, you have to have some kind of a helmet on for safety reasons, but not suited up. So Brooks is what the Blues have as of right now. We'll see if that stays the case, hopefully throughout the rest of this game. Doesn't look to be too serious of any kind of an injury. Hudson in his own end down low. Pushed up the wall by the Blues. Karlstrom's out. Finds a teammate. That's Sandoval. Sandoval gets leveled by Kleist, and Kleist is coming the other way with it. It's stopped up at center, but the Mustangs still moving ahead with it. They got numbers into the zone, threw a couple of stick checks, and ran out of room as they made it to the crease. But Kleist, a nasty hit over here. That was a major hit from Kleist, and at a good time, too. We'll see a face-off to the blocker side of Brooks. Mustangs win it, but moving forward the other way are the Blues, and Blues got stopped up a little bit by the shoulder of McKay. Raja was looking for something, a little bit of extracurriculars between the two of them at center ice as that puck is thrown back down onto the goaltender Brooks, and he'll cover for a whistle. I have to watch out for those two as Raja and McKay got into it a little bit behind the play, especially at center ice.
Now, when one of your guys takes a hit like that, you're going to want to stand up for him.
Blendon Raja, excuse me, he had a different route that he was taking and decided to go right back into McKay to give him that little extra cross-check in the back there after McKay delivered a little bit of a, I wouldn't call it interference because the penalty wasn't called, but just a little bit of a shoulder to keep him from getting to the puck. And here come the Blues on the wing. Good stick and skate from the defense, and that never gets to the net. Hussey picks it up, wheeling behind his own net, up to the blue line. Cross-ice pass, Vicari is in the zone, so McKay onside as he got in there first, but here come the Blues out of their zone, moving the other way, but thrown all the way back down, missing the pass, and that'll be icing. 2:42 to go in this first period, as an icing call will bring this face-off to the glove side of Brooks. That's at that far dot. I don't know if I finished my thought earlier. If you're just joining us, we're here at Darien Sportsplex. They have pillars here from the shelf that we're on that kind of obstruct a little bit of the zones, and it's tough to see along the near boards, near wall here. We'll do the best we can to bring you the action, but not all rinks are built the same. They've all got character, and sometimes they're not necessarily built in mind with what we have to do here as far as a broadcast. Huge hit in the corner from the Blues. Mustangs still on the puck. They throw it back to the point. Off a skate, never makes it to the net. And the Blues will pick this puck up and carry out of the zone. Grain with two on him, tried to muscle through and just couldn't. Gabala tried to finesse through the neutral zone, but it's turned back over to the Blues, or excuse me, to the Mustangs, who carry into the zone. Long shot from the point, patted away by Brooks, and he had to wait for his defense to clear the rebound out of there. Thrown back to the point again, patted away once again. That was a left pad save.
Two big redirect opportunities, too, for him that were put aside.
Oh, that one comes up and hits the mask of Nicholas Combs off the shot from West, and down in the corner was number 18. You don't see the big guy down too often, but Michael Gabala in the corner, and we're going to get a whistle stopping play. And
They had to check on Combs after taking that one up high.
yeah, that looked like the mask was coming off, so we'll stop the play there. 80 seconds remaining in this first frame. Making sure that the equipment is all good to go as far as Combs' bucket. And he is ready. We'll have a face-off to his stick side. Hudson in the draw for the Blues. Poked out, Farrell taken down. Dr. throwing that puck back in. Karlstrom trying to pressure Kleist right there. Karlstrom will come around the far side of the net, and the Blues keep this puck in. Karlstrom on the backhand throws it deep once more. Up the half wall to Farrell. Farrell carries out with it. He's got Petrie right there. 45 seconds remaining in this first period. Shot from the point, redirected by the skates of the Blues. They have it in their own zone. Karlstrom along the half wall, running out of time here in this first period, trying to find an outlet pass. Gets stopped by two Mustangs. A third one comes in and a shot on goal. And if the Blues weren't careful there, a failed clear could have led to a goal the other way, but a nice glove save from Connor Brooks.
Not phased by the early injury there.
I was trying to catch up to the play myself, verbalizing it, but as soon as I saw he was just as calm, I stayed just as calm. Otherwise, I would have been interested in a high danger chance right there. Back down into the Blues zone. 10 seconds remaining in this first period. Blues, if they can hurry, can maybe get one final rush, but they'll be stuck in their own zone. They'll throw it out as far as center. O'Connell will just carry as the horn sounds. So through one period, 1-0 in favor of the Junior Mustangs over the Blues. Right here from Darien Sportsplex. This is the Central States playoffs here on Stream Sports Midwest. You're listening to myself, Mike Napolitano, and Ethan Wiles. We'll be right back for second period action. Right back here from Darien Sportsplex. We're going to have 8 minutes on the clock for this second period between the Peoria Junior Mustangs and the Blues. And then we will get an ice resurfacing halfway through the game. And then resume with gameplay in the second. And then also the third. 1-0 your score line between the Peoria Junior Mustangs and the Blues. The Mustangs who lead this, move it up the wall. Hussey That puck doesn't make it to the point, and Hudson able to get an outlet pass, but missing Raja, and that'll go down for an icing and a whistle. .7:21 here in the first half of period number 2.
Saw Peoria in that first period come out fast, come out strong, come out aggressive. It's paid off for them so far, and they've had really good looks and have showed really well so far that they can redirect pucks into the back of the net. See if they try that same strategy here in the second.
Peoria back to the point, to the high slot. Turnaround shot from Babcock won't go through a number of shin pads. I almost said skates, but that came up a little bit higher. Blues player taken down at center, and Blues coaching staff wanted a call, and we are going to get a whistle now. We'll see what that is for. Yeah, that is going to be a tripping on number 24 for the Peoria Mustangs.
34.
Oh, excuse me, 34. I was going to say I don't have a 24 on my roster. I saw a 2 from the official, but I think he said 3 and threw up a 2. Jack Borman into the box for Peoria. So a grade A opportunity on the power play for the Blues here if they can even this game back up. They have it at the blue line, D to D. Dukowitz, cross, ice pass, and tried to stretch that zone over to West, but finds its way back to the defense, and they throw it in front, and what a shot from the slot, and the Blues have indeed tied it up on the man advantage.
Big man.
It is indeed the big man, number 18, Michael Gabala, who finds that puck. It was a struggle for the Blues to almost keep that puck in at the point, and they throw it up the half wall. It pokes its way out just inside that near circle, not quite in the slot, and a near side shot from Gabala finds the back of the net. What a tally, and we are all level once again here in period number 2. As Gabala stepped in for that faceoff once again, and the Blues are back into the offensive zone. Thrown down low. Peoria trying to escape there, and they will now. Outlet pass to the wing. Centering pass. Doesn't quite make it through a number of sticks. Turnaround shot from the back door. Too many black sweaters in the way of that one. Kleiss just elects to dump that puck deep, and he'll stay out there, but no possession in the offensive zone as the Blues have it along the half wall. Actually, a shot from Brewer as the Mustangs did get it back, and then that puck is flipped back out by the Blues. A couple of changes for both sides as they regroup. Thrown all the way back down, though, and we will get an icing. The Peoria Mustangs are guilty, so a face-off all the way back in their zone. 5:35 to go here. 1-1 the score line in this second period. And 5:35 in this first half of the second period. We had 8 minutes up on the clock, and I imagine we will get just shy of 7 minutes in this second half of the second period, but in between it'll be an ice resurfacing and a full-on intermission. Here comes a pass from the Mustangs. Stretch pass doesn't really work out, so Blues exiting their zone. Instead, they get shoulder checked in front. Oh, wow. Great A opportunity for the Mustangs as they had that puck in the slot and the goaltender moving, but just couldn't find the handle on it. Blues keeping this in on the far corner. Good puck protection there from the Blues along the wall, but not able to find a route in front. They'll send it back to the point, and that just misses a stick and goes all the way down. It's going to be a race for this puck, and we're going to get a whistle, though. Looks as though we have a penalty being assessed. So we've got a cross-checking call. And Blues are palms up. It was number 86 from the Blues. That is Kevin Reed, guilty of that. Must have been behind the play. Did not see that one. But he'll sit, and the Mustangs will go to the power play. See if they can get back into the lead here, as they took the first lead of the game with that goal in the first period from number 68, Thomas Kimball, on that redirect opportunity. Peoria setting up in the zone. Kleist over to O'Connell. Cross-ice pass was tipped by the stick of West, so it didn't get there cleanly. And a high shot. Not sure if goaltender caught a piece of that, but a stretch. Oh, wow. Brooks had to slide out in the butterfly for that one and still kept that wide. That one's thrown through some traffic and able to navigate is Connor Brooks. What a nice save there indeed from Brooks. And you see him rub the post right there. Nothing went off the post from what I could tell, but still giving his old companion there a little bit of a tap in this high-pressure situation. The power play has looked good for Peoria thus far. One back by the Mustangs. Kleist, O'Connell. And a shot that's still loose. And wow, coming out to make the save in the butterfly was Brooks. Stretching out completely when he was already down and out. You thought that there was going to be a clean backdoor opportunity to put it in the open net. But Brooks slams the door.
Yeah, he had to move all the way to his right there, sprawled out. Made a couple great saves there. Peoria's just been rifling shots at him, too, in this first period and a half of hockey. And he has been a brick wall. And you can't really blame all that first one on him. Obviously, the redirects are tough. And Peoria's playing a tough style of hockey here so far. But, you know, to make those kind of saves like that, that's impressive.
Standing tall nonetheless, and
especially after shaking off that injury too in the first period.
Right, yeah. In fact, you know, I think it was a little bit more of a, and I don't want to assume it was a head injury, but he seemed shook up and then got right back to it. So there's a shot from the point, and that rebound was sitting there as well. So a lot of secondary opportunities he has been giving up, but like you said, a lot of tough shots being faced. Back to the point, Kleist, long shot, and that time he soaks it up on the first attempt and gets the whistle. But once again, Brooks being the hero on this penalty kill for the Blues.
Blues doing good work down low, too, to get those skaters that are trying to block him away from him. And
opening up your
those lanes, yeah.
Goalie's sight lines there. He rubs the post one more time for luck. Might be a little bit of a superstition at this point. And Blues go off the boards, but not out. That stays in at the point. Thrown down low. Peoria trying to go low to high to the half wall. O'Connell back to Kleist. D-to-D pass. Moving in with it. Cross-ice pass. Dot to dot. Doesn't connect. Down low in front and a point-blank opportunity. And wow, what a save by Brooks. Brooks has been on his head. No pun intended, because I know he had that nasty fall in that first period, but boy, oh boy, has he been standing tall.
And Jack Borman, the one that put that one on net, is clearly frustrated he didn't get that one home, and rightfully so. I mean, Brooks has made some impressive saves here in the last few minutes.
No doubt, as Kim keeps that in as it's on the blue line and rolling. He had some help from Roger to try to push it out. Thrown in front and a shot from the slot once again. And wow, nothing doing for the Peoria power play. That's up, and here comes the Blues out of the box. A 2-on-1. A shot hits the mask of Combs. That's the second one that has rung off the plastic. And boy, oh boy, coming right back the other way after killing a nice power play, getting some help and some momentum from their goaltender are the Blues. Hampton had to just throw that puck down into his own zone. Raja on the boards. Loses it. Hussey trying to find a man in front, but Reed's there to pick the puck up. Get it out as far as center. Mustangs have to wait to tag up. Kim in the neutral zone. Picked off. Here comes Roger the other way. One to beat, and then the goaltender has a man in front. Centering pass got lost in the skates of West and just couldn't pull any trigger there. Here come the Mustangs the other way. 1-on-4, basically. Getting maybe a little bit of help from Hussey, but this puck goes back the other way. West has its stick checked away from him. Pushed off in the corner. And thrown the length of the ice, and we will get an icing just as it finds past the red line in that corner. So face off all the way back down in the Mustangs zone. Well, Mustangs had really good zone pressure. They were moving the puck around on the perimeter. They found those cross-ice passes. A couple of them just got tipped a little bit, but even when they got the shot off, it was the Connor Brooks show on one end of the ice, so we stay level in this one. Dukowitz hitting the boards hard with Babcock. Wirtz going back for it now, turning with it, trying to escape the zone. That won't go. Through a number of skates, and the man down low, that was Dominic Sterick. Apologies, I'm trying to read a grainy roster here, but we're going to get a hooking call, stopping play with 47 seconds remaining in the first half. Reminder, this is the first half of the second period. So headed to the box is going to be the Blues, so it'll be another power play for the Peoria Junior Mustangs. I think that's a number 13.
Yeah.
Is that Stark?
Yep.
So Stark in the box and dropped unfairly, so we'll have to redo that. Now the Mustangs penalty power play can start, but it's the Blues that carry out. Reed on the wing with some speed, moving in, a wide shot, and that had to be soaked up by Nicholas Combs on the shorthanded opportunity. 35 seconds remaining, 1:49 on the power play. Reed in to take the draw against Hussey. Peoria on the man advantage, but in their own zone taking the draw. Just about 30 seconds remaining. O'Connell across the red line and now past the blue. Cutting into the center. Shoulder checking over his head. O'Connell on the half wall. Back to the point. Kleist, a long shot. Hits the skate of Hudson. He kicks that wide. In the corner. Mustangs to the point. Kleist hits the pads and the rebound's there, and that was loose on the back door. Hudson did well to clear the danger, but was also pushing the Peoria forward into the net. That knocks the net off, and we'll get a whistle. 2 seconds remaining in the first half of this second period. 1-1. Mustangs still on the power play. If they don't score in these next 2 seconds as this faceoff comes out into the neutral zone, most likely that this power play will carry over with 1:14 into the resurfaced half of the second period. Both benches will clear, and so will we here at Stream Sports Midwest. Ethan Wiles, myself, Mike Napolitano. You're listening to the Central States playoffs from Darien Sportsplex. We'll be right back for more Period 2 action in just a moment. Welcome back here from Darien Sportsplex. Mike Napolitano and Ethan Wiles here at the start of the second half of the second period between the Peoria Junior Mustangs and the Blues. 1-1 score in a tie game. And we are underway. Another 8 minutes to go. They were playing a full 16-minute second period. I think we may have had an issue with the clock on the first period. They only played 15. If not, they may just make it an even number for this second period just because of the resurfacing, which we got during this stoppage, and we're back underway. Peoria pressuring in the offensive zone. Kleist another long wrist shot. Nice keep at the point there from Vicari. Kleist another. Well, looked like he was going to wind up for a wrist shot. Looked for the cross-ice pass, and that will roll all the way back down. Sticking that aside is the Mustangs goaltender, Nicholas Combs. Mustangs back up with it. O'Connell. Shoveled along by the Blues, but it's still stuck behind their net. Comes out to the corner. Back up to the point. Kleist. To the half wall, O'Connell. A shot. That had to be sticked aside by the netminder, Connor Brooks. And that one up over the glass and out. Parent trying to help the officials by getting that puck over the netting, but it would not go. So we'll have to grab another puck before we can start this game back up.
Like Peoria picking up right where they left off. Showing off the speed. Starting off strong out of each break.
Do we have a puck? We do have a puck. Okay. The referee was standing there. I couldn't see if that was just the whistle in his hand or the actual vulcanized rubber. We're back underway.
I like that. Vulcanized rubber.
We got the Mustangs in the offensive zone.
I need you to break down each sports.
Yeah. 2-on-1 now for the Blues. A shot had to be steered aside by the goaltender, and you hear the avalanche from the Mustangs bench on a huge save from Nicholas Combs. You've got the pig skin, right? Which is mostly just leather, so leather with some air in it. Another shot off the side.
The ball of felt, tennis.
The ball of felt, yes. Rubber and felt. You've got, I guess, the rubber core and a bunch of string with a leather casing, some seams.
It's a basketball.
Basketball is mostly rubber, I think. Maybe some leather.
Yeah.
Depending on the type of ball that they're using.
You can tell I didn't play much basketball.
There's a shot from the Blues. That steers itself wide. It was the goal scorer, Michael Gabala. And he finds the back of the net again. The Blues do, in fact. 5:36 to go, and the Blues have their first lead. It looks like it's going to be
Eli West.
Yeah, Eli West with the shot on that one. And
boy, that one came off his stick with some speed.
Really nice shot on goal right there, and that fools the goaltender, Nicholas Combs, and the Blues find themselves in the lead for the first time in this game. They trailed 1-0. They got the equalizer on that really nice goal from Michael Gabala, and now Eli West adding a tally. So 2-1. Make sure we get the clock correct on the score correct on the scoreboard. It is correct on ours, but they still are showing 1-1 up there. Here come the Mustangs into the zone, cutting through the slot, and skating right and shooting left was number 12. That's Cameron. Actually, we must have. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong side. Jacob Kalb, excuse me. I was like, wait, 12 should be a goaltender, but that is the backup goaltender on the Blues. Pay attention, Mike. They've switched sides.
We're gonna need some coffee sent to us here for Mikey.
Yeah. That one hits the skate of the official in front of the Blues bench, and the Blues will get back into the zone. Left there for number 19, Raja.
They get you the smelling salts up here.
Yeah, honestly. Into the corner. 3 Mustangs, 2 Blues. The Blues are going to come out with it in the offensive zone still. Peoria flipping this puck to the point. Hudson, good keep right there. Long shot goes well wide and high. Pinching in are the Blues. But now the Mustangs able to clear as far as center. It'll be just Calb all by himself. He cuts east-west to buy himself some time, but the wingers couldn't come in time. And here comes, oh, look out, picked off at the blue line, and we'll get a whistle. A little bit of extracurriculars after that one. Brewer, though, was looking to get back into the zone after he read that pass, and his teammates were still on the other side of the blue line, so an offsides. 3:57 to go in the remainder of the second period. Compton in the draw with Borman. And Brewer moving up with it now onside legally. Thrown at the net, and that had to be, waffle boarded aside. Blues into the offensive zone. Good collision along the half wall, and Brewer giving an extra little shove. That's Brewer and Stark along the wall there, and those two going at it vigorously. Peoria trying to get into the offensive zone. Karlstrom, good defense to body out the incoming attack, and that one comes on net and has to be saved by Connor Brooks. So we'll get a whistle. 3:07 to go. Shots on goal, if this board is correct, are in favor of the Peoria Mustangs. 23-8. Yet it is the Blues who have the lead in this one. Scoreboard still says 1-1. I don't believe I'm mistaken
right
here. It should be 2-1.
They did say 2-1 at one point too. So unless there's something that they didn't, that wasn't specifically known.
There was an expiration date on one of the goals.
Right,
I guess we're back to 1-1. No, it's 2-1 in favor of the Blues, with just under 3 to go here in this second period.
But you start to question yourself too when.
Look out, here's a 2-on-0. Hussey in all alone and throws that one up into the breadbasket.
I was going to say, when the players don't question the score, you got to be looking at the clock, and no one's questioning the ref or the score. So now we're all questioning here.
Right? There come the Mustangs once again. That last rush had them shot out of a cannon. O'Connell has a drop pass to Kim, a redirect in front from McKay, and that just goes wide. Thrown back into the slot, and it skates all the way out of the zone. Played by Combs. D-to-D pass in their own zone from the Mustangs. Turned over at the blue line. Here comes West. West all alone. That hit the end glass and had to be fought off by Combs. And
that one had another speed limit sign posted behind it.
No kidding. And there's a shot from the Mustangs that just floats wide. Blues back into the zone. We've had a couple of really nice rushes going back and forth here. A lot of action. Whether that has been a breakaway for the Mustangs, a 2-on-1 for the Mustangs, or a 2-on-1 for the Blues in between. This comes all the way back down, and that'll be an icing on Peoria. So 1:18 to go here. 2-1 in favor of the Blues.
We were talking USA hockey earlier. The women's up 4-0 on Finland right now. Hillary Knight with her second of the Olympics.
Oh, wow. This is game 2?
Game 2, yep.
Who'd they play in game 1? I don't even remember. I did see the notifications of it, but I didn't check the final score line. I would imagine USA won.
They did. I believe they played Czechia.
Oh, okay.
5-1.
That would have been... I can't say I imagine they would have won then, because Czechia a very good team, but so are a lot of the other teams in the tournament, especially at the ladies level. We've got a really good Canada team as well.
It's assuming what it'll be the gold medal match, USA Canada.
It's always lined up for that huge hit, but the puck was nowhere near there, so we are going to get a whistle, and the captain is going to sit for the Mustangs. As he may have thought, he's talking to the referee, Zachary Kleist may have thought that the puck was still in the vicinity, but nope, that's not the case. So 2 minutes up on that board. They finally have the score correct. 41 seconds to go, though, in this second period. 24-8, the shots on goal in favor of the team down a goal. But they'll find themselves down a man here as the Blues get another opportunity on the power play. Thrown to the point. Blues pulling up with it. Darkowitz. D to D. Shot. That one doesn't make it through. Along the half wall. Far side from the Blues. West. Thrown back to Darkowitz. Down low. Blues looking for a lane outside of the corner. They'll elect to cycle it, and that cycle turns costly, and here comes Farrell as the whistle, as the horn sounds, but almost a shorthanded breakaway opportunity for the Mustangs at the tail end there. We'll go to the third period with 1:20 in power play time on the clock still for the Blues. It is 2-1 in favor of those Blues over the Junior Mustangs. You're listening to the Stream Sports Midwest coverage of the Central States playoffs here at Darien Sportsplex. Ethan Wiles, Mike Napolitano will be right back with third period action. Ready to drop the puck here for the third period between the Blues and the Junior Mustangs. Blues take possession off the opening draw. 2-1 in favor of said Blues, and they also have about a minute worth of power play here still to go. Raja on the wing there, looking to go wide with it, muscled off, tried to make that pass to the center, but that puck is flipped all the way the length of the ice, so the Blues will regroup in their zone. Waiting for a couple of changes. The power play can get back up with it. Across the red line. And that almost looked offsides, but West in. Darkowitz. Down low pass. Misses Raja. And that's flipped back out by the Mustangs, who are slowly killing off this man advantage. Kleist in the box for the Mustang side of things. Here come the Blues on the wing. West throwing it to the center. And picked back up by Hussey and the Mustangs. Through one, that's Raja. Into the corner. And the Blues back in possession, but full 5 skaters on both sides as Kleist races to the bench to get the 5th man replaced out there. Blues had to pull up at the neutral zone, so they'll just dump and live to fight another day here. Full sail line change for the Blues as their power play comes up with nothing, so they'll have to go back to their normal lines. Kick to the stick there and out of the zone, but back into the possession of the Mustangs. Hussey again, trying to look to exit his zone with it. Has to have a little help from a teammate. Fought for there in the Mustang zone. Hussey flipping that puck up Farrell. Farrell all alone in front. Farrell with the backhand. He had a man with him, but elected to take that across the crease himself. Kleist at the point, couldn't hold it, so he'll have to regroup in the neutral zone. Moving back in with it now. Kleist going wide, padded away. A good left pad save from the Blues goaltender Connor Brooks, and we'll get a whistle and a face-off. I believe the net came off. Yep. 13:22. We did have a 16-minute period this time, so unlike that first period, the second period was right, 2 8-minute halves, and now it'll be a 16-minute third period.
If you take a look at this, shots on goal too, it's impressive that the Blues are in the lead. 8 total shots in this game, and they lead on the scoreboard.
Oh, look out. That one drew iron as it got past the goaltender.
As I almost said that.
Yeah.
The announcer jinx was almost very real there.
But you're not wrong. I think it's just been some high danger chances for the Blues as they get this one almost in the slot right there. Once again, some almost nice tic-tac-toe passing from the Blues as a turnover.
If you go back to that breakaway by West.
Yes. Yeah, that was part of it as well.
Great goaltending as well. I mean, 25 saves on 26 shots. It's an impressive day at the office.
No doubt. I'm sure they'd like to have their goaltender face fewer shots, but some goalies work that way where you need to see a lot of shots to get into that rhythm, and sometimes the opposite can be true. If you don't see a whole lot of shots, that you will sometimes get caught off guard. And I'm not saying that is the case for Nicholas Combs. He's stood pretty tall, but he hasn't been tested a whole lot, and 2 have snuck in on him just with some really great manufactured chances by this Blues team. Blues flipping it out to center. Puck is sauced through the neutral zone over to Alman. And the Blues regain possession defensively. West up to what was going to be a sidestepping Michael Gabala, but here come the Mustangs picking this puck up, trying to cycle that puck deep. It won't get deep, but they still have it in the offensive zone. Now Will Wirtz trying to go up the end boards with it, and that won't go. Blues still trying to escape their end. They will now, but it's as far as center and in the hands of the Junior Mustangs. Peoria, D-to-D Wirtz. Babcock picked a pocket at the far blue line. Here come the Mustangs on the near side. A shot. That was almost shoveled in on the backhand as they were trying to cut to the center, and pouncing on that one was Connor Brooks.
Brooks remains strong in the net.
Connor Brooks has looked good today. Got a couple of fist bumps from his teammates right there, and you can tell that they're very appreciative of the work he's been doing back there. 28 shots he's faced, and we still have 11 minutes to go here in this third period. So one goal might not do it for you, you know. Excuse me, I should say 2 goals, but I was thinking of the 1-goal lead. One goal lead might not do it for you, because if Peoria has been sending a barrage of shots at the net like they have, eventually something else may go in. There's
we
a
saw
shot
a
on
goal
goal.
scored with, 1 second left in game 1, so
We did.
anything can happen.
That was also a 2-1 finale. They only had 2-0 left up on the board, but 1 goal scored with no time left on the clock. There should have been a face-off after that. If you're going to call the goal, you need to restart with the face-off. But there was only less than 1 second, I guess, so they decided to just call it right there. That one will go for an icing, and the Mustangs are guilty, so this puck will find its way all the back down to find its way all the way back down. I can't speak right now. All the way back down to our left side in the Mustangs' end. Starrick in for the draw. Hussey gets the win on that one, and the Mustangs pick this up. Kim turning and puck protecting with it. Going deeper into his own zone to try to get it out on the near side wall. McKay now. And that one is turned over. Blues have it in their defensive zone. Threw a couple into the skates of the official, and somehow miraculously still coming up with it are the Blues. Farrell pushed by 2 and almost sandwiched right there at center ice. McKay. Down to Starrick, turning that puck around. McKay, a shot from the point through traffic, and that had to be fought off by the stick side of the goaltender, Connor Brooks. 30 shots on goal he has faced today, only allowed 1 goal. Starrick from the wide angle, shoots that one wide. Mustangs moving up with it.
The Blues have stayed calm and patient throughout this game. We saw it right off the jump. The Mustangs really came out strong, came out fast, but the Blues have, like I said, just stayed patient, stayed calm, stick to what they know they can do. And as you've mentioned, they got some really good looks and some good chances here, and they've capitalized on it. They've had some great work behind them in the net as well.
That's
and
true.
Almost added another.
Look out. That rebound came out right in front. And an opportunity just shot over the net. That one does go in. Hudson from the point, finding the far corner. What a shot. What a goal.
JT Hudson with a beauty. Nothing like some insurance. Going up 3-1.
The air has just been taken out of the Mustangs side of things as they fought well in this game and kept it close. They had that 1-0 lead, but quickly they find themselves in an even deeper hole as it is now 3-1 in favor of the Blues. And Mustangs doing everything they could to try to put that offensive pressure on with 30 shots on goal to the Blues 10, yet they trail. It's the opposite. 3-1 in shots.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Poked back in, but they're saying that there was a whistle that cut the air beforehand as the puck was covered up. The Mustangs not too happy about that one. They think they scored a goal. And Kleist was arguing, they had hands up, not understanding as to why that one wasn't called a goal, but the referee explaining that the whistle cut the air first, and they may have had an extra little poke and a whack at the glove hand of Brooks as to why that puck got loosened up again.
I thought Brooks had fallen on it for a second.
I thought so too, and he does there.
Which then, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think the whistles are a little quick here, but I think they saw that he had fallen on it for just a second. They stopped play there, but
either way, we are still at 3-1 here. As I was saying, shots on goal are 3-1 in favor of the Mustangs, but the score line is 3-1 in favor of the Blues. So 32 shots on goal now for the Mustangs, and they thought that 31st had gone in. Down low. High umbrella. And that one won't find its way back to the Mustangs' point, so all the way back out as the Blues are able to clear the distance. Hops over the stick of Nicholas Combs, so that could have been a little dangerous, but the puck goes wide.
If there's anyone happier that that 31st shot was waved off, it's Connor Brooks. Connor Brooks and his save percentage.
Yeah, no doubt. Hudson of the Blues moving in with it. Across the blue line. Shot hits Kleist defensively. And kept in along the half wall. Trying to move in with it. Nice stick handling there. Shot on goal into the slot. Backhander opportunity doesn't find its way into the crease. And the Blues attack will die out. Hussey. Peoria keeping this in. Kleist, good pinch right there. Back to the point. Almond, a long shot. That's soaked up by the pads and the stick of the goaltender, Connor Brooks. So, once again, making every save his team needs him to. 33 shots gone his way, and honestly, there may have been one or two more extra pokes on net in there, but still standing super tall in this one, just like the rest of that Blues roster. 6:40 to go.
Hard to believe he shook off a some sort of injury there in the first period. Not too sure what happened, but he did look to be shaken up to some degree. So,
with the ice resurfacing we had halfway through the second, it feels like a lifetime ago. But yes, in that very same crease he stands right now, he got some incidental contact and ended up going down, came right back up. Thank goodness, because the Blues' backup goaltender is not dressed fully, so they're just going with Brooks today. He makes another glove save right there, and the faceoff will come to his stick side. Dropped in front, backhander. Just wouldn't go from Peoria. D to D, McKay redirected, and that one wouldn't go towards the net. McKay, another shot, and not sure if that even clipped Brooks, but he was down and sprawled. It hit off of a defenseman's skate as well.
Had him swimming. You said that earlier, and I have liked that phrase ever since. Had him swimming in the crease there.
Yes, yeah.
Just impressive. 36 shots on goal for this Mustangs team, and only one of them, well, maybe a few more, but only one of them have found officially the back of the net.
You got to imagine the frustration has more than settled in, especially on that third goal that they give up. You know, you're basically sitting here going, we've thrown everything that we can at Brooks and at the net, and nothing will go our way. And the bounces, it's got to even out at some point, but may not happen in this game. You know, you're going to get looks the longer you play. Might just not come when you need them, right? So Peoria hoping in these last 5.5 minutes that it is this game and they can turn things around, but we will see. Sometimes it's just not your day. But the Mustangs have played well regardless. I mean, look at how many shots they put up. Another one right there has to be blocker to side. The Blues clearing their end. And stick checking the Mustangs as they re-enter the zone. And we're going to get a whistle for an offsides. 5:03 to go in this third period. Shots on goal 37-10. Got a couple of teams warming up on the shelf up by us here. You might be able to hear them through the microphone. That's hit a Blues player and stayed in momentarily. They're able to clear their zone now along this near wall. It's West who keeps it in at the point. West moving in, a shot, and hits the defenseman and just goes wide. Falling as he was shooting that back towards the goal was Grain. And another glove save from Combs. He just disregards that one, and Mustangs will line up for, well, actually, both teams are going to get a change here and then line up for the draw. 4:47 in the third period. 3-1 in favor of the Blues. Puck is dropped. It's the Blues in the offensive zone trying to push that deep. Kleist instead, though, trying to stretch past to hit Babcock, and that won't go, so we will get another icing against the Peoria Mustangs. 4:32 remaining. Shots on goal now are up to 37-11. Puck is dropped, and Peoria out with it now.
Mustangs going with the extra attacker, empty net.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed that now. Here's the Blues into the zone, though. They try to throw that at the net. Good stick and skates from the Mustangs defense to keep that from the yawning cage there. Throw along the half wall, and Babcock able to carry out. Going wide with it. Thought about getting that puck deep. Instead, turned around and threw it towards the point to try to set up, and it'll come all the way back down for an icing as the Blues have iced it. Looks like we are going to get a timeout here called by the Mustangs. So we will take a timeout ourselves. We'll be right back here on Stream Sports Midwest for the Central States playoffs, live from the Darien Sportsplex. Mike Napolitano, Ethan Wiles. We'll be right back. Back here on Stream Sports Midwest, 3:50 to go in this third and final frame. The Blues lead at 3-1, but have been vastly outshot by the Mustangs, 37-11. This puck comes all the way back down for another icing. You may have heard the tail end of the Mustangs doing that avalanche against the boards, trying to fire their team up.
Now, like you said, not much more they can do. 37 shots, 1 goal. You said it best. They've thrown everything they can at the Blues, but they just can't get anything else past Connor Brooks.
Everything but the kitchen sink, right, is what the...
Yeah.
Or everything and the kitchen sink sometimes in this case. As they're taken down along the half wall, finds its way back out to the point. D-to-D pass, Kleist. And that one thrown in front, and another save.
I want to see him get to 40 saves on the day.
I mean, honestly, he may already be there. I mean, we've got a pretty accurate shot clock or shot counter down there, but may have missed 1 or 2 extra little whacks, as I was mentioning earlier. But regardless, standing on his head has been Connor Brooks, and there's another one that he may have caught a piece of that was going wide. From the point, that one tipped up and out of play. 3:08 to go. Net on our right side still empty as the Mustangs elect to go with the 6th skater. Face-off won by the Mustangs. They walk in with the shot. That goes high and wide. Thrown up the half wall. Kept in. Thrown to the point. Kleist. And that hits off a skate and comes back out. And Kleist had to track that one down quick because the empty net is still there. Blues trying to get this puck towards it. They'll shoot it wide. Raja in front, and a nice stick from Dormandy right there, keeping that out. Babcock trying to find the puck from Hudson. Hudson floating that all the way the length of the ice, and we'll get another whistle for an icing. 2:30 to go here. So the Mustangs are getting a lot of stoppages here from Blues icings, which has kept that clock where it needs to be for them, but they just haven't had the opportunity to get another shot. Still sitting at 38 shots on goal, and they, of course, would like to have another goal mixed in there. If you score within the next minute here, then you've got another minute 30, another 90 seconds in which you could possibly tie it up. But with how things have been going today, I don't know if I see that happening. I mean, this goaltender for the Blues, Connor Brooks, has been superb. Another one that he pounces on right there to get the whistle and the stoppage of play.
And another one that I think Peoria thought that the whistle came just a little bit early.
At this point, you have to be used to it. Referees are a part of the game, and everybody has a different refereeing style, different individuals and different groups, and that one finds the back of the net. The Mustangs have struck and are within one in a crucial time here in this third period. Looks like Peoria's number 10, Babcock, found the back of the net on that one. And boy, oh boy, what a crucial goal in crunch time here. They're going to elect to put the goaltender back in just because the faceoff's coming back to center ice here, but you see their goaltender, Nicholas Combs, in between the hash marks, ready to leave right away, but faceoff is won by the Blues. 2 minutes and 9 seconds to go here in this third period. A clutch goal with a lot of time on the clock still, as the Mustangs look to enter the zone. Here comes Combs again, and there's the whistle as another save. That marks the 40th per the scoreboard for Connor Brooks. So 40 shots on goal, 38 saves. I'd say that's pretty good.
Now he just wants to hold on to this 1-goal lead with 1:55 left.
His Blues team has only shot 11 pucks on net, but they hold the 3-2 lead. There is an icing whistle. So once again, face off in the Blues zone. What's funny is the Mustangs, their goaltender went to the far door from where he's positioned in the crease there. I mean, typically, you see them open up that near side door right at the blue line for the goaltender as that puck is shot up and over. It hits the netting and out of play. We'll grab another puck. But yeah, typically you see the goaltender try to get off as quickly as possible. He had to go to the far side of the bench, it looks like, and he's standing there. It's not like, he's going to be hopping over those boards to try to get back into the net, so it doesn't matter where he stands. That puck goes wide. But just interesting.
No, I think you're actually looking at the backup. The goalie here is hiding behind the...
Oh, you're right. He is hiding behind. Okay, I didn't even see him.
I was looking where the other one went. Oh!
That one goes wide of the open cage, and another icing against the Blues, 125.
I will say he had me fooled as well.
He was hiding behind. I couldn't see there. I was like, you would think that they'd try to get him off as quickly as possible, and you use the near side door. I didn't see him go to the far side door.
I was looking over there as well because I knew there was two.
Backup goaltender for the Mustangs is standing on the far side of the bench, manning that door. 1:20 to go here. 1-goal game. Blues lead at 3-2. Kept in at the point by Kleist. D-to-D pass. Shot from distance that's blocked by the Blues. And thrown across the crease, and backdoor was not an option for the Mustangs as this puck is flipped all the way back out. It's rolling. This will be an icing with 56 seconds to go. As the Blues, they just keep trying to live to fight another day, just sending this puck the distance, but the Mustangs desperately trying to push the pressure here and find one more goal to just tie this game up. In the circle, thrown all the way down, and yet again another icing. 51 seconds now. Puck is dropped. And Blues win it. Up the wall, not out. Kleist D to D once again. There's the shot. It rattles around in the slot. It won't go. Here come the Blues out of the zone. Well, they pull up and elect to keep it in their zone, but that's turned over. Offsides is the call, as that one just snuck over the blue line. And the Mustangs will have to work with 30 seconds from the neutral zone. There's an argument coming from the Mustangs bench. They enter the zone once again. That's onside, and that pops all the way back out. So from the neutral zone, Kleist in, Vicari along the half wall on the far side. To the point. A distance shot, and that looked like it was almost going through. And that just goes wide after it's fought off. 10 seconds to go. Popped up in the air, and it comes down, glove down by the Mustangs. But the Blues are just going to pin it there against the wall as time expires. And the Blues will hold on. Outshot 43-11. But they come up with the stat more important. That is final goal total. 3-2. In favor of the Blues. I got to hand it to these Mustangs. They played a really tough game, and we said it during the broadcast is that they threw everything that they could, but it wasn't just, throwing pucks at the net. They set up, they had zone possession, and really nice cycling along the boards, even cross-ice passes, and just nothing would go in on Connor Brooks. You got to imagine he's player of the game for this one. 43 shots faced, only 2 goals given up, and that man stood on his head throughout the entire game. So we will go to a break here from the Darien Sportsplex. You're watching the Stream Sports Midwest coverage of the Central States playoffs. My partner, Ethan Wiles, myself, Mike Napolitano, will be back for the 12 o'clock game. That'll be the St. Louis Sting against the Sabres. And we will have the coverage for you right here when we get back. Stay tuned. It'll still be on this same stream. We will talk to you in just a little bit.
Back here at the Darien Sportsplex. Ethan Wiles with you here on Stream Sports Midwest, as we have a U18 Midget matchup between the St. Louis Sting and the Sabres on tap here as we continue on with our day of hockey here at the Darien Sportsplex. Our second game of the day was unfortunately postponed due to the Cyclones dealing with some illness. Nonetheless, we've had two very thrilling hockey games between the St. Louis Knights and the Leafs to kick off the day at 7 o'clock this morning, and then Peoria and the Blues just playing a 3-2 game before this. And now the Sting and the Sabres getting set to go here as our 12 o'clock game getting started about 18 minutes past the noon hour. Let's take a look at the standings for these two teams. The Sting come in at 12-10 with 2 overtime losses on the year. The Sabres come in at 2-21-0 on the year. So we'll see what happens here in this one. We'll get the goaltenders for you. It looks to be Henrik Struberg, who will be in net for the Sting. Sabres have not sent out their starter. They have 2 goalies suited up. We have Dominic Anderson standing on the ice. Nico Sanello is in the bench area right now, looking like he will be taking the backup spot. We get this one started here in Darien. 17 minutes on the clock for this U18 Midget matchup. Hear the sticks banging against the boards. That's the sign that it is time to play some hockey. Both teams meet at center ice. It is Dominic Anderson in the net for the Sabres. And we are underway. The opening faceoff won by the Sting. And they are going right to left. The Sting dump it in behind the Sabres net. Sting with it behind the net. First shot hits off the side of the net. That was Abram Turner who put that one on net and hit the side. Another shot on net by the Sting is patted aside. As Rex Ryder with the second shot of the game for the Sting. Sabres have yet to have any possession so far in this game as they bring it across center ice and they bring it into the Sting zone. Looking to make something happen. They were waiting for some fresh legs to hit the ice. Battle for it against the far corner. And maintained for a second by the Sting before the Sabres get it back and dump it behind the Sting zone. Sting go back to work. Again, some weird angles here if you're just joining us here in Darien. We've got 2 poles to our right and to our left, and then the railing down here. So anything that's happening directly below us will be a little difficult. But so far, not too many issues so far in the games that we've seen here in Darien. The only thing we need is vantage points of the goals, and we've got that. So Long day of hockey here before more hockey tomorrow. Hope you join us before tuning into the Super Bowl. It's Championship Sunday here in Darien. Myself and Mike Napolitano will be right back here tomorrow. Of course, you can catch all the coverage on the Stream Sports Midwest. A lot of hockey going on all over the place today, and these two teams in Darien feeling each other out here as we just get under 15 minutes remaining in the first period of 17. Seen a lot of physicality here as two players meet along the board, and we've got some extracurriculars now, and now we've got a brawl going. And the refs will get in the middle of that. That was Cameron Searles for the Sabres. Both players will go to the box. Searles for the Sabres. I'm getting a number here for the Sting. That's number 22, Eli McMillan. So both guys go to the box for fighting. Back to the action here. 14 and a half minutes to go in period one, no score. Sting and Sabres freshly underway. Faceoff will be to the right of Henrik Struberg, the Sting goalie. Sting win the draw. They dump it around. Sting able to maintain possession with it. They dump it off the boards down below. Sabres try to dump it in, but it deflected off of a player. Good hit along the near boards down below. Puck with it. The Sting now behind the net, loose. The Sabres try to get it, but the Sting able to maintain possession. Albright and Ulmer down there. Sabres bring it into the zone. Shot on goal is missed. One went to the right of the net, or rather the left of the net. That was Evan Sproul. The shot for the Sabres. Both teams trying to maintain some sort of possession. However, it's been a very physical first couple minutes of this contest between these two teams. Puck behind the Sabres net. This one is deflected out. 12:50 to go in period one. Still got more games on tap here coming up. After this one, we've got a U16 game between the Sabres and the Chesterfield Falcons. Back-to-back Sabres games, just different levels. Coming up at 4:10, we've got the Knights and the Jets in a Bantam major matchup. And then two more U18 midget games as the Afton Americans take on the St. Louis Sting. And then the Leafs take on the Chesterfield Falcons tonight to round out the night at 8 o'clock. So myself and Mike Napolitano here bringing you all the action from the Darien Sportsplex. Sabres bring this one in. One Sabre with 4 white Sting jerseys. Or is able to put it on the net. It was Jacob Velasquez for the Sabres who didn't fear the white sweaters around him. couple shots, but no really clean looks for either of these two teams early in this game. Charlie Zebig hit along the blue line there for the Sabres, and we've got a whistle. Puck will come back down. Refs having a word with Barrett Phillips of the St. Louis Sting, who gave a little late tap to one of the Sabres after the whistle. Face-off won and possessed by the Sting behind the Sabres net. Two Sabres right there, though, putting a stick on it. Sting go back to work in the near corner. Sting keep it in their possession. Taken down along the near or far board, and now we've got a call, and we'll get a tripping call on Nathan Begellen. However, the name in the roster is Nathan Colello. Back of his jersey says Colello, but the pronunciation is Begellen. So I'm going to go with Colello. And if that's wrong, well, I appear to be wrong on that. But again, Colello's on the back of the jersey, so we're going to go with that. Nathan Colello in the box for tripping. So the Sting on the power play. Shot goes wide, or what a rip that was. Thomas Fair with the first shot of the power play. That shot blocked by Cooper McKenna from the Sabres. As Grant Hubert brings it back in. Hubert looked to make a move. That puck skates across the crease. And it goes back down. And the Sting will jump back on it and regroup. Barrett Phillips out of the box after fighting. Fair had it for a second, but lost it. Phillips with a shot right into the belly of the Sabres goaltender. And some more extracurriculars from Barrett Phillips after the play. Dominic Anderson catching that shot right in the stomach. 1:14 left on the power play. 10:16 to go in period one. Face off to the right of Anderson. It is won by the Sting, who remain on the power play. Ryder with it. Gives it back to his man, who dumps it into the zone. Phillips knocked off his track. Sabres able to clear this one down. Sting go back to work on the man advantage. Whiffed on the pass to dump that one in. However, Ryder's there to get it back. He'll dump it over. And the Sting go to work in the Sabres zone. Lance Fagans dumps it behind to Tucker Huster, who's met with Michael Buckowitz. Shot by Buckowitz. Appears to hit iron. The ref has his hand up. We've got a delayed penalty coming. And it's going to be another Sabres penalty. So for 12 seconds, the St. Louis Sting will have a two-man advantage, as Evan Rayner will head to the box. So a 5-on-3 for 12 seconds, and then another power play for 2 minutes after that. That 12 seconds is still the first power play of the game. Now that 2 minutes will be the second. They try to keep it in the zone. However, this one trails back to center ice. Phillips dumps it in behind the zone. First penalty is over, so we're back to 5-on-4. Sting with the one-man advantage again. Brings it in. Shot goes wide. It was fair again with another shot. They try to keep it in again. However, this one goes down. Grant Hubert with it behind the net, and here he goes to work. Feeds it to his right to Abram Turner. However, Turner couldn't keep that possession. Sting, however, able to get back on the puck. Phillips with it. Dumps it to Hubert at the blue line. However, he loses possession of it. The Sabres try to get it back. Hubert doing a good job, though, of maintaining possession. He dumps it behind the net. 1 minute left on the penalty. Just over 8 to go in period one. No score. Sting have possession with it. Going to work on the power play. 50 seconds. Berkowitz brings it in. Buckowitz brings it in, rather. Shot goes blocked aside. Ryder at the blue line. Gives it over to his man. At the point, Buckowitz with a shot. But Anderson able to sit on that one again. He catches that one right in the gut. 33 seconds remain on the power play. Faceoff moves now to the left of Anderson. That one is won by the Sabres. They try to clear. Tucker Huster is able to keep it at the blue line. Gives it to Ryder. Ryder at the point. Calls for it again. Ryder back to his left side. Huster. Behind the net with it is the Sting. 15 left. Ryder back at the blue line. Back to his right. Pass goes behind the net. Sting still have possession behind the net. They try to pass it, but it goes wide and down. And that's how the Sabres will clear this penalty. The penalty kill unit successful on 2 penalties back to back. They were 5-on-3 for about 12 seconds and then had to kill another penalty. And we remain scoreless with just under 7 to go in period one, and we have a whistle. And keeping track of the U.S. women's team in action this morning, this afternoon. We're taking on Finland this morning after their win over Czechia the other day. Face-off won by the Sting and sent down. Sabres try to keep it in the zone. However, this one goes down. The Sting look to send it in front. Good work by the Sabres to get this one out. Battle for it against the far boards. 2 Sabres meeting up with each other. Now we got some pushing and shoving going on in that battle. It's been a very physical first period of hockey. This 18U midget game between the St. Louis Sting and the Sabres. Sting have had several chances. They, like I mentioned, were on 2 power plays. Couldn't capitalize on it. They are the home team in the white jerseys. The Sabres, the road team, sitting in the road bench. The yellow jerseys. A little odd. You think the Sting, you think, okay, the yellow jerseys would represent them. Sting have a St. Louis Sharks color scheme to them. Pretty cool logo on the front of their sweaters, though. 5:15 to go in period one. It's been a very back and forth affair in this first period. I'm not talking about the score. I'm talking more about the hits traded between these two teams. The scoreboard has 4 shots to none in favor of the Sting, as they've maintained possession behind the Sabres goaltender Dominic Anderson, and another chance there, but Anderson will hold that one with 4:49 to go. I mentioned the United States women's hockey team in the Olympics. They moved to 2-0, taking down Finland 5-0. Alex Carpenter and Hillary Knight adding their second goals of the games. Abby Murphy getting her first. See the men's hockey team here starting up in a couple of days as the game's just underway. Barrett Phillips with another shot on net. That one up near the left shoulder of Dominic Anderson. He's able to hold that one. Sting now out in front, 6 shots to none in this first period. Face off behind the net, won and maintained by the Sabres. They dump it off the board. However, this one goes down and will get an icing. So the Sabres have not had much possession in this period. Had to fight off those 2 penalties early on and really have just been outplayed through the first 12 and a half minutes of play. Face off to the left of Anderson. Won by the Sting. Battle now for it against the board. Sabre had to pick up his stick there. That was Evan Sproul who lost his stick for a second. That puck loose in front, but Anderson again able to get a glove on that one and ices it. Back to play now as a Sabre was taken down, and we've got another penalty. We got our 3rd one of the period. We'll see who's headed to the box here. It is going to be a member of the Sting. I believe that's McMillan again. It is Eli McMillan back to the box for the 2nd time this period. So the Sabres now have their first opportunity on the power play. Let's see what they can do. Reutbers with a shot from the blue line. That one bounced in the air. And the Sting able to pounce on this one, and they go with a look shorthanded. Shot goes wide to the right of Anderson. That was Michael Bukowitz who ripped that shorthander, as this one bounces into the Sting bench, nearly takes out a coach in the process. Everyone's all right. We're here all day with you in Darien today, and we've got some more hockey tomorrow. Be a fun 2 days filled with hockey. Myself and Mike Napolitano then return to our day jobs next week and cover the AHL All-Star Game in Rockford. As this one is held on to. Evan Sproul ripped that one for the first shot of the game for the Sabres. But Henrik Struberg, who is seeing his first couple shots of the game, stays strong there. It's best time of the year right now with hockey in full swing. And of course, now too, we get the Olympics, as we've mentioned. Team USA women's hockey already 2-0. The men's getting started soon. Always great to see them playing the fun matchups between USA and Canada. We've got a good matchup here in Darien as the Sabres and the Sting remain scoreless. We're on our third penalty of the period. Now with 30 seconds left on this power play for the Sabres, they're looking to get something going and try to get any momentum. And now we've got a breakaway opportunity and a whistle that will stop that. We'll get offsides. They believe that was Hubert for the Sting that was bringing it in. Kind of lost possession there. He had a man to his left. He kind of lost the possession of the puck there, and his trailing guy kept going. Beat him to the blue line before he was able to regain possession of that puck. 15 seconds left on the Sting penalty. Shot from Nick DiGiovanni. Went to the right of Struberg. And the Sting will kill their penalty. 2 minutes left in period one. Shots in favor of the Sting, 8-1. In this first period of play, it's been all Sting as far as shots, but this game, battle for it against the far boards near the blue line at the Sting bench. Sabre taken down in the scrum. 1 minute left in period one. This one will head on down into the crease of Dominic Anderson, and he puts a glove on it. .102 left in period one. Face off to the right of Anderson. Won by the Sting. Shot deflected. It was Rex Ryder who put one on net from the blue line, but it was met by a flurry of sticks in front. This one maintained by the Sabres. Sent down. Sting have done a tremendous job of really getting to the loose puck and maintaining possession as they do here. Ryder puts one on net. That one deflects off the shoulder of Anderson. It was loose for a second. However, Anderson able to track that one on the ice, and once again will sit on it. 28 seconds remain in the first period. No score. Face off won by the Sting. A quick shot was kicked aside. This one is in the back of the net. It was loose in front. The first shot was kicked aside, but the second shot is tipped in, and we'll get you that name in just a second. I believe it's Charles Jackson. It is. Charles Jackson gets the Sting on the board. It's 1-0. So the Sting get on the board with 23 seconds left in period one. They've outshot the Sabres 12-2 and have carried a lot of the momentum throughout this first period, and now up one and potentially with a chance to go up two here in the final 3 seconds. They will carry a lot of momentum into the second period, and it will be a 1-goal lead that they take into the break. Now we've got a whistle here, and it looks like somebody will be sent to the box at the start of the second period. It looks to be the guy that just scored the goal. We'll take a break and step aside, and we'll iron everything out. We'll be back with the first half of the second period when we come back here on Stream Sports Midwest. Back here in Darien, Ethan Wiles. The 18U Midget matchup between the Sting and the Sabres. We enter the first half of period number 2. 8.5 minutes on the clock, and then we'll get a resurfacing break. The teams will head off the ice. This shot sent aside. The teams will head off, and then we'll play the remainder of the second period, and then a full third period. As the Sabres are on this power play, as the lone goal scorer in this game so far, the Sting's Charles Jackson, who was involved with some extracurriculars at the end of the first period. After the whistle, the ref came over and said, you'll start in the box to begin the middle frame. So the Sabres will now have a 5-on-3 as Grant Hubert will join him. So now with 7:45 left in this first half of the second period, the Sabres are on a 5-on-3 with a great chance to tie this game. Puck behind the Sting net, sent down. The Sabres will have to jump on it and regroup. Raja with it. Cole Raja skating in. Skates to the right of Henrik Struberg. Rayner at the blue line, deflected off a member of the Sting. For Evan Sprouse able to jump on it. Battle for it near the Sabre bench. Sent behind the Sting net. Sting able to clear this one out. With a 2-man advantage, the Sabres look to equalize this thing, but the Sting have been swarming on defense. Now the Sabres go back to work. The 5-on-3 is over. However, there's 42 seconds remaining on the second penalty. So the Sabres still at a man advantage. However, the Sting able to once again clear this one out. Great work from this Sting penalty kill unit. They maintain a 1-0 lead after Charles Jackson scored in the late stages of the first period. Sabres unable to do much of anything so far in this game, being outshot 13-2. Through almost a period and a half of hockey. Raja from the circle rips a shot. It was deflected in front. However, it went to the left of the net. I believe that it was Cameron Searles that had the redirect opportunity, but it didn't go in. It just missed to the right. A couple of Sabres run into each other. They tried to get something set up, and that gives the Sting a chance to pounce on it. They once again will take possession in their own zone and go left to right. Nathan Ulmer trying to keep it in the Sabre possession. This one once again is cleared out, picked up at center ice by the Sting. McMillan skates past two defenders, still gets a shot off. That was impressive. He skated right through two defenders and was still able to get the shot off. He was falling down onto the ice. Got that shot on, but Dominic Anderson staying strong. By Eli McMillan showing his strength there, staying strong, skating through defenders to get that shot off, but good work from Anderson to keep this a 1-goal deficit. And we'll have a whistle. Faceoff will come back down. .440 left to go in the first half of this second period. Once again, we'll have a resurfacing break. Both teams will head off the ice. The crew here a chance to clean up the ice, and then we'll pick up with the second half of the second period and play our full third period. St. Louis Sting here holding on to a 1-goal lead. They hold it behind the net. Good work in front by Braden Norman of the Sabres to get a body in front of that shot. Battle up against the far board now. Norman picks up the loose puck down below our camera. Once again here in Darien. Some tough angles for us as you see the pull to our left. There's a pull to our right, and then this railing gives us a little bit of a tougher angle up top. Anything below us and anything in those corners behind the poles are a bit tough, but try to give you the best commentary we can and try to provide you the best angles that we can from high above the ice here at Darien. Ethan Wiles, Mike Napolitano, he will join us back here for the next game. We'll carry that game for you. As this one is held on to. Mike will have the next game coming up, a U16 midget game between the Sabres and the Chesterfield Falcons. And then the two of us will have a Bantam major game between the Knights of St. Louis and the Jets. Shot in front from the Sabres. Colello was kicked aside. And now the Sting go back to work. And we got two more U18 games coming up for you tonight. We got a whistle here as a member of the Sting was taken down. And immediately a Sabre skates to the bench. That is Searles, who is frustrated with that call, immediately slams his gloves down when he gets to the penalty box. Not something you want when your team is down 1-0 here in the middle stages of this second period. 3:07 to go in the first half of this second period. Face off to the left of Dominic Anderson, the Sabres goaltender. This one is sent down as the Sabres go to work trying to kill the penalty. Sting bringing across center ice. There's Turner and Fair in the zone for the Sting. Abram Turner and Thomas Fair were the two skaters on the last go around as the Sting go back to work now. Carries it into the zone. Good work skating past defenders. He brings it in and scores. What a backhander. Kind of in that tough angle. We'll get a look at who it was. That is Thomas Fair. Boy, did he show the moves to get to the net. Once again, not afraid to skate through some defenders. And on the man advantage, the Sting make it a 2-goal lead. Boy, that was some nifty work from Thomas Fair. Got past the defenders and lifted a beautiful backhanded shot into the net past Dominic Anderson. So that momentum that the Sting carried at the end of period 1 carried right over into period 2. And immediately they go right back to work as they send this one up into the roof. That one stops play, and we've got some jawing between these two teams at the blue line. Tell some frustration starting to mount here for the Sabres, who find themselves quickly in a 2-0 hole with just under 2 minutes left in this first half of the second period. Evan Sproul brings it in for the Sabres. He puts a shot on net that hits off the side. And we've got a whistle. Can't really tell how the net has come off. Couldn't tell if the net came off there or what the whistle was. But Henrik Struberg immediately tends to the left side of the net. Sit back on its moorings, and we are set to resume action. Shots on goal so far in this game, 16-4 in favor of the Sting. Make it 16-5 there off the stick of James Crossan. This one crosses across the crease there. And again, that left side of the net comes off. Oh, now the refs will come over and take a look. And we'll have another face-off to the right of Struberg. That face-off leads to a battle in the near corner. Picked up by the Sabres. Sproul moves in, rips a shot. Couldn't tell if that hit the defender or Struberg. Either way, it hit off of a member of the Sting, and now they go the other way. Had it for a second, lost possession of it. Now the Sabres look to go the other way, but it's taken away. Shot on net is high. That was Colton Hartman, who had his wrist shot go just over the net. Sabres go back to work. Good hit. Good hit there by Grant Hubert. I couldn't tell if that was 13 or 43. Shot, 2 shots on net by the Sting. McMillan with the second shot. Jackson Albright ripped the first shot. The Sting just continue to hammer shots at the net. This one from the blue line was saved for a second. Robert ripped it from the blue line. Anderson had possession of it for a second. It bounced in front. The Sabres able to maintain possession. Albright with an attempt at a hit along the far corner, and that will conclude the first half of this second period. So the Sting add on in this middle frame. Charles Jackson got the scoring started in the first, and Thomas Fair added on to get this second period started. We'll take our resurfacing break, and we will pick back up with 8.5 to go in this second period here at the Darien Sportsplex. Ethan Wiles with you here on Stream Sports Midwest. We'll be back for the remainder of the second period. Back here in Darien, Illinois. Ethan Miles with you at the Darien Sportsplex for our day full of playoff hockey. This is our third game of 7. We had 8 on the schedule. Our second game was postponed due to a team coming down with nasty illness that was running through the roster, so unfortunately could not play in the second game of our what was 8-game slate. Now sits at 7. The Sabres and the St. Louis Sting as the second half of the second period gets underway. We just wrapped up our resurfacing break. We got some fresh ice laid down. The Zamboni doing its job. The Sabres come out strong. He rips his shot and took an immediate hit. That was Cooper McKenna, who got nailed as soon as he ripped the shot. Immediately skates to the bench. And boy, the physicality in this game has gone unmatched as another hit there at center ice. Turner rips his shot. Good pad save as the rebound shot by Phillips goes high over the net. Sting keep it in the Sabres zone. Phillips with another chance. Passes it in front, but it goes off the stick and behind the net. Thomas Fair, who scored the second goal of the game, nearly adds at least another point there, as looked to be redirected off the stick of Tucker Huster. At the other end, Evan Sproul rips a shot that goes wide. And now the puck skates back down into Sabre territory. Sting lead this one 2-0. Sabres try to clear it, and they do. Charles Jackson got the scoring started in the first period for the Sting. And then Thomas Fair, at the beginning stages of this second period, added the game's second goal. And we'll get an icing here with 6.5 to go in the middle frame. Shots on goal, 19-5 in favor of the Sting. They pretty much dominated this game. Had 3 penalties in this game so far. Like I said, the physicality in this game has definitely been a storyline. 2 guys sent to the penalty box for fighting early on. And now you can kind of tell the frustrations for the Sabres have started to mount a little bit. They've rallied here to start the second period, and as I mentioned that, they get on the board with their first of the game. That's Cameron Searles, who went through the handshake line. He's going over to give some love to the goalie Dominic Anderson, and it is Cameron Searles who makes this a 1-goal contest. As I mentioned, the frustrations had started to mount a little bit there. You could tell the Sabres were getting frustrated at the start of the second, but almost like they needed that little resurfacing break to kind of unwind and take a deep breath. They did just that. Now they get on the board, and just like that, it's a 1-goal game. Colello from the blue line rips it to the left of the net. Albright there for the Sting. Able to give it over to the teammate. However, the yellow Sabre jerseys meet, as you can tell behind that pole. Battle for it against the board is won by the Sabres. They're able to keep it in the Sting zone. Albright able to knock this one down with his hand. Sabres keeping it in. Good work, though, by the Sting defensive group, knocking that puck free. McMillan skates through some defensemen, and the Sabres able to clear this one out. Sting go back to work. McMillan at center ice. Skates over the blue line to the left of Anderson. Hit along the board, and puck is loose in the near corner. Maintained by the Sting. Now picked up. Going the other way are the Sabres. Kurek had that puck, but lost it. Bukowitz brings it in. Bukowitz with a shot. It deflected off some skates in front. Kurek going the other way for the Sabres. Dumps it in. Velasquez trailed him to his right as two new legs come on. Two new skaters, rather. Four new legs come on the ice for the Sabres. Sting going back the other way. It was put in front. Phillips with a rebound that was kind of fisted aside by Anderson. And we'll have a stoppage of play with 3:58 to go in period 2. Face off to the right of Dominic Anderson, the Sabres goaltender. And it is maintained by the Sting, brought back at center ice. They try to dump it in. It was deflected, so no icing. Down below us, the puck maintained by Evan Sproul of the Sabres. 3.5 to go in period 2. Play the full third period. This one shot in front. I believe that was Charlie Zebig. And that one hit the side of the net. Zebig again skates through. And his shot goes high and into the webbing. Mike Napolitano will have your next game of the day here. A U16 midget game between the U16 Sabres and the Chesterfield Falcons. Back-to-back games with the Sabres. Watching the 18U team right now. We'll see the 16U team coming up. Sting bringing it into the zone with a chance. However, he wasn't able to keep his stick on the puck. That was Tucker Huster. Shot from the blue line hits a stick of the Sabres. Cameron Searles was there to get a stick from the shot at the blue line from Grant Hubert. And we've got a stoppage. Face off to the right of Anderson, so we did get a penalty on that one. I didn't see the skater go off. I didn't see the ref make the call. However, the Sting are once again on the power play. Evan Reiner is in the box for the Sabres. So for 1 minute and 48 seconds, the Sting will be on the advantage, try to go back up 2. Fair with 1 goal on the day, gives it to his right, passes back in front of Phillips. Phillips back behind the net. Fair gives it to the blue line. Fair dumps it to his teammate behind the net. Now back to Hayden Suiso at the blue line. Jackson back in front. That one hits off a pad. That was Charles Jackson, who was behind the Sabres net there, who was receiving passes from Thomas Fair. Fair taken down, looked for a call. He doesn't get one. And the one Sabre skater there met by Phillips. Had the puck for a second, but Phillips and that big body able to hit him up against the board and knock that puck free. And now the speed of the Sting creates another chance. Bukowitz rips a shot and scores. Bukowitz from the point. It went low, and it went underneath the pad of Dominic Anderson. And I mentioned they try to go on that 2-goal advantage once again, and they do just that. Michael Bukowitz. (3-1) Sting lead here in Darien after their power play goal from Michael Bukowitz. As the Sabres rip a shot into the stomach of Henrik Struberg. .117 remain in the second period. Shots remain in favor of the Sting, 22-8. Face off to the right of Struberg, won once again by the Sting. Possession maintained. Picked up at center ice. Skates into the Sabres zone. Colton Hartman was met by some yellow sweaters as they send it up to Evan Sproul. Sproul lost possession as this one trails back behind the Sabres net. Sting with another chance. Shot from the blue line. A rifle is kicked aside. It was loose for a second. And the music started playing here for a second. I don't know if they thought there was a stoppage or what. However, the players play on. Albright from the blue line sends it in. McMillan had it deflected off his leg. And the loose puck picked up by the Sabres. They go back to work trying to get something going. Down by 2 with 20 seconds left in this middle frame. As the final seconds of this second period tick down. Well, once again, at the end of a period, the Sting can capitalize and add some more momentum as they go into this final period up by 2. 3-1 is your score. We'll be back with that final frame coming up in just a little bit from the Darien Sportsplex. We'll step aside as the players take a breath, and we'll bring you third period action when we come back here on Stream Sports Midwest. Back to your third period of play. Ethan Wiles here in Darien. The Sting and the Sabres. In the final frame, the Sting capitalizing on a power play goal in the second half of that second period. As the Sabres will go to work down two. They also scored in that middle frame. Cameron Searles got them on the board. Thomas Fair, Charles Jackson, and Michael Buckowitz, the 3 goal scorers for the St. Louis Sting in this contest. Face off to the right of the Sting goaltender Henrik Struberg, who has not really had much of a challenge in this contest. He's only faced 8 shots. 7 of them have been saves, as Fair, with 1 goal on the day, sends it to his teammate in the point. That was a name here for you in just a second, as a second shot goes right into the stomach. That was Buckowitz. Trying to tell who was trailing Thomas Fair there. The names on the back of these jerseys are a little hard to read with the light blue and white mix. It was a good save by Dominic Anderson nonetheless. As the faceoff is won by the Sabres, they try to clear it, but Thomas Fair has just been all over the place today for the Sting, gets right in front of that one. Boy, Lance Fagans took out 2 Sabres with 1 hit along the board there. I've mentioned it throughout this broadcast, but the physicality in this game has been unmatched. Shot from the middle point by Fagans is patted aside. Rebound shot by Fair goes right into the pads and gets held on to by Anderson. Three-1 game with 15 and a half to go in regulation. We'll see if the Sabres can tie this one up and potentially send it to overtime. This shot kicks off the pad of Anderson up high into the net. I believe that was McMillan with the shot. Eli McMillan, who said his name a bunch throughout this game. Shots now in favor of the Sting, 28-8. They have dominated the shot chart so far in this one, as another shot from the blue line deflected off a body. That was Joseph Ungerbach who ripped that shot. Sabres pounce on the loose puck. They try to go the other way with it, but immediately the Sting are there to meet them and pick up the loose puck, go the other way. It's been a struggle for the Sabres to keep the puck in the Sting zone. And now we've got some battling against the boards. We've got a member of the Sting without a stick. That's Eli McMillan. He was taken down by Braden Norman. And we'll see what the result will be from that, if any. And we'll have somebody go into the box for the St. Louis Sting. That is Grant Hubert. So Hubert will head to the box with 14 and a half to go. So this gives the Sabres another chance to get back in this one. Down by 2. This is a crucial power play opportunity for them. See if they can keep it in their zone and see if they can create any chances. And immediately the Sting are able to clear it as the penalty kill unit goes to work. Sproul brings it in for the Sabres. He has Searles in front of the net. Searles, the lone goal scorer for the Sabres, has an opportunity, but couldn't get a stick on it. That was Colton Kurek with an opportunity as well, but it kicks off the side of the net. And now the Sting go the other way. Another battle against the board between these two teams who can tell the frustrations from the Sabres starting to boil over here. Kurek behind the net sends it in front. Had nobody home. Now Reutberg, who took a hit. No call there. Boy, this Sting bench is not happy with the way that the Sabres have been playing right now. What looked to appear to be the member of the Sting took a punch to the back of the head and then kept kicking one of the gloves of the Sting player as well. So Sting bench arguably upset with that. As 20 seconds remain on this power play. Sabres unable to get much of anything going on this advantage. Put one on the net, but Struberg remains strong. Brief discussion at the Sting bench with the officials and coaching staff. Sting coach looking to still make a case for the earlier no calls. This one ripped from the blue line by Braden Norman. That one went high and off the glass. Good hit by Rex Ryder along the near board underneath the camera angle. Ulmer from the blue line. Good pad save by Struberg. And a hit along the board. Ziebig took a big hit. Sting going the other way. Fair again showing off that speed. Fair sends it across to Fagans. He isn't able to get a stick on it. Rebound shot from the blue line. Goes wide. Grant Hubert ripped one from the blue line. That one went wide. Fair back in front. But as he shot that one, the whistle blew. And we'll have another man in the box. And this time we'll have one of each. We'll remain 5-on-5. Both guys. That's Rex Ryder for the Sting. And Braden Norman for the Sabres. They still jawing at each other on the bench here. Might just be a friendly discussion. .11:40 remain in regulation. Sting lead this one by 2. The Sabres have struggled to get anything going offensively as member of the Sting takes a hit against the corner board. It was down for a second. The refs blew the whistle. He will get back up, skates it off, and we'll have a face-off coming up. Face-off won by the Sabres. Third period action. We're getting a little more chippy as this game goes on. It was physical from the jump. Like I mentioned, we've had a brief fight in the first couple minutes of this game that was broken up immediately. Two guys headed off in the first period, and Ever since then, things have been a little chippy between these two squads. That's what you get in playoff hockey. There's the intensity level kicks up a little bit once we get to postseason time and more action along the Sabres bench as two Sting members collided with a member of the Sabres and another whistle. And looks like we got a brief timeout. To figure out the penalty. We do have another one on the board. This time Joseph Ungerbach heads to the Sting penalty box. And the Sabres once again go on the man advantage. Ready to get something going and bring themselves back in this game. Find themselves down by 2 with 10 minutes left. Trying to get back within 1. They have it behind their own net, looking to get something going on this power play. Already 30 seconds gone on the advantage. Good work from Tucker Huster to get a stick on that one and break it up. They have to regroup back behind their net now and then go the other way. This Sting unit has just absolutely shut anything down that the Sabres want to do in this game. Whether it be a power play, whether it be full strength. It has been all Sting so far in this game as he gets taken down in front of the Sabre net. Now Ryder and Norman will head out of the box from their penalty that they were serving. Thomas Fair at the face-off circle meeting with Norman. And it was taken by Fair and the Sting. Fair, one of 3 goal scorers for St. Louis in this game. Charles Jackson and Michael Buckowitz, the other 2. Buckowitz adding the 3rd in this 3rd period. Another good hit along the board from the Sting. We're getting another penalty. And this one's going to go against the Sabres, against the Sting rather. So 11 seconds remain on the penalty to Joseph Ungerbach. And now George McNichols will be joining him. So a 5-on-3 for 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and we'll get a timeout by the Sabres. 8.5 to go in the 3rd period. 3-1 is your score. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back with the remainder of this contest right after this. Back here in Darien, Ethan Wiles. Mike Napolitano getting well-deserved break. We've got 7 games for you. He will have the next game for you as I step aside to get a little break myself. He'll have the U16 game that follows this one. Got 8 minutes or so left in this third period. The Sting, who have dominated this game, look to hold on to a 2-goal lead, and the Sabres look to get back into it, who are currently on the power play. Evan Sproul had that one reach him in front. That one was sent aside. Mentioned this just a bit ago, but the Sting have been able to shut down any opportunity that the Sabres have had. The Sabres did get on the board. Cameron Searles got them on the board. Outside of that, it has been all Sting as we've got another battle down below. That was Thomas Fair that was taken down by Christian Reutberg. But it will be Fair headed to the box. And the fans are none too happy with that call, but nonetheless, Fair will report to the box. And once again, the Sabres go on a 5-on-3 power play, this time for 1 minute and 7 seconds. With 7:44 left, they have 3 minutes of penalty time. And now we've got another whistle. Immediately off the draw. And now Colton Kurek will go to the box for the Sabres. So immediately that 5-on-3 becomes a 4-on-3. So now we've got a 4-on-3 for 1 minute and 3 seconds. We'll have 4-on-4 for 1 minute and 53 seconds. And then 5 seconds of a Sting 5-on-4 power play. If you're taking notes at home. Sabres bring this one into the net. That's Reimer who ripped a shot, but good work by Struberg to kick that one aside. Back at the blue line is Reutberg. His shot deflected off a skate. Sabres maintain possession in front. Now Rayner's stick breaks on the shot. And he picks up a stick as Huster brings it in for the Sting. Huster lost possession of it. Sabres get it back. They go the other way. They have an opportunity here. Shot in front. Kicked aside. Rebound is held on to in front. Sproul had it for a second. Looked for the rebound shot, but didn't get it off. Cole Raja was the first person to get that shot going. He was able to maintain possession for a second, but the Sting in the corner there get it the other way. Buckowitz rips a shot that goes wide to the right. Buckowitz has one on the day. He looked for a second one there. And potentially the dagger in this game. 6:15 to go. 4-on-4. Phillips weaves his way in. Good shot opportunity. But a good save by Dominic Anderson. Buckowitz again with another nice shot as Ziebig in front. Couldn't get a clean look. Ulmer back at the board, gives it back to Ziebig. Ziebig in front. But Searles couldn't get a stick on it in front there. Ulmer back at the blue line. Now it's the Sting going the other way. Norman at center ice battles with Fagans. And Norman takes Fagans down with a stick. And yet again another whistle. So with 5.5 to go, Norman returns to the penalty box. or the story of this game has been the amount of penalties. We just had one member of the Sabres. It was just Rayner getting another stick. We saw one of the members of the Sabres run off the ice, but Rayner had to pick up one of his new sticks as the one he was using broke on his last shot. 5:39 to go. Sting lead this one 3-1. And they sit on a 2-minute power play, trying to go up 3. Face off 1 and maintained in the Sabres zone. Puck goes behind the net. Loose puck picked up by the Sting. They set up on the power play. Good chance here for St. Louis. At the blue line, it's Hubert. Hubert dumps it into Fair. His shot is pushed aside by Anderson. Back to Hubert at the blue line. Hubert rips his shot. That one is blocked off the body of Fagans. Puck maintained by the Sting. Fane whips it across to Phillips. Phillips to the right of Anderson. Dumps it behind the net. Fagans to Fair. Fair to Hubert at the blue line. Hubert back to Fair. Fair to Fagans behind the net. Fagans in front. But Turner's shot kicked aside. Turner at the point. Good work from Fagans to get him there. Sting set up again at the blue line. Hubert rips a shot from there, but it's wide. Phillips maintains possession. Hubert again from the blue line looks for a shot. That one deflects off a stick. And it kicked off the same stick. Hubert had 2 shots in a row deflected by a stick. This one in front. Phillips sends it across the crease. Sting still with it in the Sabre zone on the power play. Good work here, looking to set something up. Phillips rips a shot. That one deflects off Rightbird's stick. And the Sting still have it in their possession. Sabres unable to clear it on this power play. Another shot deflects behind the net. Sting still with it. Phillips dumps it off. Fair rips a shot from the circle. Now with 10 to go on this power play, couple last looks for the Sting on this power play. Still, remember the Sabres without a stick there. Shot by Jackson is wide. Back to full strength with just over 3.5 to go. Norman returns to the ice. Sting still working it around in front. Fair ripped a shot that was loose in front. And now the Sabres have a breakaway opportunity. Here he comes. He scores. Cole Raja coming off the bench, giving the Sabres a perfect breakaway opportunity. And after all that work that the Sting did to keep the puck in their zone, they clear the penalty. And Cole Raja gets him back within 1 with 3.5 to go. And folks, we have a hockey game. Cole Raja with some impressive moves coming in front of Henrik Struberg. And went forehand, backhand to get this one past him. And as I mentioned, it's a 1-goal game again. And this one he scores! We're tied! Just like that! The Sabres tie it! Evan Sproul. Two goals in under 30 seconds. Ties this game at 3. And Evan Sproul, who's been all over the puck for the Sabres, trying to get something going for him, finally does. And just like that, with 3 to go, we're tied at 3. Sting with it. They've dominated most of this game up until this point. The last 2 minutes have been all Sabres as Struber gets a glove on that one and hangs on. Boy, what a thriller this turned into. Looked like it was going to be all St. Louis Sting in this one. But not down and out are the Sabres, who find themselves tying this one up at 3. With goals from Cole Raja and Evan Sprout, 22 and 24, back-to-back on the roster. Another shot with a good look in front. Kurek had his shots blocked aside. And just like this, the Sabres here, something must have turned on, as now Fair with a breakaway opportunity. Fair puts it on. Good pad save by Anderson. 2 minutes to go in a 3-3 thriller. Sabres bring it in. They have had not too many good looks in this game until about the last 5 minutes. Here comes Fair once again on the breakaway. Has a man to his right. That one shot high and wide. Sting able to keep this one in the zone. Now the Sabres clear it down. And here come the Sabres again. Cole Raja, similar look. This one kicked aside. Sabres keep it in their zone. Raja again. This one hits off a stick and goes into the netting. Cole Raja, very similar to how he just scored the second goal. Coming off the bench, they did it again. This time it was Henrik Struber getting the best of him, and he keeps this one tied. So face-off will be to the right of Struberg. Ziebig, and I believe that's Bukowitz, met in the circle. Under a minute and a half to go in regulation. Bukowitz gets it for the Sting, skating right to left. Gets taken away by the Sabres. They dump it behind the Sting net. Battle for it down below our camera. And now it's the Sting with it. 1 minute to go in regulation. 3-3 tie game. After 2 goals in less than 30 seconds, tied this one up. The Sabres, who had looked to be beaten here by a Sting team that was faster. The physicality in this game has been unmatched, but within the last 5 minutes of this game, the Sabres have turned on the Jets and showed they are a resilient group here in this one. Off the draw, Sabres able to get a shot on net. Good work by Struberg to kick it wide. Sabres maintain possession, 35 to go. They have it in their own zone. They look to set something up. That was Huster who stepped in front of it at center ice. He shot it into the Sabres zone, and now with 20 seconds to go, they look to set something up. Battle for it at center ice. The puck is loose. Now Huster maintains possession, brings it into the zone, met by 3 or 4 Sabres jerseys, rather. And now with under 10 to go, the Sabres are going to send this one down, and we are going to get overtime after the icing face-off, unless somebody gets a shot off in 1 second. And it looks like with the face-off coming into the Sabres zone, they're going to send out, the Sting are going to send out 6 skaters. Struberg heads off. So with 1 second left, we're going to get the draw. We'll see what happens here. The buzzer sounds. The shot goes off. So the Sabres down by 2 with under 5 to go in the final frame, score 2 in under 30 to tie this game up at 3 apiece. And we've got extra hockey. We'll step aside and we will rejoin with the extra frame here coming up. 5 minutes on the clock. Ethan Wiles here in Darien will pick back up with overtime in just a second. Back here for the start of overtime in Darien, and it's been such a good game that my partner Mike Napolitano, returning from his break,
I had to join you for overtime.
Join us here. You know, he thought it was going to be a 3-1 finish here, and we were going to get set for the next game. Nope. The Sabres bounce back. Cole Raja and Evan Sproul with 2 massive goals in the later part of the third period.
I got some insider information that the Sabres were winless for a stretch during this season, so to be in this position against a tough Sting team, I was telling you in the break that I saw them come back from a 2-0 deficit and win 3-2 in a game against a very tough Chicago team earlier in the year.
So we've got NHL-style 3-on-3 overtime, my favorite personally. Glad they switched to that a few years ago. A lot more action. Not like we haven't had enough action here, though, Mike. It's been a very physical contest. We've seen a lot of penalties.
Yes.
A lot of guys in the box in this game, so we'll see how these two teams attack overtime. The Sabres, though, carry a lot of this momentum right now, but here come the Sting. Left to right. It was Huster who gets taken down. We are going to get a call.
Yeah, referee's arm went up immediately as he tried that power move to the center. And, I mean, you're going to draw a penalty there. It's almost a penalty you kind of have to take. You want to try to keep him from going to the goal cleanly. And like you're getting an argument, too, out of it from the Sabres number 17, Christian Roitberg. Not much Roitberg could do on that.
I was going to say, yeah.
You can't just let him go to the net.
Right.
So 4-on-3.
I don't know if that's what he's, to your point, you kind of have to take that penalty there, but I don't know what he's really arguing in that sense there, because
I mean, you're just going to argue that you took him down cleanly and didn't cause the penalty, but I mean, there's really no leeway when you send a guy into the post like that. And
right.
Yeah, 4-on-3. You and I both know that possession in overtime is crucial. And when you can set up a power play in overtime, a lot of extra ice out there because it's typically the 3-on-3, but now it'll be a 4-on-3, and crazier things can start to occur.
And I mean, if you take a look at the shots here, St. Louis has dominated this game in terms of shots. It was not this, 31-19, so relatively close per se. But at one point, they were out shooting them by 20 shots. So the fact that, like you said, the Sabres are resilient enough to not just find themselves back in this game, but now you're asking them to step up against a very quick St. Louis team that scored 3 goals on you here.
That's a tough ask. And
Thomas Fair, who has scored 1 goal on this game, has showcased his speed in the last 2 periods. Just some impressive breakaway opportunities for him. Big body. See if he comes out on the ice for this power play opportunity. We've seen a lot of power plays for both teams, and he does come out. So Fair, Buckowitz, Huster, and Rex Ryder will be the 4 for the Sting. While it's Ziebig, Sproul, and Evan Reiner out for the Sabres. So we'll see what the Sting can do. Ryder at the blue line with Huster and Fair besides him. Huster rips his shot. It's loose in front, and this one gets sent down, and they will have to regroup. Rex Ryder for the St. Louis Sting picks it up behind the net and goes to work.
Major clear right there for the Sabres on a loose rebound.
Huster brings it into the zone. Ryder tried to keep it in, but it just snuck over the blue line, and Ryder unable to keep it in the Sabres zone, so we'll have a face-off.
And to your point about the shots, you see Team USA outshoot Finland today, 49-11 in the Olympics. So
I did update the score as Huster brings this one in. This one, good save by Dominic Anderson. Anderson, good work with the pads all afternoon. As Fair brings it in again, he passes it to Ryder. Fair calling for it. Ryder at the point. Gives it to Buckowitz in the circle. Buckowitz with Fair trailing, gives it to him. Fair loses it, bounces it off the board. Fair skates behind the Sabre net, looking for a teammate. Buckowitz is sitting there in the middle. Ryder skates over, has Buckowitz in the point, but gives it to Fair in the circle. Fair puts a shot on, and it goes in between the pads of Anderson.
Tough angle shot for Fair right there. They worked the puck around the perimeter real well, but just couldn't find a shooting lane in front. We were talking about those shots on goal. We saw a discrepancy in shots on goal in the last game, and yet it went the other way. The team that did not have the majority of the shots on goal got the victory in that one. But you expect, like in that Team USA game that finished, I believe, 5-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect a discrepancy like that to result in a blowout. Here we are tied.
Sting trying to set something up here and get the win in overtime. Phillips out now for the Sting. He gives it to his man behind the net. Shot on net is loose in front. It was a good stick save by Anderson. It was bounced in front there for a second. Fagans whips a shot that deflected off a stick of a Sabre. And the Sting maintained possession at the blue line. Phillips sticks it behind the Sabres net. Fagan's unable to get possession of it, and the Sabres clear it down, and they will clear the penalty. So we're back to even strength. Now it's 4-on-4 with the man coming back onto the ice. Ulmer behind the net for the Sabres. They look to get something going the other way. Just under 2 minutes left in the extra frame. Game tied at 3 after a resilient comeback by the Sabres, down 2 late in the third. They scored 2 in under 30 seconds to tie this game up. Fagans brings it in for the Sting, waits for some help. Help trails, but good work by the Sabres. Cole Raja to get a stick in the middle of that pass, as Tucker Huster carries it at center ice for the Sting. He dumps it in, and Anderson will glove that one and hang on.
A line drive from center ice, and Anderson made sure to get in front of that one, even if it may have been going a little wide. You don't want to take that chance here in overtime. We'll get back to 3-on-3 now with the whistle. So a lot more ice out there for both sides.
Well, we have had some real fun hockey so far. We have 7 games now after our second game of the day had to be postponed. But so far, 3 really good games.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Cyclones, who we mentioned earlier, got a stomach bug, and they had to forfeit their game. So Chesterfield, the Falcons used that time as just a warm-up or a practice, and we'll actually get a chance to see them in this next game on this ice at 2:10.
Face off to the left of Anderson, Bukowitz, and Raja. It was one, and we have an empty net situation right now where it's 4-on-3, but the Sabres won the draw. They have possession. Sabres looking to get something going, but good defensive work by the forwards in front. The Sabres, I didn't even see that the goalie had left the ice, that they went 4-on-3 for the final minute.
I didn't see that either. This must be some kind of a do-or-die situation with the point standings. Now, we don't have the playoff points in front of us.
Sproul rips it, and it goes off the iron. It hits off the post. Sproul looked for his second of the game. And now we're going to get an offsides. Evan Sproul had a chance to bring home the win. Yeah,
I'm not sure. I mean, this is just such a weird situation. Why you would pull your goaltender?
Unless
it has to do with seeding.
The win.
You must need the win for seeding purposes.
But we didn't see much of the.
But they didn't start the overtime like that.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, I understand wanting to pull your goalie with only a couple minutes left on the clock and not the entire overtime period because you're not sure how it's going to go. But when they had that man advantage, that would have been a 5-on-3 then.
And the face-off trails behind the Sabres net. Net still empty. 25 left on the clock. Ryder and Sproul going at it. Good work by Ryder to clear the puck out of the zone. More good work by Ryder as he steps in front of the net to block that shot. So with 10 seconds left, the Sabres unable with an empty net to find the back of the net. Ryder dumps this one in. Fair with it. Ryder back in front, gets taken down by Cole Raja. Time ticks down, and that is it.
Ryder threw that puck at the goaltender, Anderson, after the whistle.
Now we've got some action there between Ryder and Reutberg. I mentioned this game has been chippy. Yeah. It's been physical.
Sabres didn't appreciate that one.
Referee's getting right in the middle of it, breaking this one up.
I mentioned to you that last week at West Dundee in the squirt matchups, we had a tie after overtime, and that was how that concluded because it's a point system. You don't necessarily have to have a winner. So I think that's how this one will end here as well. But
it appears to
what a
be
game.
The case. Yeah, it was a thriller. Like I said, it was all Sting to start the game in the first period. They carried a lot of momentum into the second. They did so again, scoring late in the second half of the second period, and went into the third up 2. But boy, good work by the Sabres to bounce back in the final 5 minutes of that game and kind of kick into second gear there and tie this game up at 3. Very good overtime. And if you take a look at the shots on goal, 35-19 in favor of the Sting to finish this game with a tie. It's got to be a pretty good outcome.
Very good sportsmanship, despite how chippy, even at the end, it got all the way into overtime.
I said that's playoff hockey.
And we get the shaking of the hands. And like I said, this Sabres team went defeated for most of the season. So to get a couple of wins and get themselves here into a tie situation, it's all they could hope for. And the Sting, a very formidable opponent as well.
And we will see the Sting again later on tonight at 5:50. They'll take on the Afton Americans. I'll have the call for that one, and the other game after that, the Leafs and the Chesterfield Falcons. Mike, you'll be taking the reins for this next game between the Sabres and the Chesterfield Falcons. So the back-to-back Sabres games. 16U Sabres, they'll take the ice here coming up. Mike will have the call for that one. Thanks for joining us for our third game of the day. We got much more coming up here on Stream Sports Midwest throughout the day today and tomorrow. We'll be back with the next game of our slate coming up in just a little bit.
Welcome back into the Stream Sports Midwest coverage of the Central States Championships here from Darien Sportsplex. I am Mike Napolitano, joining you for this 16U Midget Major matchup between the division-leading Sabres. They played 24 games, 19 wins, 3 losses, 2 ties in their entire season. That's 40 points right there, 92 goals for, 38 goals against. So they score a lot and don't give up too many. Against the Chesterfield Falcons, who finished 5th in the division. Chesterfield, 10 wins, 11 losses, 2 ties, and an overtime loss for a total of 23 points. They finished with 77 goals for and 63 goals against. So you see both teams can score. They've got some high-end talent up front. It may come down to the defense in this one. We're just concluding warm-ups here. You see Chesterfield in their red jerseys with the black striping. I really like those. And then you've got the Sabres in their navy with the gold and white striping on this side. Very much so reminiscent of the actual Buffalo Sabres over here. You've almost got a Detroit Red Wings style red with the black striping on the one end. So in for a very sweet color rush matchup here. Both teams just kind of rounding pucks up and getting situated, and we'll get underway here. 16-minute periods. We'll probably have an ice scrape in between the two halves of the second period if they decide to do it as such. But a great matchup coming for you nonetheless. I'm stepping in for Ethan Wiles on the camera as well, so bear with me. We will be going solo for each of these two games. I did join Ethan for that last matchup between the Sabres and the St. Louis Sting in that Midget 18U matchup. That resulted in a tie. Both teams went to overtime, 3-on-3 overtime. Couldn't decide anything for the majority of it. It was 4-on-4 overtime or 4-on-3 overtime due to penalties and whatnot. And then you factor in the fact that the Sting pulled their goaltender in overtime. They must have needed the points for the seeding in this tournament. So despite getting it to overtime, that wasn't enough for them. They also needed that extra point, and they didn't necessarily get it. So we will see here what this matchup brings with another Sabres team. That last Sabres team we were talking about was winless for the majority of the season, and they found 2 wins, snuck into these playoffs, and took a very tough St. Louis Sting team almost to the brink. And here we are with quite the opposite, a Sabres team that is on top of the division. So starting in net for those Sabres will be number 33, Robert Ibatulin. And on the Chesterfield side of things, we'll head and grab a number. Looks like only one goaltender. No, actually, they do have 2 goaltenders listed. So we're underway here, though. Bear with us. We have posts here at Darien, and where we're at on this shelf makes it tough to get the near side action, but we'll do our best to bring you everything we can footage-wise, as that one's thrown on Ibatulin and redirected up into the netting. So tested early are the Sabres by Chesterfield. Chesterfield coming in with some speed. We saw this team get a chance to practice earlier today because of their matchup with the Cyclones being canceled. The Cyclones had to forfeit a stomach bug ripping through their locker room. So this will be Chesterfield's first game of the day rather than second. So that changes things here. But the Sabres also coming with some intensity right off the jump. Puck dumped down into the Sabres' end. Colliding in the end boards, but moving out with it are the Sabres. Well, Hoffman will have to regroup behind his own net, and they'll try to shovel it out. It's not. It stays in at the point. That one came in high on Ibatulin, and he fought that off. Moving up with it now. Chin into the far corner. pushed off by a couple of Chesterfield Falcons, but able to pull that puck along the boards are the Sabres. Chin, a high rising shot and a beautiful high glove save. May have been going high and wide of the net, but a solid snag by the goaltender nonetheless. Still trying to get a number for you on that side of the Chesterfield tendy. 14:47 to go here in this first period. One shot on goal credited to the Sabres, who are listed as the home team in this one. Puck is rung around the end boards, not out, kept in at the point by the Sabres. Long lob shot goes into the near corner. Behind the net now. Half wall. Back to the side of the net. Ooh, through the legs pass that went through the crease, but nobody on the back door for the Sabres and able to put that one in. Sabres pick this puck back up into neutral ice, but it's thrown back down onto their defense, and they'll go D to D. Vucevic into the net, and into the attacking zone, I should say. To a side as they battle for it in the corner. Chesterfield came up with it momentarily, but thrown into the slot, and a dangerous effort for the Sabres. It's back to the point now. Long shot redirected by a stick in front and tipped up into the netting. That was Swatowick with the tip. Evan Swatowick down low. This Sabres team, when they get set up, has had quite the zone possession. Chesterfield came out of the gates hot in this one, but have yet to try to get a whole lot of sustained offensive zone time. They're playing a little bit more off the rush. Look out, there's a turnover and a shot that just sails over the frame of the net from Ryan Bitsky. And he throws it back in. It wasn't Bitsky, but the Sabres have struck first here. What a goal from this Sabres team. They were persistent in that offensive zone, and they come up with the first tally of this one. Looks like it is going to be a number 67 for the Sabres. Marcin Lulinski, excuse me. That's first and second name pronunciation there for us. Marcin Lulinski breaking things open here for the Sabres as they get on the board first. Chesterfield looking to respond. Two Chesterfield skaters into a mix of 5 Sabres, and that shot hit the inner arm of Ibatulin and somehow stayed out. He got just a piece of it in order to send it back into the corner, but it found its way through that crease first. Sabres defense playing high in the neutral zone. Chesterfield struggling to get this puck out of their own end. They will now. As far as the red line and the blue line, they throw that down on net. Sticked save by Ibatulin, and they'll move this puck back up into the offensive zone. Kept in at the blue line nicely by the Sabres, but it's Chesterfield, the Falcons, that'll move that puck out. That one came high and hit off the glass, and not a clean zone entry, so it'll be pushed all the way back down into the the Falcons end. Sabres have iced it for a whistle. 12:11 on the clock. That is number 31 down there in net. That is Drew Bueller for the Chesterfield Falcons in net. Face off to the glove side of Ibatulin. He had to fight that one away with the blocker. Chin in the corner. Thrown D to D. Up to Basco, but Basco had it bounce off his skate and into the zone. Falcons now moving up with it. It's passed to the Sabres defense. Good puck protection there, and that one almost came as high as the shelf over here. Referee rules that it did actually hit the netting on its way out, so we'll get a whistle and a face-off coming back down into the Sabres' end. 11:42 here to go in this first period. Falcons starting to push the pace a little bit more here. Sabres win the draw, though. Behind their net. And the Falcons had it momentarily, lost it. It's at center ice, and look out, here come the Sabres on a little bit of a break. A shot that goes wide and high. Stays in the zone, though. D-to-D pass. A whiff on the pass down low, and the Sabres will still retain possession. Wojciech dances at the blue line. Moves in, the pinching defenseman leaves his point, and he's got some help from his teammate, Isaacson, who had to come in and corral that puck at center ice. Chesterfield gets it out of the zone one more time. That one hits the official on the blue line, and we'll get a whistle for an offsides, reluctantly from the official who was drilled with the puck during that play as well. .56 to go here. Lulinski, the goal scorer in this one, lines up on the left wing. His center, Ryan Bitsky, fighting for that draw. Sabres poke it forward, but it's in Chesterfield possession. Falcons get to the red line, dump it past the blue line, but it's into the hands of the Sabres defense. The Sabres clear it back out. Chesterfield dumps it back in. No changes here. Wasn't exactly a live to fight another day scenario, just an errant pass. Lulinski up the wing, through one, stopped up at the blue line, and couldn't get through a second. Dumped deep once again by Chesterfield. They're making the Sabres chase a little bit here, and the Sabres will send it back down. Not far enough for icing. It's playable by the Falcons. Number 9, Cooper Aggerator. Going back down the other way. Falcons are going to get there first, but too many blue sweaters around in the vicinity, and not enough Falcons coming for support. And oh wow, laid out in center ice was number 19 for the Sabres, Eddie Winkowski. A little bit of a response there from the Sabres behind the bench, and slow to get up, but getting up now as the whistle goes. The whistle went for what was potentially an injury. That is number 7, Cam Mormon, who was down for a minute. We'll have a face-off in front of the Sabres bench. He seems to be okay. Draw won by the Sabres. Khalif moving up the wing, cross ice pass, nobody home. Up to the point. Shot from the point is swallowed up by the netminder, Drew Bueller, and we'll get a whistle. 9:21 to go here in this first period. 1-0 in favor of the Sabres. We saw just a moment ago Marcin Lulinski on the wing there. Score that only goal of this contest. Off the boards and in. That one hit the door. You heard that hollow tink possibly, as that one was dumped in by the Sabres. Not kept in at the point. Ortman was busy full-on body checking his defenseman, and here come the Falcons the other way. Shot deflected off a stick and up off the glass. Puck is down low. Sabres trying to get that out. That won't do. Chesterfield trying to move it to the slot. Too many blue sweaters in the way with their sticks, and they'll send it all the way back down the length of the ice. That'll be an icing on the Sabres. 8:36 still remaining in this first period. Face-off will come to the stick side of the goaltender, Ibatulin. Both goaltenders, normal goaltenders. We did have a lefty earlier today. These two goaltenders, glove hand on their left side, stick on their right side, so considered right-handed goaltenders. Something to keep in mind for the shooters. Isaacson didn't really know where to go there. Almost a trip up by the Falcons, but they end up tripping themselves up and going off sides on that play. It was a nice play to fool the defense with a little bit of a moving screen or a moving pick almost, like you'd see in football or basketball, but ended up causing some havoc for the Falcons at the blue line. So stepping in for that draw was Radek Kowalik. Hoffman into the zone, going wide with it. Far side, a shot, it's loose. A rebound opportunity was there for the Sabres, and that just wouldn't go. Wojciewicz, we've seen a lot of him on defense here today. Chin into the zone. Huge hit coming in late for the Sabres. And Chesterfield having some trouble getting out of their zone. They'll only get as far as center and lose possession. Wojciewicz dropping back for that one. Near side. Sterling now. He had that massive hit earlier. Cuts into the middle and a shot. Almost got his rebound in the slot and just wouldn't have a second whack at it. Cortez now looking to just dump that puck down low. Into the far corner to the point. Kept in there. Tip redirected and it was loose in front of the crease and falling down were the Sabres, so not able to put that one home. Pollock at spin. Cortez open at the point. They elect to shoot instead. Finds the far corner and the far point. Tipped, tried to get to the front, but a good defensive stick from Chesterfield keeps that from the net mouth. Cortez open once more. And Sabres lose it. Turnaround. A one-timer. Goes high and wide. Thrown back down. Trying to find it in some skates was Oliver Pavlik. Sterling finds his point man. D-to-D passing. Cortez. A shot. Hits his own man with it. Thrown back in front, but Red Sweater's there. Not able to clear the zone. Kept in at the point. Goaltender had to fight that one off with the stick in the pad, and that one finally escapes the zone for Chesterfield. They'll get a change here. Full sail for the Falcons, and the Sabres, a little mishap on the pass off the skates of the teammates. And Chesterfield will complete their change and get a little bit of zone time, but not long, as Lulinski trying to move back up with it. It's off his body, and Sabres fight to keep this in. Lulinski still on it. Going wide. And that one escapes the point. Comes all the way back down. Khalif. As far as the blue line, it goes far enough, but no icing there. It was playable by the Sabres. They may have even touched it there. 2 Sabres, 3 Falcons in the corner. Falcons move up with it. Nice stick handling there. They move in on a 2-on-2 centering pass. The opportunity for the second shot there, though, would not go. Kept in. Lulinski picks this back up. And Khalif has it in his own defensive zone. Finds Lulinski, who is lined up at center ice by number 33, Jesse Hayes. And that puck comes back out. So Sabres had that offensive zone entry and then couldn't do anything with it. But they'll get a face-off here. 4:35 to go as we get a glove from Drew Bueller. And he holds on to that one. Face-off will come to his stick side. 1-0 Sabres. Shots on goal 7-2 in favor of the Sabres side. Cleave from the point. That shot goes wide, but no redirects in front. Backdoor pass just too far out of the reach. And here comes Chesterfield the other way. Chesterfield Dumped back down low. And a stretch pass into the neutral zone for the Sabres. Backdoor opportunity and just fanned on the shot. Goaltender still down. A follow-up shot from the Sabres, and that one just couldn't find its way to the net. Too many bodies in front. Back to the point, Khalif. Tried to feed the slot there, but that just wouldn't go. Back in front, and wow, what a save from Bueller. That went low to high really quickly, and with the leather, he flashes it and gives a little windmill. 3:40 to go. Sabres still in the lead, but it could have been more if it wasn't for the wonderful glove work from Drew Bueller. Face-off will come to his right side. Referee making sure all the wingers are out of the circle before that puck is dropped, and it's the Falcons that'll win that one and clear the length of the ice. No changes happening here. The Sabres go D to D. Move the puck up into the neutral zone. There's Chin. Protection along the boards. Tried to throw it in front. Instead, it's wrapped all the way around and to the point. Walking in with it are the Sabres, and good shot that found its way to the pads but couldn't find the back of the net. Wojciech down low. Chin along the boards. Gummed up on the rush by Caleb Graves. Isaacson, here come the Falcons the other way. Falcons, Kowalik thrown back in front. It's up in the air, and that could have been dangerous. Goaltender didn't know where it was, and he had to dive on that one. We get a little extracurriculars after the whistle with Radek Kowalik and a few Sabres, but Kowalik threw that puck up. It got redirected. I'm not sure if it hit the back of the cage, a skate, or Ibatulin. And Ibatulin, nobody knew where that puck was. That could have been extremely troublesome for the Sabres, as that puck was coming down practically on top of Ibatulin. If it hits off of him and goes behind him, it could find its way into the back of the net. Instead, it fell to a Falcon stick, which was almost inevitably worse. But Ibatulin dropping on it to make the save. Cortez off the draw. Tried to go D to D. Falcons take a couple of Sabres down in the corner, but themselves as well. We play on. And Sabres not able to get that stretch pass cleanly through, so it'll come in on net the other direction, and we'll get a save from Drew Bueller. 2:20 to go here. Falcons have mustered up a couple more shots on net in that last rush, but still vastly outshot 10-3 by this very talented Sabres team. They lead 1-0. Into a shooting lane are the Sabres set up from the draw. Clean win back. And that doesn't happen, but could have resulted in a shot on net from Sterling. Floated out of the zone and all the way back down. This is going to go far enough for an icing. Cortez will touch up. Draw will be to the glove hand side of the netminder, Drew Bueller. Referee will drop it between Declan Baskrell and Sterling. Coming back down the other way are the Falcons, but they ice that puck as well, and we'll do it all over again. .157 left in this first period. This is the fourth game we've seen today. This was supposed to be game number 5 of 8, but this will be 4 of 7, as this Chesterfield team got a little bit of a break this morning without having to play the Cyclones, who are out with a stomach bug. They had to forfeit that matchup, so Chesterfield used that time to just get an on-ice practice. So You'd think that they'd be ready, but you always got to worry if you're practicing a little too hard right before the game. You don't want to tire yourself out, especially against a very tough Sabres team, but I don't think that's the case. I think the Sabres are just playing a good game thus far. Floated in from the point and a backdoor opportunity, but the puck was bouncing and evaded a couple of sticks. Kept in by Bitsky. Bitsky, a nice move through one, shot from the top of the slot, and that one is saved by Drew Bueller. 1:16 to go. Really nice move by Bitsky right there. Ryan Bitsky toe dragging at the top of the umbrella and finding himself in the high slot area, and a really nice shot to the glove side. That just wouldn't go. To the point, kept in by the Sabres. And that eventually eludes them. Look out, Chesterfield could have a 2-on-1 going the other way if they hurry. Good stick in the lane by Wojciewicz. And he issues a little check to the forwards and helps his Sabres team clear their zone. Comes down right in front of us, and that one hits the netting and goes out of play. 49 seconds remaining in this first period. That was flipped out of play by Caleb Greaves. It looks like he'll take the wing spot, and lining up for the draw is Quinn Thomas. This draw actually come to center ice at the actual logo. Logo of the Chicago Hawks right there here in Darien for the Sportsplex Falcons. Send that puck into the offensive zone, dumped deep, dump and chase opportunity, top of the slot, and that could have been the equalizer right there for the Falcons. Instead, it goes wide. Puck is flipped out of the zone, not far enough for icing, so that'll be Declan Riley that goes to chase that puck down. Saucer pass, stretch pass into the neutral zone across the blue line. Going wide, sticked away by the goaltender. Kept in momentarily by Chesterfield, but here come the Sabres the other way. A little mishap on the pass, and that's turned right back over. Sabres starting to get a little sloppy here, and Chesterfield's had a couple of opportunities, but saved by the bell as the horn sounds on this first period. Shots on goal, 11-3 in favor of the Sabres, and that's really been the tale of the tape here, but 1-0 in favor of the Sabres as well. But we'll be right back here from Darien Sportsplex. Mike Napolitano on Stream Sports Midwest. Back here for the Central States playoffs from Darien Sportsplex. This is Stream Sports Midwest. I am Mike Napolitano, and second period between the U16 Sabres and Falcons is back underway. Sabres in the lead 1-0 thus far. But the Falcons had a little bit of energy towards the end of that first period. Chesterfield on the attack once again here. They keep that puck in the zone. Thrown down low. And Sabres will finally clear their end. Move it as far as center. And into the offensive zone. Pollock there. Feeds it to a teammate through a stick check. Backdoor pass was at the top of the circle, and that just doesn't get through. Flipped all the way back down, and this will be an icing in favor of the Sabres. Chesterfield is guilty. 7:12 reading on the clock. That's because this second period will be split into two halves, and we will get a resurfacing done halfway through this second period. So you'll see two 8-minute halves rather than a full 16-minute period. Teams will go to the locker room, and we'll get a fresh sheet out here. No more snow. Isaacson chased down by Chesterfield. That is their number 43, Will Bradensteiner. Thrown behind the net. Chesterfield pushed off of that puck. Some physicality here early in this second period. We didn't see too much of it in that first. But both teams passed that feeling out stage. Ready to do battle here. To the point. Long shot, swallowed up, and didn't realize he swallowed it up. Was number 41 for the Sabres. That is Ryan Hoffman. Kind of just hit him in the jersey and stayed right there next to him. Here comes the Sabres the other way. Chin, long flip shot into the glove for Drew Bueller, and he'll just hold on. 6:13 to go in the first half of this second period. Full sail line changes for both sides. 10 new skaters out there. The lineup for the draw, it's Bitsky. Chumbley with a shot in a shooting position off the draw, and that just doesn't make it through the bodies in front. Carried down by Caleb Greaves. Turned over behind the net by the Sabres. Falcons have an opportunity now to get set up in the offensive zone. They throw it down into the far corner. Greaves into the near corner. Had some help there. Tuto's side. Greaves, and it looks like Bitsky were going at it for a second there with the puck nowhere in sight. Replay on. Talked about that animosity between these two teams starting to rise. Sabres will pick up in their own end and throw it all the way down the length of the ice. That is an icing on the Sabres. Palms up after that play was Evan Swatowick. Not really sure if it was just a miscommunication or he just thought he was going to get a tip on that. Didn't mean to ice it, but new legs out here for both sides. 5:24 to go, second period. Shots on goal 12-3 in favor of the Sabres. And out of the zone, but not in their possession. Sabres will have to track this down. They will. In behind the net. Thrown in front and just not able to get a stick on it are the Sabres. Dangerous area, though. Right place, right time. May have been a grade A opportunity. D to D, they go at the point. That one sneaks through the blue paint but doesn't go on net. There it is in front, and another opportunity for the Sabres. They just can't put that home. Muscled in front and rung around the end boards to the point. Sabres keep it in. To the point once more. A long shot, tipped in front, but that goes wide. From the corner, thrown in front, hits the side of the net. Backdoor opportunity is sticked away wide by Chesterfield, and here they come out on a possible 3-on-2 if they hurry. That puck hit the official on its way towards the front, and Chesterfield's rush is gummed up. thrown in front all alone, just bouncing, trying to make another pass in center, and the Sabres not able to take a shot on goal right there. Puck is bouncing on both teams at the moment. Down into the corner. And that puck is out of play. We'll get a whistle and a stoppage of the clock. 3:53 to go here in this first half of the second period. Then we'll have another 8 minutes of the second period after the ice resurfacing. Sterling lining up for the draw. Malone. Turnaround shot from right in front. Malone's shot pass found its way into the low slot and just not able to put it home are the Sabres. Pollock on the half wall. Muscles through three. Gets it to Malone. Turn around to Sterling in front to Pollock. Pollock a shot that goes wide. Malone to the point now. Walking in with it. Found Isaacson. Pinching in from the point. That hits the side of the net. Sterling, big check on the side, but it'll be Chesterfield carrying up with it, and it finally finds its way out of the zone. Chesterfield. Isaacson at his own blue line gets his pocket picked and a stick. Oh, no call there. I thought maybe we would have gotten something as the Chesterfield forward goes down. Sabres going to be able to clear their zone. Malone through one. Nice little move and muscled off the puck nicely and cleanly by Chesterfield's defense as they get to the front of the net. And it's just a save from Drew Buehler. Otherwise, could have been a grade A opportunity for Malone, who started showing the flash of the hands there, skating, putting the puck through one defenseman's legs and almost a second as he makes his way to the net. But some even better defense there. Looked like that was Radek Kowalik out there. Draw is won by Chesterfield in their defensive zone. D-to-D passing. Up the half wall. That finds its way back out, and the Sabres will just have to dump back in and get tagged up. Chesterfield moving up with it now. This is Noah Huber. Just thrown on net. And an easy grounder save. Gloved by Ibatulin. 2:25 here before we get that ice resurfacing. Lining up for the draw is Cam Mormon. Swatowick in down low to the point. Sabres go low to high. Walking in with it. Switching at the point is their point man. Thrown back to Swatowick. Aaron Stick in front, and that shot is soaked up by Buehler. I should say Aaron Stick found its way into the neutral zone. That seemed to be number 16, Quinn Thomas's stick that just went flying. So it was almost a 5-on-4 there for the Sabres as they walked in from the point. Just not able to find a loose puck, or I should say a hole past Buehler. Or now. And that's flipped back up to Chesterfield. Chesterfield bumped off of it at the line, so Sabres will fight for it in their own zone. Glove down and held by the Sabres defense. Oliver Pavlik up to Malone. Or to now. Tough angle shot from the boards, and that'll be gloved. It may have been going wide, but Buehler didn't want to take any chances. He'll hold on. 1:23 before halftime. You could call it halftime. Hockey's not typically known for having a halftime, but here in this one, we will get one. Bidsky lines up for the draw with Cam Mormon. Ortonel from the point, hits a skate, thrown in front by the Sabres, and nobody home on the back door. Rung around the end boards, into the corner. Two aside as they poke at it there. Sabres win it in the offensive zone. Long shot somehow finds its way to Bueller, and he will soak that up for a whistle. 61 seconds to go here in the first half of the second period. Protapas into the draw for the Sabres, lining up against Moorman. Wins that and gets a shot off right away. Sabres set up in the offensive zone. Picked off in the slot, and here comes Chesterfield. Just an errant pass goes the other way, and Sabres defense will be able to flip that puck as far as the blue line, but not out. Down low in behind the net. Chesterfield on the attack now. Held off on the boards, and Sabres not able to clear as that's picked off at the blue line. A shot, hit some pads, and a tip, and an opportunity on a second and third attempt, and the Falcons team just couldn't put the puck in the back of the net with a sprawled out goaltender. Moving back in with it, Chesterfield throwing in front, and there's a shot and a save on the rebound by Ibatulin, keeping this one in favor of the Sabres. And boy, oh boy, he's had to make a number of really nice saves there. Chesterfield just really buzzing on that last shift. They had that puck backdoor with Ibatulin sprawled out, and somehow that puck didn't find the back of the net. Face off to the stick side of Ibatulin. One back by Chesterfield. They elect to throw that puck deep into the zone. Muscled for it there. Sabres come up with it. And as the buzzer sounds, two players that I don't think realized the puck had left were still just going at each other, and a little extracurriculars at the end of the half of the period. And looks to be everybody's okay. No penalties will be assessed, but we'll go to the locker room for an ice resurfacing here. With the Sabres up through half, 1-0. Shots on goal 17-5 from Darien Sportsplex. Mike Napolitano here with Stream Sports Midwest for your coverage of the Central States Championships. We'll be right back with more second period action. Welcome back from Darien Sportsplex here in Darien, Illinois. Central States Championships brought to you here by Stream Sports Midwest. I am Mike Napolitano. We're back for the remainder of the second period. We had a Zamboni pause for a fresh new sheet of ice, and another 8 minutes will be played here in the second period between the Sabres and the Falcons. Sabres lead at 1-0. They outshoot the Falcons 17-5 through 1.5. Here will be the remainder of this second period, and we're underway here. 8 minutes ticking down on the clock. Here come the Sabres. Malone to Sterling. Good stick in the lane, though, from the Falcons. That's a turnaround shot from Pollock that doesn't go through. Back to the Sabres defense, and they'll throw that puck down into the Falcons' end. Turnover down low. Sterling has it now behind the net. In front, Malone. Along this near side wall. If you're just joining us, a little bit tough to see the vantage points here along the near wall and between the columns that we have here at Darien. And we're going to get a penalty here for a holding, as it looks like we're going to get our first man advantage of the game. Sabres will go to the box. This is going to be Swatowick for a holding. And the Falcons will get a much-needed man advantage to try to even things up here. Lining up for the draw is their number 17, Blake Miller. Two minutes on the power play. Back to the point, D to D. Back, they play catch, top of the umbrella. Long shot that goes wide. Kept in by the Falcons. From the middle, rebound opportunity. Goaltender Ibatulin was run into and had to scramble to get back up. No rebound opportunity, though, for the Falcons. Half wall up to the point. Shot goes wide. Point once again. Falcons looking to even things up here. Down low. Cross ice pass goes through the blue paint, but doesn't find a stick. Into the corner. Down low. Sabres desperately trying to get this out, or at least waste some more power play time of the Falcons. And they'll be able to finally slap that the length of the ice. It's going to go down and played by goaltender Drew Bueller. So no icing there. Falcons start back up with it. Still 50 seconds remaining on the man advantage. Through one, towards the net, but ran out of room, and Ibatulin will get a glove on it and cover that with 45 seconds still to go on Chesterfield's power play. 6:02 remaining in the second period. 17-6 in favor of the shots on goal, but Chesterfield pressuring quite a bit here in the offensive zone on the man advantage. Braden Steiner lining up. No, excuse me. It's going to be Thomas Quinn, or Quinn Thomas, excuse me, lining up for the draw. Centers tie up. Faceoff's won by Chesterfield to the blue line. Ran into some trouble there. And look out, here comes Malone on a shorthanded breakaway opportunity. He's got the wing. Couldn't quite get the puck towards the center there. And that is picked back up by Malone in the corner. Malone looking to get to the point. Hoffman. Pollock fighting off two in the corner there. And here come the Falcons out of their own zone. 5 seconds remaining on that power play time. They just throw one at the goaltender Ibatulin, and checked off of it as he made the shot was number 16, for Chesterfield. Quinn Thomas going down hard on that one. Power play over. 5:17 remaining here in the second period. Not a whole lot for Chesterfield on that power play. They worked the puck in the offensive zone around the perimeter nicely, but not enough towards the net to even things up here, so we remain at 1-0 Sabres. Down low, Chesterfield. Pushed off by the Sabres, and here they come on a 3-on-2 the other way. Oh, good poke check, though, from the Chesterfield defense to stop that rush. Ortenow moves back up with it. Glove down there by Chesterfield, but puck is in possession for the Sabres once again. Checked off of it at center ice. Wheeling with that puck, Blake Miller. And Ortenow couldn't quite hold that one, get the handle on it. Moved back in by Caleb Greaves. Thrown behind the net. Sabres, 2-on-1. Backdoor was Chumbley and just couldn't hold on to it. A little bit far out as well. Ortenow from the point. That puck doesn't get through. Hit a number of sticks on the way. Ortenow gets it back and just dumps it in. Sabres will tag up, but the Chesterfield Falcons have it on defense. They'll flip this puck off the boards and all the way back down. This will be an icing. 4:03 remaining here in the second period. Faceoff will come to the glove side of the Falcons netminder Drew Bueller. Cam Mormon in the draw with Bitsky. Bitsky wins it back for the Sabres. Isaacson to his teammate Bitsky, trying to find another teammate down low, and that's picked off. Chumbley knocked off by Chesterfield, and that puck escapes the zone all the way back down. The hand is up from the goaltender, Ibatula, and he'll get the whistle. 3:43, and we have an icing on Chesterfield. We'll do it all over again from the dot to the glove side of Drew Bueller. Bitsky wins it forward, not able to hold on to it. Thrown in front. Bitsky once again. Shot opportunity, looks for the back door. Chumbley had to go off of his the middle of his stick, as it wasn't a clean pass on the ice, and no opportunity on the back door. A flip shot in from Chesterfield. That's number 7, Cam Mormon. Bitsky, though, the other way. Here come the Sabres. Pinched off and hip checked along the boards right there, and they didn't take too kindly to that. Chumbley with a check right back, and starting to get a little bit chippy there from the Sabres. They didn't appreciate the physicality. There's another run-in from the Sabres, number 55, Declan Baskell, showing his dominance. Pivoting on the half wall, firing that puck down low. Hoffman's there, not quite in time, though, and Chesterfield will escape. Flipped well high and hits the glass on the end boards. Behind the net, Sabres pick it back up. Floated out to center ice. Baskell sticked off of it there. Hoffman ran into the man who dumped the puck in. That was Quinn Thomas once again. And Chesterfield will have to regroup in the defensive zone, hounded by Chin. Chin picked it off, didn't know where it was, and able to get it to a man in the slot, just sitting there, just a step away where the Sabres from a grade A opportunity to extend their lead. A long shot hits the pads, and it's kicked away with the right one by Ibatulin. 1:50 to go here in the remainder of this second period. Dumped back down by Chesterfield. Swatowick moving up with it. On the wing, near side. Trying to find a lane in front. He has a man back door, but it bounces off of his skate and goes wide. He gets it back. Top of the slot shot, and that one soaked up by the goaltender, Drew Bueller, and some extracurriculars after the whistle right there. As tensions are getting a little bit higher. 1:27 to go in this second period. Shots on goal 18-8. But the Sabres still in the lead by 1. The lone goal in this one scored by Marcin Lulinski. Referees were communicating with the Chesterfield bench there. I think Chesterfield may have wanted a call after that one, but we remain at 5 aside. Malone to Sterling in a shooting position off the draw. That one goes off the near pads. Up along this near wall. And in front, a point-blank opportunity from Sterling once again. He had one off the draw and then one after. And we are going to get a call right here after a cross-check right as the whistle was going. Looks as though the Sabres are going to head to the box. No, it's going to be the Falcons heading to the box for a cross-check. It's going to be Miller to the box. And just as Chesterfield was unhappy with a call that they thought should have been made, one is made on them. So this puck will remain in their zone. Sabres will continue on the attack here. 5-on-4. Lined up for the draw. Cooper Argerger. Draw is won by Chesterfield, and they'll be able to send it the length of the ice. Played there by Ibatulin, well out of his crease. Tried to find his defenders. Malone picks that up at center. Dumped in by the Sabres on the power play. And flipped all the way back down the length of the ice. Ibatulin there to play it. Cortez had thoughts of playing it, left it for his teammate. Streaking up the wing. Podskochis. Podskochis down below again in the far corner. Finds a teammate up to the point. Thrown towards the slot. I'm not sure if that was looking for a tip, but that goes wide. Pops out the other end. Podskochis in behind the net again. Down low. Tried to seam a pass through the crease and to the backdoor side for Malone, but that wouldn't work out. Looking for it again. Malone was there, just hopped off of his blade. Malone, good stick check to try to keep that in, but the Falcons will clear, and a little bit of extra slash at the end from number 43 on the Chesterfield. That was Will Bradensteiner. So tension's getting high. Referee talking to him. We'll take a step away for the intermission here. 49 seconds remaining on the Sabres man advantage. They still lead 1-0 going into the third. You're listening to the Central States Championships here on Stream Sports Midwest. We'll be right back. Back here for third period action between the Sabres and the Chesterfield Falcons. Sabres lead at 1-0 And they have another 50 seconds or so on this power play, now down to 40, carried over into this third period. They were pressuring heavily towards the end of that second period, but Falcons doing a nice job keeping them to the perimeter. Ortonau carries up with it through the neutral zone. Across the blue line, checked as he's arriving there, and Sabres look to get set up. Sterling, half wall, back to the point, Sterling. Sterling down low again, thrown to the slot, nobody there. Khalife from the top of the zone, and that was sticked and up over. You hear the stick from Ibatulin letting his teammates know that a man's coming out of the box. Power play time is up. That man was streaking into the zone. Falcons had it in the corner momentarily. They'll pick this puck up and send it to the point. Sent back down low. And checked off there. Back to the point. Falcons get an opportunity now. That one floats wide off the redirect. And Sterling, a couple of nice stick lifts and some stick checks, and they knock the Falcons out of the zone, back into the neutral zone. Sterling on it once again and floated all the way down, line drive, caught by, almost called him Walker Bueller at that point with the glove hand right there, but it was Drew Bueller for the Falcons, and we'll get a whistle. 14:23 remaining, 21-8 shots on goal in favor of the Sabres, who lead it 1-0. Lulinski, the goal scorer in this one, lining up for that draw on the left wing side. Bitsky in the middle. Referees telling them to escape the zone. You see the Sabres line up in that quick shooting position off the draw. They almost got the shot off if it wasn't for the whiff, and a big collision down below us. Bitsky tied up behind the play. We play on. Isaacson grabs that puck back, finds Bitsky, finds a teammate, Lulinski. He's in all alone, and a diving, swiping play from the defender to try to keep that wide. I think Lulinski had run out of real estate anyways, tried to get that to the front of the net. It wouldn't go. Back down low into the Falcons zone. Falcons moving up with it now, almost a 3-on-2. They have numbers. A shot from the near side hits off of Ibatulin and pops out into this middle slot, but nobody there for the Falcons. Here comes the Sabres the other way. Shot goes wide. May have gotten a piece of Bueller. And that is dumped back down low. Cortez just has that hop off of his blade after hopped off of a Falcon blade, and that will be an icing going the other way. So face-off will be to the stick side of Bueller. Bueller. All right, I had to throw that one in there. 13 minutes to go. I already made the Walker Bueller reference. I had to go with the original Bueller reference from Ferris Bueller. But Drew Bueller has not been absent today. He has been stellar for this Falcons side. Faced 22 shots, only 1 goal given up, and he's kept his Falcons team, who has yet to find the offensive trigger in this game. He's kept them in it. Cortez pivoting down low. Good puck protection. Finds a teammate on the side wall. Squatowick, a shot, and that one is once again gloved by Bueller. As I said, he has been all over it today. 23rd shot he has faced, and only one has snuck by him. 12:22 remaining. 5 aside, both teams squandering power play chances. The last one, the Sabres couldn't quite capitalize. The power play was interrupted by the end of the second period and into this third, but still nothing doing. Chesterfield wins the draw. Trying to move up with the puck in the neutral zone, and it's pinned against the boards right in front of the boxes, and shoulders coming up high off of that one. Khalife to his defensive partner and thrown back in. And there is a whistle there for a high stick. I think the players thought it was coming from the other sheet of ice that is behind us. We have heard some whistles from over there. It was just like last weekend in West Dundee. Heard a couple of whistles that may not have belonged to that game, but players were playing on here in this case. So one more whistle to cut the air. 12:02 left in this third period. One goal separating these two teams. Khalife from the point, redirected, and that's tipped in. What a redirect in front, and the Sabres have doubled their lead. What a stick from Oliver Pavlik. Pavlik made no mistake, just kind of leaving his stick in that shooting lane as his defenseman just throws that one. Khalife throws that one at the net, and not a whole lot that Buehler could have done on that one. Referees will get this set back up here. It is now 2-0 in favor of the Sabres. Puck is thrown back down on Chesterfield's netminder. Buehler makes the save. And like I said, you really can't fault him on that one. The two goals that have gone in, it's just been a really nice backdoor opportunity, and then a really well-placed stick for a beautiful redirection in front. And I mean, how you either have to just be there where the tip is, or just have the reaction time of a ninja in order to keep that one out. So he has done about all you can ask for in this game. He just needs a little offense from his team, and it's not that Chesterfield hasn't been able, well, quite frankly, they haven't been able to, but it's not like they haven't been trying. It's just a very talented Sabres defense just muscling them off of every single puck. That's thrown in front again. Dangerous area. Sabres threatening once again. Thrown in front. Chesterfield able to clear. 11 minutes to go, so still plenty of time for 2 goals to be scored. Get this thing tied back up for Chesterfield. But the Sabres not slowing down at all. Walensky, the initial goal scorer. High pressure there. Flipped up on net, and a pop-up catch from the other netminder, Ibitulin. And he will hold on. Taps both of his posts. We'll get a face-off to his glove side here on the near side dot. Referee set to drop the puck. Moorman, shot from the Falcons right off the draw, and that doesn't make it through. Sticked away. Sabres skating up the gut with it. Finds a man on the wing. That's Lulinski. Lulinski going wide. Drop pass there for Chumley. Lulinski behind the net. Isaacson at the point. Long shot from the point. Redirected in front, and that will hit the netting and go out of play. 10:18 to go in this third period. 25 shots on goal for this Sabres team. They lead it 25, excuse me, they lead it 2-0. I almost read the shots on goal once again. 25-10 in favor of shots on goal. And the Falcons desperately just trying to chip away now at this one. It was a 1-goal game within range of tying it. Now you got to score 1 to cut that lead in half, and we're going to get a whistle. And it looks like something behind the play. 10-minute misconduct for talking. I'm not sure what was being said down at ice level, but going to the box will be Chesterfield's Declan Riley, and he'll sit for a 10-minute misconduct. So that doesn't bode well for Chesterfield. Not sure if the additional 2 is going to be added here, and it's going to be a 5-on-4 for 2 minutes, or if that's just going to be... We saw after the whistle or excuse me, after that last goal, that when they were lining up for the draw, there was just a disgruntled look from the referees before they dropped that puck. And I'm not sure if something had been said then and words continued after the fact, but yeah, Declan Riley will sit there, and we will play 5-a-side here. And the Sabres have it in the offensive zone, but 10 minutes in the box, so basically the entire remainder of this game, Declan Riley will be in that penalty box. His teammates on the rush there, 2-on-1 opportunity, and the puck carrier was the shooter. That just wouldn't go. Sprawling out in the crease and losing his stick was Ibatulin, still without it. Had to try to block her that. Now he'll get to his stick, to the point, down low, cross-ice pass, backdoor opportunity in front, tried to make that extra pass. Another shot. That one's shouldered aside by Ibatulin. May have caught him up high. He has his... Oh, huge hit from Chesterfield right there. I'm going to try and grab a license plate on that one. That was Caleb Graves laying out. I believe that was Nicholas Pratipus. And boy, oh boy, what a hit that was. Just kind of sending the message right there. Both sides will change up here and we'll get some fresh skaters, but Chesterfield, a little bit more energy going for them right now after that 2-on-1. They keep it in the zone, and then a huge hit in that corner. Tried to throw that into the slot. Too many blue sweaters there. Sabres do a nice job of converging on that high danger area in front of the crease. Thrown in front, and once again, Sabres in that crease zone, so they'll flip it all the way down. Not far enough for icing. It's waved off. Chesterfield going to have to play this. They'll get it as, oh, it looks like it was going to stay in by the point man for the Sabres, but his own teammate, Sterling, tipped that back out. No worries for the Sabres, though, as they possess in their defensive zone. It's flipped all the way back down. Pollock to a teammate. Excuse me, that's Pollock moving up with it. I knew he was out there. Up to Sterling. Sterling tried to use the point, but they were both right there. That one is offsides, and Sabres will have to touch up. Meanwhile, Chesterfield moves it to center. Falcons dump it all the way down. It was tipped, so no icing. And here comes another whistle. May have been an extra hit along the boards right there that elicited that. It's tough for us to see if you're just joining us. We're up on a ledge here at Darien. That's the way this rink is built. And yeah, that'll be number 59 for, actually they called a high stick on that one. So that was Tyler Votovic going to the box. Vojtovic will sit for 2 minutes. It'll be a 2-minute power play for Chesterfield. They still do have a man in the box, though, for a 10-minute misconduct. And that'll be for the remainder of the game, and their initial opportunity in the offensive zone is thwarted, so they'll move back into their defensive zone. Chesterfield looking to break out with it. Start their power play attack for real this time. Dumped down low. Ibatulin came out to play it, but hopped over his stick. Down low in the corner. And a couple extra hits there in the corner. Swatowick and Bradensteiner tied up even after the play. That puck went out of play. So there was a whistle. We'll get a face-off here. Still a man advantage for the Falcons. 1:27 to go here. Tied up on the draw. Finds itself to the point. Puck is then flipped back out by the Sabres, going all the way down. And Chesterfield, just under 7 minutes to go in the game, just over a minute on their power play. That's tipped and comes all the way back down to Ibatulin. Ibatulin elects to play it with the stick. He had some Falcons converging on him there, though, so could have been dangerous. Falcons regroup at center, at their own blue line. Nice move to evade a stick. Moving in with it, Caleb Graves. High rising shot. Not sure if that caught iron. I heard it tip something, though, as it went wide. Khalife to Chin. Chin sends it the length of the ice. No icing. 6:25 to go. 35 seconds on the man advantage. Chesterfield up the wing with it. Stopped at center. And they'll just dump it into an errant corner. Big hit was coming from Sabres number 25, Ryan Ortinow. And then just evading that hit was number 7, Moorman. They try to do that once again in the Chesterfield zone and again avoiding the majority of the contact. Penalty is up now. Vojtovich coming out. 5:42 left here in this third period. Sabres able to kill off that power play. Pavlik. Cortez at the red line. D-to-D pass. Flipped all the way down into the Chesterfield zone. Falcons possessed there. 5:20 on that clock. That hops over a stick and it's going to stay in. Swatowick finds his point man. Shot from there goes wide. Malone trying to get back in, and boy, oh boy, Chesterfield knocking their own man out during that hit, and that one, look out, got all of Chesterfield out of position, and a grade A opportunity for the Sabres in front, and that could have been dangerous. They'll get an icing call here, but a couple of hits along the boards. Chesterfield takes out a Sabre, their own man with them. And that could have been disastrous as a 2-on-0 basically for the Sabres in front of the net. And Bueller standing tall. Once again, he gets a couple of stick taps from his teammates. Referee had to come over to the box to make sure that Declan Riley was wearing his helmet. You still have to wear your helmet, safety reasons, in the box. But I understand the frustration, and as that shot from Vojtovich from the point is gloved by Bueller, I understand the frustration of just wanting to probably like shed your gear at this point because you know you're not going to get a chance to go back out there, and it's just a matter of shaking hands at the end of the game, but still have to follow the rules. Chin pinched off in the corner. Vojtovich, a bouncing puck, and that one was out of the reach of Bueller as he went in for the glove and the blocker, and it hit off of both and ended up going wide into the corner. Out of the zone now for Chesterfield as they push it the length of the ice. Sabres regroup defensively. Baskell up to Chin. Chin now finding Hoffman. Hoffman, a long shot. That hit the iron and goes wide. Could have been a third goal there for the Sabres on the rush. Would have been a nice one. Khalife, collision in behind the play. A couple of players tied up, and we're going to get a penalty from that. 3:49 to go here. As we'll see what we're getting assessed right here. It was the linesman that put his hand up. It's going to be, oh, excuse me, that's just an offsides. I thought they were signaling something from behind the play. I was trying to pay attention to that and the puck moving forward as well. Bitsky to Chumbley into the zone, but Chesterfield repossesses. They get as far as center. Stick checked there. Sabres lose a stick during the play, and that one comes down in on Ibatulin. He elects to play it, and he tried to play it, and I'm not sure what's being whistled down here. Maybe just referee was about to blow the whistle and didn't realize that that one got played again. So mea culpas all around from the referees, as I think they gave a pat to some of the players out there on the ice saying they should have swallowed the whistle on that one. Khalife in. Wow, what a save from Bueller. Khalife walked right into the slot himself. Looked like he was going to pass all day, and Bueller with a nice glove save to match it. 3:24 to go, and he has kept his team in this. as much as he possibly can. Face off to his glove side. Bitsky. Down low for Lulinski. Khalife. Trying to go D to D, but there were a couple red sweaters there, so pinching in is the defenseman and has to be thrown back up to the point. Khalife again didn't have a lane for shooting, so back down along the half wall. Back up to the point. Khalife keeps that in. Lulinski down low, shouldered off of it there. And rung up around the boards, kept in at the point by the Sabres, ran into at the point by Caleb Graves, and another whistle as that one's saved by the goalkeeper, Drew Bueller. Full sail line changes on both sides. We'll get 10 new skaters out here, 2:40 remaining in this final frame. 28-13 are the shots on goal in favor of the Sabres as they look to hold on to this lead. Patskoci's into the draw. And dropped there, won it forward to himself and thrown back in front of the net, and there just wasn't a stick there. Now there is, and that one just pops wide. Not sure if that may have hit a pad of Bueller, and this one will come all the way back down. Ibatulin elects to play it. Swatowick sends it the length. Icing is waved off on a tip. The Sabres will get there first anyways. And thrown in front again. Patskoci's from the wall. Tough angle shot, but that is reached and grabbed for by Bueller. It almost looked like he was in some discomfort going down into the butterfly to stretch out for that one, but he makes the save. 2:09 to go. You got to imagine if you're Chesterfield, you're going to be looking to pull Bueller at some point here, maybe in the next 40 seconds or so. 2:09, as I said, so that one comes back down on him. If you can get possession in the offensive zone or even just get it out as far as center, get that sixth attacker out there just to try to get something going. It is a real short bench for the Falcons. I should have mentioned that throughout the game. There's only 6 other skaters on that bench. So as soon as you saw one of those full-scale line changes, that's basically the second line right there. First and second line. It's all we've seen from this Falcons team. Whereas the Sabres, as I pan the camera this way, almost looks like there's about 20 players on that bench right there. I believe you've got a full 3, maybe even 4 lines there. 2 offensive lines, maybe 2 defensive lines. And then, of course, your 5 out on the ice. That one is offsides. And we will get a whistle. 1:26 remaining in this one. Yeah, there's 14 extra players on that bench. One of them is a backup goaltender, but 13, you figure, all right, 6 of those have got to be forwards, right? Maybe another, it's 13, maybe, well, you wouldn't have 7 extra defensemen. There's a shot from backdoor, and that one whiffed on by the Sabres. So, I don't know, maybe 9 of them forwards, or maybe you've got 6 forwards and 2 extra skaters. That makes 8, and then a full 3 lines of defense right there. To the point. Wojtowicz. Down low to Chin. Chin in front, and that rattles around the slot and soaked up eventually by Bueller. 46 seconds to go. 30 shots Bueller has faced, has saved all but 2. 13 for Chesterfield, and if I'm Chesterfield, I'm maybe looking to take my timeout right here. And they don't do that. They also can't pull the goaltender. Still stuck in their zone. Lining up for the draw, Radek Kowalik. Won, though, by the Sabres. They move it in front and just couldn't quite find a towards the net. Khalife keeps it alive at the point. Chumbley Wasn't down low for that one. Tried to glove it off the glass, and that one escapes the zone. Lulinski to the backhand, moving back in with it. A shot. That one's rising and hits the blocker of Bueller. Bitsky down the half wall. Backdoor pass. Bitsky whiffs on it, but has some help as it could have been a rush going the other way for the Falcons. And that one hits the ceiling as time expires. And the Sabres will hold on to their 2-0 shutout in this one. Ibatulin not tested a lot, but 13 shots on goal, and he faces all of them. This is a solid Sabres team right here. As you see the goaltenders coming in for a big group hug. But you have to hang your head high a little bit if you are the Falcons, because you played a very tough team in the Sabres who led the division all year long. And for the longest point of this game, longest stretch, you held them to just that one goal. And with a short bench, did everything you could. So that'll be the final score in this one. Sabres 2, Chesterfield Falcons nothing. We'll go to our 5th game of the day. I'll be rejoined by my broadcasting partner, Ethan Wiles, and we'll get into the 5th game here from Darien Sportsplex. You're watching Stream Sports Midwest's coverage of the 2026 Central States Championships. I'm Mike Napolitano. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back into Stream Sports Midwest's coverage of the Central States Championships here from Darien Sportsplex in Darien, Illinois. I'm Mike Napolitano, rejoined by my color analyst, Ethan Wiles. We're getting ready to bring you some Bantam major action between the 1-seed St. Louis Knights. We saw them first thing this morning take on that Leafs team. And they will be facing up against the 4th seed Chicago Jets. Jets are wearing their 20th anniversary jerseys with that sky blue and some of that red and black striping in there. Still very reminiscent of the Winnipeg Jets style. And you've got the Knights in their white jerseys. I called them almost Ottawa Senators style earlier this morning. They got that striping across the midsection there, red and black accents in there.
We saw Grayson Milne in the net this morning, and now we're going to see Cole Grice in the net for the Knights.
A little bit of a change up in goaltending. So, I mean,
about 8 hours later.
Yeah, you want to give both goalies a little bit of crease time today. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Knights took that first game, that victory, right? Or did they fall to? No, they fell to the Leafs, didn't they? I forgot what we had this morning.
It's been so long.
It feels like so many hours ago at this point.
3 games down.
I should have been writing it down.
No, the Knights did win that game, I believe.
Yeah. So they were the 1 seed. They were taking on the Leafs, who were the 5th seed. So now they'll go up against a little bit tougher of an opponent in the Jets, who are the 4th seed, and we're underway here, 15-minute periods in this Bantam matchup. We do have an Aaron water bottle on the ice, and a whistle stopping play, so the referee will be able to grab that, but that was because of an offside. And
let the water bottles get loose.
On the other end, we have Chicago Jets goaltender, looks to be at number 29 in net, Caleb Jackson. He's not listed as a goaltender here on my roster, but it could be, if I'm mistaken, maybe that's a 21. No, it's 9. And it doesn't look like an 8. Unless that is Michael Wiseman.
29, yeah.
So a mix of the two. So we have listed on the Jets side of things Michael Gatulin, who's 21. And then we have Michael Wiseman, so the two Michaels, who's number 89. But a combination of their two numbers, 29 in net. I do have a 29 on my roster, and that's Caleb Jackson. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Michael Gatulin is skating out, so I think there's just an error on the sheet here. I just saw him race to the bench. So that should be Caleb Jackson in net. Moving up the wing with it are the Jets. And they'll lose it in the far corner in the offensive zone, and that puck is pushed out as far as center. Close. Couldn't get that puck out. Failed clear. Abriola still in the zone here, wheeling around the outside perimeter. Centering pass in the slot, and Abdul Alim had a really good opportunity in the slot. We've seen a lot from him. I've covered this Jets team on several different occasions at Johnny's Ice House, and I've seen a lot from not only him, but this is a very good Jets team all around. But as I stated, based on the standings, this is supposedly an even better Knights team, and we did see them dominate this morning. Lorenzen was part of that, and he's up on the rush now. Pass eludes him and goes deep into the Jets zone. Turned over in front, but no white sticks there and able to pick that up, so the Jets will break back out with it. Or get as far as their blue line and run into some trouble. As far as the red line is flipped right back into the catching glove of the goaltender Caleb Jackson. He'll hold on. 12:54 remaining in this first period. So we have a couple couple of numbers different on our Jets roster than what is actually out on the ice, so we'll just be going by what's on the jerseys there. I did see
Great looking jerseys, by the way.
They are.
Great looking jerseys.
They are beautiful jerseys. I did see Gatulin skate to his own bench, though, so I know that he's listed as a goaltender, and that is not the case here, but we'll double-check that is Caleb Jackson in net for you.
I'm going to go with no. A couple of these I've noticed different names match up with different numbers, so we'll hopefully get the goalie here for Chicago at some point during this game. And the last name, luckily for us, the last names are very readable.
Yes, yeah, that is true. Yeah, Matthew Breeden wearing that number 7 jersey, but he is number 8 on the roster. So, yeah, he's actually number 7. And there's going to be a whistle here. Too many men on the ice as the Jets were changing, and it looks as though an extra pickup of the puck by the man who just stepped out onto the ice. So they're going to get called for it, and they'll be short a man instead.
Go ahead.
Cordiano was listed as number 17 on my roster, but is wearing number 21. But who's serving the penalty is going to be Breeden. Go ahead, Ethan. What were you?
I was just going to say the reason I noticed that was I was taking a look at the roster to take a look at Braden Gaunt. I mean, he is a giant human being out there.
That is true.
He is a presence in front.
We were actually making that remark in one of our earlier games. I don't believe it was the Knights versus Leafs game, so I don't think we'll see too many. There are a couple big bodies, and you see it right there on this Knights team as that one's floated from the point on net, and laser beamed, I should say, not floated, as that is Wiseman, Michael Wiseman in net. So he's listed as number 89, but he's wearing number 29, so that is one of the Michaels in net. But, yeah, I mean, you've got some pretty tall skaters on the Knights side of things as well. Puck is dropped, back underway. Knights possessing the offensive zone.
My day job is covering Rockford sports, and earlier this week I covered an 8th grade basketball team out there that had a 6-foot 8th grader.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine when he's done growing? Was it boys basketball?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Can you imagine when he's done growing?
I mean, he's already just a dominant force in the paint.
Yeah, I can imagine. That might be a one-way ticket to the NBA at that point, because you've got the height already down.
You can't call over the backs when you're towering over the defenders going for the rebound.
Right.
So I didn't have the luck with that, Gene. I'm nowhere near 6 foot and won't ever come close to it. So
don't worry. I'm not in that ballpark either, but I don't mind. Nobody's going to ever ask me to reach for anything on the top shelf. But I'm sure top shelf in hockey is what some of these taller gentlemen are looking for.
All right,
so,
all right.
You like that transition?
Yeah. They call us professionals for a reason.
Honestly, professional dad jokes almost over here. But that is exactly where you want to go. But some of these taller gentlemen, they might have to reach for the actual top shelf eventually if somebody asks them for where mama hides the peanut butter or the cookies. Sometimes people say pickles. I don't know. You pick whatever's
in the
cookies. Top of your pantry.
I'm
going cookies too. I know Blackhawks always used to say peanut butter, so that's fine too. Maybe a little bit healthier. Get your protein in. Goldwasser, shot, hits a skate and doesn't make it through, and we have a man down in front of the crease there. A little bit of extra contact, and I believe we're going to be assessed a penalty here as the whistle goes. So looks like it is going to be Grayson Lorenzen headed to the box. Yep, Grayson Lorenzen, 2 minutes for cross-checking in front of the net. Everybody seems to be okay after that one. So that will negate the rest of the, the Knights power play. And then it'll be another minute and 20 seconds of power play time the other way for the Jets. Jets control off the draw, but they have to move it back out into the neutral zone. tied up at center. And dumped back down by St. Louis. It's the end boards with that one and tried to filter it in on goal, but stays behind. Thrown back to the point. St. Louis, a wide shot. That one hits a stick. I don't believe that is going to be a high sticking if they touch it. And both teams elect to just let the clock wind down, which is an interesting move. But you understand it, right? So if you are one team that committed the high sticking there, which would be the Knights, you may want to actually touch that puck to get the whistle because that 4-on-4 time is ticking off as the Jets are just trying to waste that 4-on-4 time and get to their power play. So you may want that high sticking infraction, but as you touch it, yes, the faceoff is going to come into your zone. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 there as number 22 steps in for the draw.
Mikey, I'll admit I was too busy dancing listening to Tick Tick Boom.
There you go.
I was too busy dancing.
It's cool that we have music now. I don't believe we had that for
I was thinking about that.
Games.
I don't know if it's just because we've been here all day and maybe we heard it and we didn't, but
no,
whoever's DJing has been playing some great music as well, providing some great additions to keep us awake.
Heard some Tate McRae in there earlier, who many people are calling her a traitor these days because she's dating Jack Hughes of the U.S. Olympic hockey team, but she's Canadian. So, I don't know. You be the judge of that one. Look out in front and a tip shot, and the Jets score on their power play with a beautiful threaded pass into the back door and a tip-in opportunity. That is going to be... Bear with me here. Jack Gerloff with the tally there. Once again, numbers not matching up, so I had to make sure I got the tag name right.
Be your eyes here, Mikey.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So, yeah, huge goal.
I got 4 of them for a reason.
Yeah, I got 4 of them, too. I wear them in contact form.
I appreciate you.
And sometimes they still don't work for me. So, we'll keep you posted on all these new numbers for the Jets, but... Boy, oh boy, what a way to get on the board first. Both teams back to 5 skaters aside as that 4-on-4 time expired. That was technically a power play goal for the Jets and a beautiful one at that. They battle along the wall in the near corner here. 3 aside, finds its way into the corner. Tied up on the far side, but the Knights will still prevail with it. They move that puck up. Chen now. Poke checked away from him. And it finds him again in that corner. One more time. Punched off into the corner, and it's the Jets that'll be able to clear their zone. They have that 1-0 lead here. They just elect to dump that puck and get a full forward line change going there. Kept in nicely by the Jets. Abdul Alim to chase. Trying to lift that stick and causes enough pressure to force the turnover. Thrown in front, and that came through the blue paint, but nothing doing. Good keep at the blue line by the defense, both by stick and skate.
Jack Bollinger doing a real good job with his stick, getting it in there and breaking up the offensive chance.
That was a really nice keep in there by Ari Pereira. His number is correct on the sheet here, number 77. You just saw him skate over to the bench. A new defenseman out there for the Jets. They get this puck back into the zone, and they'll change up their forward lines again. Jets have a big bench, so they're electing to go with quick shifts here. 2 times you see really quick shifts. If you have a deep team and a big bench, or if you have a short bench. It doesn't matter if you have a deep team or not at that point. If you have a short bench, you want to try to keep those shifts short, keep the legs fired. You don't want to get caught out there for too long. I know that all too
off 3 or 4 guys in the process.
I know that all too well from my late night game last night. I was called in as the 7th man. 7 total. That wasn't too much fun. 10:30 puck drop.
Nothing quick about those shifts, eh?
Nope. Got caught out there a lot of times. The legs felt good. I'm not fast. These skaters are way faster than I am. I'm an old man now. Thrown into the corner. 6:29 to go here in this first period. Jets leading 1-0. Acree trying to find his teammate at the far blue line. The Knights will regroup in their own zone. Levinson up along the wing. Levinson moving in with it and created a little bit of room from his winger that pulled the defense to the far side of the blue line. Good stick by Close. Up the half wall and out of the zone in front of the Knights bench. Trying to dump that puck deep, and a really tall
big hit along the board.
Jets defenseman. Yeah, that might be, is that Gerloff? Jack Gerloff, number 9. Trying to get an eye on that, but a flip shot from center ice, and it's soaked up by the goaltender, Michael Wiseman. Michael Wiseman, your goaltender for the Jets, and it'll be a face-off to his glove side. Both goaltenders normal in this game. We did see in that first game, I mentioned it on the previous broadcasts, we had a lefty goaltender. You don't often see that too much. Yeah. Here come the Jets with numbers moving up with it. Jackson forced down, and there's going to be a penalty here for a hook as he was taken down into the corner as he tried to power move to the front. It's a good move from Jackson there to draw the penalty, and the Knights will go back to the box. A little bit of an argument there from number 98, Will Goldwasser, but the referee has already made the call. It'll be a man advantage here. 5:27 to go.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty aggressive takedown there, and you know what you're trying to do and get in the way there, but
we saw a similar one. It may have very well been in that Knights game this morning where you kind of have to, look out, that one almost found its way into the top corner. You kind of have to take that penalty because you don't want to just give that guy the lane to the net, but you also, you want to do it in as clean of a way as possible so that you don't draw the penalty and you keep him from the net. There's a shot and a score from the Jets, and they double their lead right here on the power play. 2 power play goals from this Jets squad.
Looks like it's Luke Mashek.
Yeah, Mashek with the shot, and he was just inside the dot on that far side, the righty winger right there, just rifling that puck into the far top corner.
Almost poetic, too. You heard the fans just to my left yelling, shoot it. He obliged, and he scored.
So 2-0 here. Both power plays for this Jets squad convert. If you're St. Louis, you're going to do your best to stay out of the box. As a team who finished higher in the standings, you want to try to get back into this one. Assert that dominance that you've worked for all season, right? But sometimes, playing your second game of the day and also giving up a couple of man advantages, you get off on the wrong foot. We'll see who has the endurance through this one, as we still have 4.5 to go here in the first period. And plenty of hockey left. O'Reilly goes back to chase that one.
And you mentioned, too, that's where the advantages of having that deep bench come in. And, talk about the Knights playing their first game at 7 o'clock this morning, as that was a big hit along the board. But, yeah, you talk about the endurance. Chicago's bench definitely looks deeper. So we'll see how much that obviously plays a part into it as well.
Abdul Aleem had a lane through the center and ran out of real estate as the puck escaped him, and coming out to play that was the goaltender, Cole Grice.
He's caught my eye, Abdul Aleem, from the start of this game.
Yeah, I've covered, I think it's been now 2 or 3 games for this Jets team. Actually, I might have been with you at Johnny's Ice House when we covered this team.
You're right.
You'll start to notice him real well right off the bat. A lot of quick skating, speed, and hands. He's got some nasty hands in the corners, and it's not just him. There's a lot of players on this Jets team as well that can control the puck, and they just move like in a synergistic way. Everybody knows exactly where they're going to be. It's a well-oiled machine, and
this might sound weird, but I noticed that on the bench as well. Just the way that they're shuffling around on the bench, it just looks very organized, very clean.
And that entire bench is standing, too. I mean, not that the...
Oh,
I mean, look out.
a couple of them
Just
almost
because
nearly
you're
got taken
standing
out
doesn't
because of
mean
that.
that the puck can't come and find you in the face. You see a lot of players standing on the St. Louis side of things as well. Deep bench over there, but as we mentioned, they played that first game of the day, so these skaters got a little bit of a rest, but I'm sure a doubleheader is a little bit taxing on the legs. Ulrich trying to find a teammate up front. And that'll find his teammate in back. Goldwasser rings that puck around. Oh, the good read there by the Jets as the Knights were trying to just pry that puck off the boards and get an outlet pass, and it's picked off and held in to a side in the corner. Knights come up with it, held in at the point by the Jets. Richter's down low. And that one thrown to the blue line. Beautiful keep right there. They wanted a call for offsides, but I had the perfect vantage point of it right here at the blue line. That was staying in. That one finally comes out, and here comes Chen the other way. Cutting to the middle, shooting, and what a glove save. Read beautifully by Wiseman on that one. You were seeing that shooter, Chin, from the Knights skate left, shoot right, and he knew exactly he was going glove side with that one.
We saw him do a lot of that this morning as well, and he had some success in that this morning as well too, and you can tell that's his patented move. But yeah, good read there. Another good read there as well.
It's a good one to have. You move east to west, try to get the goaltender to move with you, and you kind of open up that shooting slot for you. You get all the face time on the blade of yours, and I'm not talking, you calling your friend on an iPhone. The puck just stays on that forehand, and you can just release it whenever. You could change the angle of it. It's almost a little bit of a hack, and most shooters know to get that extra little advantage there against the goaltender. Jackson with a turnaround shot, and that's soaked up by Grice, and he'll hold on.
Thank you for clarifying that also, that it wasn't video chatting.
1:47 to go here in this first period.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
Hey, no, FaceTiming's fun, but you want to get the face of your stick. I guess the forehand face.
Yeah.
You can do it with the backhand too, but you got to have a backhand maybe a little bit reminiscent of Patrick Kane there with that skill. And especially when you're cutting east to west, it's a little bit easier to just hold that on the forehand than it would be on the backhand. Doesn't really cup the puck as nicely, and that far out, you're not really going to get a great backhand shot. Thrown in front, and the Knights had an opportunity going low to high. Another shot pops up, and wow, what a save there by Wiseman.
We're a good couple 100 feet away from him, but you could almost see his eyes watching that puck as it bounced up into the air, and that was great concentration by Wiseman.
Yeah, great tracking indeed, and that's a scary situation when the puck pops up like that because you made the initial save, and if it only bounces off of you, you might not know what kind of spin the puck has, and luckily he tracked that the entire way and was able to still hold on to it. Here come the Jets out of the zone, and they'll get the puck deep in behind Grice on the St. Louis end. Chicago with it to the point. Held in nicely by the Jets. Thrown back down low. Braden there to pressure. Rung around the boards, and out with it now are the Knights 2-on-2 as they enter the zone. A shot through a body. That one hit a stick and wouldn't go on net. And here come the Jets right back out of the zone. Dumping it deep and living to fight another day as they were clear of center when they dumped that, so no icing. O'Reilly will play it there.
Oh, good move.
Palumbo keeps that in at the blue line there. Rikers to Cantwell. Cantwell slashing Lorenzen a little bit. Lorenzen plays on with it. Had 3 blue sweaters on him and lost it at center. This puck will come all the way back down. O'Reilly and Goldwasser will touch up for icing with 3 seconds to go. 3 seconds on the clock. 2-0 in favor of the Jets, who are technically the away team in this one. 7-5 in favor of shots, though, on the St. Louis side of things. Puck is dropped, and the clock will expire. Knights were trying to hurry up and get that puck to the net, but they will run out of time, and we will take a break here before the second period, and we'll get another 15 minutes on the clock. Then you're listening and watching along to the Central States coverage here on Stream Sports Midwest. Ethan Wiles, myself, Mike Napolitano from Darien Sportsplex. We'll be right back. We're ready to go here for period 2 from Darien. The Chicago Jets and the St. Louis Knights. Chicago leads 2-0 after 1. 2 power play goals. And they have the lead here against the 1 seed Knights.
Yeah, we definitely seen Chicago come out fast and strong in that first period. Definitely proving that they're the faster team, at least in that first 15 minutes.
Face-off will be to the glove hand side of Wiseman.
However, the Knights out shooting Chicago in that first period also, though, so.
Thrown all the way the length of the ice, but icing's waved off as there was a tip attempt in there. St. Louis will track that. Clear it to the point, but not out. And here comes St. Louis now on the rush. They might have numbers if they hurry. And they'll just dump that puck down low. Thrown back to the point. A shot, and that finds the net. A tip in front, but they point. It was, in fact, close from the point. As that may have just hit off of a jet stick. The goaltender, Wiseman, was tracking to his left. It may have been going that way originally, but it hit something along the way and found the top corner on the right side. And that cuts the Jets' lead in half here.
And Liam Klaus getting credited with the goal there. At least he went through the line first. Cuts into that deficit. And it was a matter of time because, like I just said, they were out shooting Chicago in that first period. So they're getting chances. It's just a matter of time for them to get on the board and maybe get things rolling a little bit. If you remember this morning, too, it seemed like a very slow start for both teams, and maybe that's just what their brand is figure things out, feel things out, and go into the break after the first period and regroup, and they've done a good job of that so far in the second.
Could very well be. If you're the Jets, you want to score a 5-on-5 goal here just to kind of set that tone that you don't just need a power play goal to score here. I mean, another power play would be nice, but you can't just rely on getting special teams opportunities. So their lead has been cut in half by the 1 seed. And, you kind of said it, Ethan. We were just kind of wondering if maybe it was early. Legs weren't underneath some skaters yet. But it seems to be the same game plan here for St. Louis in the afternoon game as it was in the morning game, where they have that little bit of feeling out stage or getting their legs underneath them to kind of figure out the opponent, and then they come alive here, and we saw that right there. They're pressuring once again here, but they turn it over deep in the offensive zone. That's turned back the other way, and Acree, excuse me, going back and pulling up on a dime, and look out, here comes a smooth stick handling Abdul Aleem, and not able to get through a second defender, but gave Acree some trouble there in the corner, and almost had a opportunity point blank in front for himself. That puck will go all the way down, icing against the Jets, and that'll stop the clock at 12:31. Molesky stepping up for the draw. Jets win that, but it's back onto their goaltender, Wiseman, and he'll cover and hold. Puck is dropped. Jets win the draw again. Pereira pulling up behind the net. That's Ludwig. Thrown down low again. And it finds its way into the net again from the point. What a redirect. Wow, that one I didn't even see, and that was right in front of us. Goldwasser credited with that one. And boy, oh boy, two crazy shots from the point, and the Knights are back in this.
We're back to even.
2 goals apiece. Knights out shooting the Jets 11-5. The Jets 2 goals coming on the man advantage. As I said, they desperately need a 5-on-5 goal to keep up with this Knights offense that has certainly come alive here off of 2 almost, I don't want to take anything away from the skill here, but 2 flukish goals, and that's a tough angle shot there from Tommy Clanton. But 2 tough angle, I mean, just not tough angle, two shots from the point that have just rattled around and found the back of the net, and with some speed as well. It wasn't as though those pucks were tipped and something was taken off of them and they ended up being a little bit of a changeup or a knuckleball. Those found their way to the back of the cage with some force even after being redirected. So some tough luck for Michael Wiseman and the Jets, but boy, oh boy, the Knights have fought back quickly in this one. Maschik moving in. Had an opportunity in the slot, but elected to throw it to the winger. Just under 11:30 to go here in this second period. Dug out of the corner by the St. Louis Knights. Clanton thrown in front, and that one was loose for a moment, and Wiseman able to pounce on that one, and the Jets are able to clear their own teammates out from getting possibly another penalty, dealing with Lorenzen in front of the net, just being a little bit of a pest.
It's got to be sometimes in hockey, right? Got to be a pest sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. You got the momentum right now. Don't do anything that could be penalty causing or, on yourself, but draw one the other way. And if the Jets are undisciplined enough and will bite for it, then you'll get yourself a man advantage on top of already tying this game up while at even strength for both goals. A shot, and wow, that one finds the top corner. And we are seeing a shooting gallery here from Darien Sportsplex here this afternoon as the Jets regain their lead. There's that 5-on-5 goal we were talking about. And that looks like that is
Rikers, sorry.
Rikers.
Lucas Reichel.
Liam Riekers, excuse me. Liam Riekers just absolutely ticketing that one top shelf.
Yeah, that was a beauty.
Near side, and then it found its way to the far side as well, as that was an absolute bullet to get the Jets back in the lead. So Jets reclaim their lead here, but it was a 2-goal lead for some time, and that has been erased. So now just a 3-2 matchup here this afternoon from Darien. And this puck will head all the way back down for an icing on the Knights.
Crazy too that you were able to go top shelf on a big-bodied goalie, and not even a wide body. He's just a tall goalie.
Right, and it wasn't like he was cheating at all.
Right.
I mean, he just got a little bit of room upstairs and took advantage of it. I didn't think there was much room.
Yeah,
Maybe
I agree.
quite literally a puck's length of room, and that was all it took. Here come the Knights. Into the corner with it. On the backhand, good puck protection there. Still puck protecting. Jets struggling to touch this puck. And they will now as they escape the zone with it, but it's back in the possession of the Knights for a moment. Gerloff gets it and dumps it back down. Clear of center when he dumped it, so no icing. Sticked up, and look out, Jets were changing again. They already got called once today for too many men, and you don't want to do that once more, but the puck found its way in front of their bench. D-to-D pass in the defensive zone for the Knights. Stands, moves it up, and parents wanted a trip right there. That was just a little bit of incidental contact, and able to still push the puck into the offensive zone are the Knights. They'll fight for it there, and it'll finally find its way back out to center. Goldwasser sends that back in. He scored the second goal for this Knights team. D-to-D pass. And that will find its way down. No icing. That's waved off. Said it was playable on its way there. Into the corner. Multiple blue sweaters there. They'll come up with it. And Jets not able to clear it, though. Look out. Goldwasser. Another shot from that point area, like the one he scored on. And that one he wasn't able to keep in. So streaking down to get that one is Ludwig Myers. Instead, it'll be the Knights with just under 9 minutes here, flipping this puck down for an icing. 8:36 on the clock. 3-2 game here from Darien. Knights erase a 2-goal deficit, but the Jets come back with their first 5-on-5 goal of the game.
3 goals on 6 shots.
That is impressive, too. I mean, we've talked about those first two shots coming on their power play, but, I mean, look out. Here's a collision at center ice. So it's all incidental. We play on. That just looked a little bit dangerous. We talked about how those reverse hit from Jackson right there. And Caleb Jackson just absolutely leveling the competition. We talked about those first 2 goals coming on the power play and how it was crucial for the Jets to score 5-on-5, but I've kind of ignored the fact that they haven't had a whole lot of shots even just to begin with, so they've picked their points perfectly, just some high danger chances, so it doesn't always have to come on the power play, and it doesn't have to be a million shots, but the more you throw at the net, the better, right? So that puck finds its way all the way out. Racing for it are the Knights right there, but the Jets will pick it up in their zone defensively. Reif to Jackson. Jackson just floats that out. Reekers, the man who scored the go-ahead goal thus far in this game. This is floated all the way down, and Reif will touch up for an icing with 7:19 to go.
Setting up for what should be a thrilling third period.
Yeah, we'll have another 15 minutes on the clock, and a 1-goal game. This is similar to what we had in that first game with the Knights this morning. And
it's definitely helping us reach our goal total for today.
Yeah. Your game was a 3-3 tie.
And we had
6 goals right there.
2-1s?
2 2-1s, so
6 plus 6, 12.
It's 12. We got 5 in this one, so 17.
All right, we're getting there.
Your prediction was 24 goals scored total today. Mine was 20. No, you had 23.
25.
I had 25. Our over-under was set at 24.
If we can hit right in the middle at 24.
Yeah, watch it be right at 24. We're both wrong, but you know what? I'll take it. If we meet in the middle, that's fine by me. We've seen a good day full of hockey, as there's a whistle for an offside. We've got the change happening right there. This is the second period. It's the period of the long change, so it's a little bit tougher, and you have to mention that one of those doors is in the offensive zone. It's actually right on the blue line on this rink. You see part of the door even painted with that blue line coloring right there, so can be a little tricky when it comes to entering the zone and changing up wingers and skaters. Puck sent down into the St. Louis zone. They battle for it there. Pereira thrown down. And kept that
Nearly
in.
a bad turnover.
Yeah.
Nearly a bad turnover.
I'm surprised that stayed in. Pereira looked like he was down and out, and he gets some pats from his teammates and backup goaltender as he gets to the bench. And man, oh man, what an effort there. But that one finally moves out of the zone, and Abdul Alim trying to pick it up along the wall there. Turned aside by Tommy Clanton and all the way back down. Puck floated up and back to the far blue line where the Knights play it and throw it back in. It's not just onside, but no icing. And fans were looking for Gerloff to hit Labriola as the Knights were changing and they could have caught them right there. Instead, that won't go. Look out, here comes a foot race between two players and taken down and going to be a penalty. Not sure on that one, Ethan. It may have looked like a little bit of, I don't want to say embellishment, but it looked like that wasn't the toughest of stick checks right there. And
I also think the size difference had a big factor in that as well.
So the man,
Wengelsdorf he's a bigger kid.
Yeah, Augustus will sit for 2 minutes here, but it seemed like he if any penalty was going to be called there, it was a stick in the midsection. So I don't know why the player went down necessarily. Typically that you'd see that from a trip rather than a hook. Hook, you would just kind of see them lose the puck a little bit or get yanked down rather than fall forward. So not sure about that one. Referee is talking to Liam Close there. Might be a problem with his equipment, and he's going to send him to the bench and tell him to fix that before he comes back out there. Can't play with something. Something to do with the helmet there. We're back underway. Jets in the offensive zone on the power play. And it was a real shame because the Knights had that opportunity once Mangelsdorf picked that puck up as a almost breakaway into the zone on net, but the penalty's called. Floated to the far side. Oh, backdoor opportunity, rebound, but nobody in the vicinity to pick that up for the Jets. They fight for it there. A couple of sticks come up, but everybody's still okay. That puck escapes the zone, and Gaunt will regroup. Aschik. Moving in are the Jets. Laid off there. Tried to throw in front, but that finds its way back to Maschik. Throwing that puck around the end boards. Big hit there. Collision in the corner between sides and kept in by the Jets. 46 remaining on the man advantage. 4:07 remaining in this second period. Goldwasser fighting to defend his own zone. Good back check there from him, especially on the penalty kill. Thrown in front, point blank opportunity, and he finds the top corner, wow. But I think that hit the crossbar.
I think it went in.
Referee waved it off immediately. Wow. We play on. It did.
He's got a better view of it than I do, but from the angle that I had, it looked like it may have gone in. But
and with that hard of a slap shot from point blank, you would have thought you would have heard iron, but I didn't hear anything there. It's a big telltale that might have been in, but
wow.
Like you said, he's got the better vantage point than me, and even the skaters kept playing on. So I wonder if that just maybe hit a dead spot on the post or the crossbar. I don't know. You gotta wonder. 4 seconds to go. You saw coming down to warn his teammates. Clayton Herwick told Mangelsdorf what to do as soon as he gets out of the box, and he comes right into the chaos in his own zone, and puck is flipped on net and held by Milne. Oh, excuse me. I'm used to Milne from earlier today. That's Grice. So Engelsdorf will head off now after the danger ceases, but that's only because of the whistle. St. Louis will still have to get this puck out of their zone. Thrown down low, O'Reilly. Turned over. Jets have it down low. Thrown in front. Only white sticks there, and they work that puck as far as the point. Kept in by the Jets. Muscled off the wall by the Jets. Backdoor pass, and what a save indeed from Grice. My, oh my.
Just picked that one out of the air.
A little bit of a windmill action, too, on that one, and rightfully so. He was standing up when he made that save. Had to cut across to the backdoor side, and puck came right into his midsection where his glove was positioned, and not saying that that was any easy save by any means, but good tracking there from the goaltender, Cole Grice. Jets keep it in. Not able to get to a lane. We've seen a couple of times the Jets, we'll get a whistle here. I'm not sure what this is for. It may have been out of play and hit that netting. Yeah, I believe out of play right there. So we'll have a face-off right outside of the St. Louis zone. But we talk about, so the Jets, oh wow, snuck in the near top corner. Mason Abdul-Aleem, and we talked about his skill earlier today, and he put that on full display there.
Wow, that was Patrick. Talk about Patrick Kane-esque. That was Patrick Kane-esque right there.
That was incredible. Virtually
only
no
Aaron
space
was here.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That would have been living in his head.
He'd call it
Shout out
Pasternak.
our boss, Aaron.
He'd call it Pasternak. He's another 88
That's a
9,
Patrick
but that's
Kaner against the...
yeah, that is against the Wild, throwing it up. But that was his was a backhand, but boy, oh boy, a forehand shot from Abdul-Aleem, and once again, almost virtually no space in that top corner, right by Grice, and just able to sneak that in. We saw.
I think it's the one area of the net that he just can't cover. Yeah, like I said, he's a tall individual, so he can sprawl out and use those big legs to cover anything on the ground. But if you're able to get him on the ground, you have that space in the corners in the top shelf, and if you're able to put it there like two players have for the Jets, it's going to pay off for you.
Planting up the wing, patted away by Michael Wiseman. Puck comes all the way back down the other way. Jets will get there first, but the whistle for icing as per the rules of this league. 1:32 to go, and boy, oh boy, yeah, you talk about him, Grice being a bigger goaltender, and that's in fact he is. Honestly, at this age level, or really any age level, you're just putting the onus on the shooter to be able to pick that top corner perfectly.
Yeah.
And I'll take that bet if I'm that goaltender. I mean, yes, of course, you want to have that all covered, but the more you move your head towards the post, the more you leave that far side open, which is also putting the onus on the shooter to be able to have that angle to get that puck into the far side of the net. But you also don't want backdoor chances. Those are fairly common. So, I mean, it's not like he was cheating off that post at all. And that you just talk about that tiny little slot upstairs, and you have to be the best of shooters to absolutely exploit that one. And we're going to get what looks like a roughing penalty here. A little bit of a hit from behind on Jackson. And St. Louis, frustrated, will go to the box and become even a little bit more frustrated. That'll be Gabe Ulrich headed to the box for 2 minutes. 1:04 left in this second period, though, so if the Jets do not score, this will carry over into the third period. But man, oh man, we talk about the Jets being the lower seed in here. We talked about all the excuses that could be made of St. Louis having already played a game today. But man, you got to think that you have that talent as the first place seed, but the Jets have just found a way to shut it down and exploit it and prove that they can play a better overall game. Sometimes it's about the matchups.
Yeah.
And it's not saying that the St. Louis side has played a bad game by any means. It's just they've been knocked off of their usual calmness by this Jets team who has taken their second 2-goal lead of the day against them.
And it wouldn't surprise me, though, going into this third if St. Louis is able to put one on the board early in this third period, just based on what we've seen so far from them today, where, you're able to regroup a little bit and talk about some things that you saw in the last period. We'll see what happens here in the next 20 seconds when they go into the break.
Both fans and bench wanted a call on a trip there, and didn't seem too much of a stick in the midsection or into the skates. But that one is flipped back out by St. Louis. And yeah, you've talked about it. St. Louis has had that resiliency, that they had those 2 fluky shots from the point that rejuvenated them quickly and got them back into this game. And even though they were flukish shots, they were set up nicely. And they weren't just all luck. It was some skill involved as well. It just took a fortuitous bounce on both occasions. And you get back into this one, and you got to think, if you're on that St. Louis bench, that can happen for you again. But you talk about trying to get a goal quick here in the third. You got to kill off these last 57 seconds, because you can get that goal early in the third, but that's either making it 4-3 or 5-3. And you'd much rather it be a 1-goal game. But we'll step aside here as we head to the third period with a 2-goal game. Jets lead it 4-2 right here from Darien Sportsplex. It is the Central States Championships, brought to you by Stream Sports Midwest here. Ethan Wiles and Mike Napolitano will be right back. We've dropped the puck and we're ready to go here for period number 3. The Jets leading the St. Louis Knights by a score of 4-2. We saw a 1-0 and a 2-0 lead from the Chicago Jets. Then we saw the St. Louis side crawl back to even things up. And 2 quick goals towards the end of that second period from the Jets regain their 2-goal lead. So we enter this third period with still about 30 seconds in power play time for the Jets, but they have yet to enter the offensive zone. They did momentarily there, but it's poked back out. Gerloff trying to cut through the center. A couple of white sweaters in the way, so they'll throw it back up the wall. Muscled off the puck there, but the Jets still keep it in the zone. Down low, trying to feed the slot. It was on the stick of, that is, Braden.
Ooh, Ulrich with a good wrister. Good slap shot, sorry.
Back to 5 aside here as that penalty is killed. So you got to think that's a little momentum in the way of the St. Louis side of things.
Well, that was step 1, right? Step 2, now obviously get back into it with a goal. And step 3 is tie it.
Right, yeah, you definitely want to take that momentum from killing that power play right then and there and get one quick here. I mean, you have a lot of time, but now is probably the best time to do it, to just try to continue that roll that you're on after killing that shorthanded instance. And that puck is deep in the Jets zone, thrown in front. Look out, here is a shot from the slot, and that one did seem like it got off of the stick of number 16, Cole Molesky, but I don't think that one was clean off the stick, so it didn't go on net. Under 13 to go here. St. Louis trying to keep that in, but Abdul Aleem, look out. He had that last goal for the Jets, and I don't think anybody knew where that puck was just momentarily.
I thought it went into the benches. So
yeah,
the door was open. They were changing.
The defense for the Jets knew it was down by them, but everybody at center ice was kind of looking around as the Jets were changing. And that puck will go all the way down for an icing against the Jets. So if you're St. Louis right now, you've killed that penalty. You got a little bit of momentum, a little bit of offensive zone time. You're going to switch things up and get some fresh legs out here, but you want to continue with that. Maybe get a goal quick here. And that might open things up for you in this game, just being down one. In a shooting position off the draw is Seamus Larrigan. But that one is not won cleanly or won at all by St. Louis. The Jets will clear their zone all the way down on net. Counted as a shot on goal on Grice. O'Reilly hounded behind his own net. Gets it as far as the point, held in by the Jets. O'Reilly one more time. He'll play catch with that point man right there. And floated all the way back down on his goaltender. Grice makes the save. .12:01. That's not the actual time on your clock. Don't worry, we're at 5:23 p.m.
I think we've lost track of time after being in here all day.
That is true. If you're here early and you're looking for the 5:50 p.m. game, that'll be starting probably a little bit later, depending on.
We've been running about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes behind what the original schedule has been, but
we did have one overtime, but other than that, everything else has pretty much just kind of taken that extra 5 minutes throughout the day. Close. And the Jets turn that back, so Close one more time. Finding Clanton. Clanton up the wing. And a rung around the end boards. And the captain trying to shovel that deeper, John Stanzi. Not able to, so it'll find his defense, but it is an icing on the Jets with 11 minutes to go. 11:04 to be specific. Shots on goal, very even here. In fact, the Jets have overtaken the Knights by just one, 17-16 in favor of the away side, who also lead in goals. Close from the point. That rattled around and almost found its way into the back of the net. Down low, Mangelsdorf rings it around the end boards. Shoveled along by Molesky.
Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if St. Louis gets one in the net here in this third period.
They're looking to force it. They're looking to get this sustained zone time and catch the Jets in a situation where just one unlucky one goes in, as they've had with the first two fortuitous bounces, but this one in the offensive zone for the Jets, that pops all the way back out, and they'll regroup defensively, but that'll be, no, not offsides there. That had flipped up in the air. Jets carry in front of the benches. They get it as far as the far blue line, but Acree there to move it up to Molesky. Molesky through the center and stick checked as he made that shot, so that goes wide into the far corner. Run around the end boards. Pinching was Acree, and nobody at the point there, so defense will have to track back. O'Reilly. He won't get there first, but it'll be passed over to his teammate. And Mangelsdorf with that big body. Mutual takedown right there will play on. Jets D to D in their own zone. Up the wall in front of their own bench. O'Reilly just out of the reach of him, and that'll go all the way down for an icing against the Jets. 9:23 to go. Just about 2 minutes ago, I mentioned the shots on goal, 16-17. We're still at that tally. In these last 2 minutes, it has changed possession and gone back and forth so many times that we're still sitting right there. Still the same score, still the same number of shots on net. Both teams trading some offensive zone time, but nothing doing. Couple of icing calls in there as well. Abdul Alim finding a teammate. That's Labriola moving up with it. His teammate's doing well to stay on side. O'Reilly, a little bit of a shoulder to keep him to the corner. Puck is down below the goal line. Thrown in front. Oh, wow, a shot. I'm not sure how that got saved. Labriola, the rebound. Chen picks it up. And they'll be able to just clear the zone, the Knights will. And wow, the Jets putting on a display of superb offense right there. Bollinger checked off in the corner, and we're going to get a whistle, and that will be, I believe, an offsides. It's hard to see on this near side if you're just joining us. Yeah. We're up here on the shelf here at Darien. No offense to how the rink was made. They didn't know we would be here all those years ago when they built it.
Well, why not?
So
why not, Mike?
It's a
Come on.
Little bit of a tough angle here to see anything down below us.
For journalists, we got to ask the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah. They've also got these columns.
They're playing the best defense we've seen all day.
Yes, honestly. But we'll do our best to give you as much of the action as possible.
I've been saying at least we get 2 vantage points of the goal. That's what matters.
That is true. That is true.
As long as we can see the net, that's all that matters.
That would be a nightmare. That'd be almost playing in Utah, where they almost they had an issue. They got it corrected during the offseason, but it was built for basketball, so you didn't have enough viewing of the one zone. They had to redo the whole one side of the building. I'm sure that cost a pretty penny. I don't think Darien's looking to do that just for us. Thrown in front there.
Again, I ask why not?
Thrown in front there, and the Jets still keep this in the offensive zone. Huge hit against Brooks right there. He checked his helmet to make sure it was still on properly. Jets keep this in the offensive zone, but that'll be thrown back out in the air to center. Dumped back in, and we're going to get an offsides call on the Jets. 7:38 to go here. A couple more shots on the board for this Jets team, but they have the lead. They're not necessarily taking risky shots that are going to have them going the other way. This one will come to center ice. Jackson. Down low. Jets pick it up in their own zone with 7.5 to go here. Desperately trying to get into the zone. Waited till they checked up onside. Just barely crossed the blue line with those skates. And it will go for nothing as they will have to regroup once again. Back over the blue line. Trailer with the Jets. And that one finds it. It is the trailer. Stuffing that in the back of the net is number 67.
Mayshek, his second.
That is Mayshek. Oh, no, Jackson.
Mayshek.
Jackson put that one in. Mayshek had the initial opportunity. Right. That one came to the trailer, which was Jackson. But, yeah, those two, their numbers are switched on our sheet. I was looking for the number 67, and it said Luke Mayshek, but he was the one that was leading that rush in, and it was instead Luke Jackson.
Second point of the day for Mayshek.
Or, excuse me, Caleb Jackson that found its way into the back of the net. So 5-2 the score line in favor of the Jets here in this third period. And
Might have been the dagger.
yeah, that might be the one that
Although we saw a crazy comeback in 2 games ago.
we
2
did.
goals in about less than 30 seconds. Of course, they got to do 3, but
We did. There are 6.5 minutes still to go here in this game, and that's plenty of time for this St. Louis team to come alive offensively. But with the way they've been hounded by the Jets have done a nice job offensively and shut them down defensively. It's going to be a tough one to try to turn the tables here. And Jets stuff that shot, and H.E. has to just throw this puck back up to center. Klaus. And moving back up with it are the Jets. Eludes one stick. Palumbo tried to shoot, and his stick got tied up in the process. Gates there. And thrown back in offside. A little extra jab there from behind. That was Clayton Herwick on the St. Louis side of things, giving a little extra jab to Labriola. Face off in front of the Jets bench. Kicked out of the draw is Stanzi, the captain. Instead, it'll be number 39, Cooper Bates, and an offsides here. We'll get another face-off. We'll see if Stanzi stays in for this one. Music is back going again. I think we missed it for a couple of those draws. Tied up, it finds its way back to the defense of the Knights. Chen on the backhand. Turnaround shot, sticked away.
Ooh, I thought that was bouncing
by the
in.
goaltender, Michael Wiseman. Stanzi. Flipped back up out of the Jets zone. They'll have to figure out another way back in. Jets once again clearing their end. Abdul Aleem had thoughts of playing it, but will touch up for a change. But that's an icing anyways, so puck will come all the way back down into the Jets zone. 4:56 to be played here in this third period. Lining up for the draw, Liam Clough. No, excuse me, that's number 10, Seamus Larrigan. Kicked away by Grice with a pad save. And floated on out of the zone all the way back down. Should be an icing on the Knights, and it will be 4:35 remaining. Seems like it is the game of icings here. Icing one way, icing the other way.
Yeah.
But both sides just playing it a little bit safe here, especially the Jets. They have that 3-goal lead. They've seen one of their 2-goal leads evaporate earlier in this game. They don't want to take any chances here. But as for the Knights, they don't want another one finding the back of the net, and they want to find the back of the net themselves as they've come back, as I mentioned before. They're going to need the next goal to really get into this if they can. Running out of time, though, as the clock is not their friend, being down 3 late in the game here. Trying to get around a skater was number 29, Steven Shapiro. Thrown in front, and a great opportunity for Mangelsdorf, but that one just wouldn't go. Thrown up again and offsides, though, as the Knights tried to re-enter the zone. 3:54 here. I don't believe we will be seeing too many goaltending pull opportunities with a 3-goal deficit, but it is the playoffs. We've seen weirder today. We saw a team pull goaltender. It was the St. Louis Sting, actually. We saw them pull their goaltender in overtime against the Sabres, and that was just because I believe they needed the points. They brought it to overtime, so they got some points, but they needed the rest of the points maybe just to stay in it. Not sure about that one, but that was an interesting move. That'd be the only logical explanation I can think of. O'Reilly pushes the puck up. Not out. Kept in by Braden. The Jets. And a reaching glove. That was going well wide, but Grice said, no more of this. I will hold on. 3:17. I don't think he's going to get a chance to leave his net. Unless you're the Knights and you get a quick goal here in the next minute or two, and then you're only down 2. Possibly look to pull Grice for that 6th man. Draw is won by the Jets, and a stick came up high and clipped Stanzi in the face, even though he has the bubble on, was looking for a call. Abdul Aleem in the corner, kept in by the Jets. Thrown back down on goal, and Grice will hold on. 2:58 remaining.
Stanzi frustrated with that no call there. Banging his stick down on the ice in frustration, but down 5-2, you can tell the frustration starting to boil over here as the clock winds down.
I was going to say that frustration is also coming from the ticking of the clock as we're down under 2:40 here in this final period, and we do have a pulled goaltender on this side, so Grice will head to the bench. 4 attackers for the St. Louis Knights. They move in with it close. A tough angle shot from the corner, and that is soaked up by Michael Wiseman. 2:27, and it's a 6-on-5. Shots on goal, 23-19 in favor of the team in the lead here. That's the Chicago Jets. So Mangelsdorf on the wing. At center is Cole Molesky. Close at the point. H.E. out there as well. Taken down, so it's going to be a 6-on-4 here as the Jets will head to the box. And this is a perfect time for St. Louis to take their timeout. They'll do just that. We'll take a timeout here as well. When we come back, it'll be a 6-on-4 with the goaltender pulled and a power play opportunity for the trailing Knights. Stream Sports Midwest from Darien, Mike Napolitano and Ethan Wiles. We're back here with the final 2:17 between the Jets and the St. Louis Knights. St. Louis Knights on a 6-on-4 power play with the goaltender pulled in the dire minutes of this one. Backdoor pass doesn't quite connect to Chen. Klaus at the point. Klaus to Chen. Chen a shot that hits off a defender and goes wide. In the corner, back up to H.E. H.E. a long shot that's swallowed up by the mitt of Michael Wiseman.
A couple guys in front of him, too. Good concentration to track that one into the mitt.
Lots of traffic in front as there's an extra body out there, but minus a body on his defensive side, so a lot of white sweaters you're seeing. You've got Seamus Lanigan. In for the draw is Cole Molesky. Floater shot from the point doesn't quite go. Molesky now along the half wall, moving in with it. Tough angle shot doesn't quite go. Close. At the point. To the wall. Chen. Just shot. It's loose. No rebound opportunity there. Engelsdorf fights for it down low. To Molesky. Close. At the point. Half wall. Back up to Close. He plays catch with Chen. Plays catch with Molesky. The shot. Backdoor to Chen. Chen, opportunity. Sticked away by the defense. Thrown back in front one more time. That is Lanigan in front. H.E. Huge snow mound by the door right there. Just under a minute to go. They're still trailing 3. Wow. 39 seconds on the man advantage. It's a 6-on-4 with the goaltender pulled for St. Louis.
Wiseman was on his belly there after that save and then comes up with another big one there. He has been phenomenal down the stretch.
Wiseman, another breadbasket save right there, making it look easy, and he's down to just 29 seconds of power play, penalty kill time, and 46 seconds in this game entirely before he can get the win here. 6 skaters out there for St. Louis. To the point. Close. The shot. That one hit something in front and went high and wide. Otherwise, that was ticketed for the top corner. Close once again from the point. Trying to dance there. Sends it down low. Around the perimeter. To the point. The shot. That one still in possession for the Knights, but the power play is up. It's a 6-on-5 now. Thrown in front, and they whack away at it. It's still loose. That goes down low. Up high to the point. The shot redirects, and I thought that popped in.
Too.
Is that in? That must have been behind the net, and it came back out in front, but boy, oh boy, what chaos in front. But we're down to 2 seconds left, and I don't think that's going to be enough time for the Knights to be able to score 3 goals. But boy, did they fight in the final minutes of this one.
Yeah, I thought that one had bounced in as well, but I think it was similar to what you had said earlier. None of the players really reacted to it, so didn't really seem like it was in there. But credit to Michael Wiseman, man. What a game.
What a game indeed, and that's how this one wraps up. Michael Wiseman, the goalie, backstopping the Jets to a 5-2 victory. We saw an incredible goal from Abdul Aleem. We saw another one from Caleb Jackson. So the offense was on display for the Chicago Jets as they knock off the St. Louis Knights 5-2 here. That is our 5th out of 7 games here today at the Darien Sportsplex. You're watching the coverage from Stream Sports Midwest of the Central States Championships. Myself, Mike Napolitano, signing off for today. Ethan Wiles will take you through the final 2 games. Enjoy it, and we will be back tomorrow for more action as well. But stick around right here as we check out the last couple of games of the day.